Hey, it's Craig. I just wanted to let you know that you can listen to Canadian History Ehx early and ad-free on Amazon Music, included with Prime. Greetings and welcome to kind of a special episode of Canadian History Ehx, because over on my other podcast, From John to Justin, I spent the past 5 weeks making episodes about every single election in Ontario's history. The process to do that actually started months ago. It's taken me months and months to do this. I wrote 50,000 words. It's hours and hours of elections. So I thought I would put it together into one big episode and put it up here. If you want to listen, great. If not, hey, that's cool too. Because, well, I just liked putting it together. And with the election happening in Ontario today, I thought, why don't we release this for you guys to enjoy? So here is all 5 episodes from John to Justin, all about the elections in Ontario's history, cover from 1867 to 2018. And let me tell you, there are some amazing and wild stories. So I hope you guys enjoy it. And if you do, well, consider donating, because 50,000 words is a lot. It took me weeks and weeks to do this, and I would really appreciate it if you did. So you can donate through buymeacupofcoffee.com/CraigU, or you can also donate through CanadaEHX.com by clicking donate. So let's get to it. 1867. The first general election in Ontario's history was held on September 3rd, 1867. The Conservative Party was led by John Sandfield MacDonald, while the Liberals were led by Archibald McKellar. Now, MacDonald was a close friend of Sir John A. Macdonald, but despite their same last name, they were not related. As with the federal elections at the time, votes were recorded orally or with a show of hands, and only 13% of the population was actually eligible to vote. This was because to vote, a man had to be 21 years of age or older, be born or a naturalized citizen of Canada, and they had to own or co-own $100 worth of property in rural areas or $200 in urban areas. In addition to that, they also had to have an annual income of $250. Anyone who was a judge, crown clerk, land office employee, tax and duty collector, or even a postal worker were not allowed to vote. Voting in those days was a shady affair, and bribes were common. Employers, clergy, and community figures would hang around polling stations and bribe people with food and money. The Conservatives and Liberals were both finished with 41 seats, although the Conservatives had a higher percentage of the popular vote. The Conservatives under Macdonald were invited to form a government, which they did with the help of the 15 independents who formed the coalition government with him. With a tied vote, the first government for Ontario was called the Patent Combination, because it was a mix of 2 different parties. The first election in Ontario's history was also a joyous affair by many accounts. The Kingston Whig Standard wrote, quote, "At the close of the polls in Toronto, a grand procession took place, the carriages covering nearly half a mile, headed by a bandwagon drawn by horses. Following this was an open carriage containing the successful candidates who were loudly cheered as they passed along." End quote. There was some controversy, including $10,000 of government money being used to defeat McKellar in his own riding, which ironically was not successful. Over the next 4 years, Premier Macdonald would bring in several acts and changes to the new province of Ontario. Education aid was provided for the University of Toronto, the District of Muskoka was created to aid colonization, and an act was created that provided land for homesteaders in the regions of Muskoka, Haliburton, and North Hastings. The act also encouraged the extension of the railway into those areas. Macdonald would also work closely with the federal government and would build the bureaucratic infrastructure of the new province. His government would also establish colleges, including Ryerson University and the University of Guelph. Having a government that was a coalition, which could easily fall, also forced the Conservatives to work with the Independents and the Liberals. Premier Macdonald would also be the first and last Roman Catholic Premier of Ontario until Dalton McGuinty in the 2000s. 1871. As the 1871 election approached, Macdonald was deeply ill, and many wondered how long he was actually going to remain in power. Against him was Edward Blake, who had come in to lead the Liberal Party in 1868, and he was energetic and ready to fight to be Premier. Now you'll recognize Edward Blake for the episode I did on opposition leaders who never became Prime Minister. He would become the leader of the Liberal Party from 1880 to 1887, and be the last official leader of the Liberal Party not to serve as Prime Minister until Stéphane Dion in the 2000s. Newspapers often took a pretty hard stance in favor of the party they supported. The Brantford newspaper would write of Blake, quote, "With Edward Blake as leader of such a powerful band of supporters as he has now, the honour and credit of the province are safe." End quote. In the March 21, 1871 election, Blake and the Liberals gained 2 seats to finish with 43, while the Conservatives fell by 3 to finish with 38. And while the seat count had the Liberals winning, the election was considered to be inconclusive, and they did not have a clear majority. MacDonald, despite his health, was determined to carry on, and he said he would meet the legislature even if he had to, quote, "be carried in on a blanket." He would then avoid calling the Assembly into session, and once he did, he ignored votes of no confidence, and this would prompt Edward Blake to make a move to remove MacDonald from leadership. The Liberals charged the Conservatives with irregularities in the election of 6 Conservatives. The Controverted Elections Act of 1871 and would take electoral irregularities out of committees in the legislature and gave it to the courts. This resulted in by-elections being called for December 1871. By that month, Blake had mounted a successful attack through backroom maneuvers and a no-confidence motion that led to the resignation of MacDonald, and Blake became the new premier of the province. And while Blake was well on his way to leading the province, MacDonald would be dead on June 1, 1872. 1875. Over the previous 4 years, Edward Blake left provincial politics and moved on to the federal level. Replacing him in 1872 was a man by the name of Oliver Mowat, who would have an impact on Ontario for the rest of the century. Mowat had previously been a judge, and many wondered about a judge resigning to lead a party. As it turned out, very well, as Mowat would become the longest-serving premier in the history of the province by a margin of 10 years. The Conservatives were led by Matthew Crooks Cameron, who had been serving in the Legislative Assembly since 1867. He had been opposed to Confederation, instead wanting a legislative union. He would also run in the federal election that same year, but was not elected. He would serve in the cabinet of Premier MacDonald after the first election, and after MacDonald died, Cameron became the new leader of the party. As usual, there were issues at the election and the campaign. One man impersonated another voter and was released without charges. The Montreal Star reported, quote, "The man who attempted to impersonate a voter at the late election was giving leg bail and is now probably enjoying the proceeds of his attempted fraud and having a laugh at the so-called strict election law." End quote. A reward of $50 was also put forward for the arrest and conviction of anyone who took part in bribery or intimidation during the election. Various newspapers would endorse Mowat, including in Brantford. The newspaper stated, quote, "The record of 4 years of reform government is before the country, and upon that record Mr. Mowat and his colleagues have come back to the people to ask for an endorsement of their conduct and policy, a renewal of confidence in the administration." End quote. In Mowat's first election on January 18, 1875, he would lead the Liberals to a majority government, finishing with 50 seats, an increase of 7. Cameron would see his party lose 4 seats, finishing with 34. The Brantford newspaper would write, quote, "Mr. Mowat and his colleagues have received at the hands of the people a following which will enable them to carry on the work of the country with success, and not be hampered by a close majority in the business of legislation." End quote. With this election win, Mowat would spend the next 24 years as Premier of Ontario, becoming one of the most influential premiers in Canadian history. He was also involved in the Great Coalition Government of 1864, which would lead to the formation of Canada, making him a father of Confederation as well. At the time, Mowat was aided by the fact that the previous government had created a financial surplus, which Mowat would be able to use. His government would quickly get to work promoting railroad construction, investing in land drainage, and building colonization roads to the frontiers of the province to encourage settlement. 1879. In 1879, another election came along, and while the Liberals were still led by Mowat, the Conservatives had a new man in charge, William Ralph Meredith. Meredith had been elected into the legislature in 1872 and was seen as a radical by many members of his party. While he was against women's rights, he had a progressive political policy when it came to the Indigenous, and he was considered one of the best speakers in the country. Even with his views, which were unusual for the time, he rose through the party to become deputy leader in 1878. When Cameron retired in 1879, and with no formal ballot, he was given the leadership of the party. For Mowat, he actually had a great deal of respect for Meredith, writing of him, quote, there was no man in the ranks of the opposition upon whom the choice could be more worthily have fallen. Always ready in debate and judicial in the tone of his arguments, he was a generous and formidable opponent." End quote. While Mowat had respect for Meredith, that didn't stop him from doing everything he could to defeat him in the election. The two men would face off in 4 elections, with 1879 being the first. One thing Mowat did was to steal many of the proposals put forward by Meredith. Journalist Hector Charlesworth would write, quote, "Mowat frequently wrote to victory on policies that had been originated with his brilliant opponent." End quote. When Meredith called for a reduction of salaries of reliable and efficient officials in the government, Mowat leapt on this and reduced the indemnity to $600. Leading into the election, Mowat also formed an alliance with the Catholics in the province through consulting with the Archbishop of Toronto, recruiting the Roman Catholic Christopher Fraser to his cabinet, and listening to the Catholic organization of the Orangemen. The election came quite late, something for which Mowat was criticized. The Montreal Gazette would write, quote, "By a wrenching of the Constitution from its legitimate meaning, Mr. Mowat succeeded in postponing the electoral trial until now, although the legislature really expired in the month of February last." End quote. Usually the election would have taken place in January, but this time it came in June. On the June 5, 1879 election, Mowat would continue his domination of Ontario politics with a decisive win with his Liberal Party. The party would pick up 57 seats, an increase of 7, while the Conservatives finished with 29. The Brantford newspaper would write, quote, "The victory is gratifying as showing that men can appreciate and reward those who serve them faithfully and well, and it gives assurances that our future destinies are to be controlled by those who have shown their fitness for the important trust by years of patient toil and vigilance in our service." End quote. 1883. Mowat and Meredith would once again go head-to-head 4 years later in the 1883 election. 1 year prior, an issue over the border between Ontario and Manitoba became a hotly contested issue with the federal government looking to extend Manitoba's borders eastward to the Great Lakes. Mowat was firmly against this, and he threatened to pull Ontario out of Confederation over it. Mowat would send police to the disputed area, with Manitoba doing the same, and it was not until the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in Britain issued several rulings over the border dispute that things finally died down. Mowat would also conduct some gerrymandering in 1882 to improve the chances for the Liberals to win the election the following year. The Conservatives, for their part, condemned the government for denying Catholics their share of patronage appointments. Mowat would also be hurt by the fact that his government did not neutralize the Crooks Act. This act, passed in 1876, limited the granting of licenses to municipal councils for the sale of alcohol. The Montreal Gazette reported, quote, "The friends of Mr. Mowat are busy endeavoring to excite the alarm of the temperance people by pretending that such legislation will relax the restrictions imposed by the Crooks Act upon liquor traffic. Nothing could be further from the actual position of the question." End quote. At the same time, Meredith attempted to win over the Catholics to the Conservatives, hence attacking the Liberals over the patronage appointments. Unfortunately, the Catholics decided to stay with the Liberals for the time being. When the writ was dropped, it would bring about one of the briefest elections in Ontario history. The writ was dropped on February 3, 1883. Nomination day was the 20th, and the election was a week after that. The Montreal Gazette reported, quote, "The Ontario legislature has been dissolved and the writs for the new elections issued, nomination day being fixed for 20th instant and polling a week later. The campaign is thus made as brief as the law will permit. The suddenness of the appeal to the country will, however, occasion no surprise. Both parties have been preparing for the event for some time past." End quote. Mowat launched his campaign in January of 1883 with a huge convention in Toronto. He would present the case that it was a moment of crisis for Ontario, and that the work the Liberals and Reformers had fought for over the course of 50 years was in danger of being destroyed by the federal government. He would tell 6,000 delegates, quote, "The great evil we suppose has been corrected by the Confederate Act is rife, and no, we are no more free than before, as much under the heel of others as when the complaint was first made. Are the men of Ontario no less faithful in devotion to liberty than their fathers were, or may Sir Johnny Macdonald succeed where Sir Charles Metcalfe failed?" End quote. In the February 27, 1883 election, the only one ever to be held in February, we would see support for Mowat take a dip for the first time. Mowat and the Liberals lost 9 seats in the legislature, falling to 48, while the Conservatives increased by 8 to 37. With a smaller majority, many saw this as the beginning of the end for Mowat. The Toronto Mail would report, quote, Ontario has not decided as definitely as we had hoped that Mr. Mowat must go, but his going or staying is still a matter of reasonable doubt and may remain so till the meeting of the legislature. Ontario has not overturned Mr. Mowat with decisive indignation, but she has given him a most terrible warning. End quote. 1886. Once again, Mowat and Meredith would go head-to-head. The main issue during the election was the issue of prohibition, and that will be a common one for the next 40 years. While Mowat did not seem interested in enacting prohibition, the view did not hurt him because of his own legendary status with the province and the fact that he did not drink or drank very little. There were rumors in some papers that the government was sending people to tell tavern keepers that if they did not support the local government candidate, they would lose their license to sell liquor. The Ottawa Daily Citizen reported, quote, It is a notorious fact that many of the men employed by the government have acted in the past as political agents. Is it not time that this tyranny was crushed? End quote. In 1885, the Workmen's Compensation Bill was also introduced by Meredith, which the Liberals then incorporated into one of their own bills with changes that Meredith objected to because it found it accommodated too much to the employers. Nonetheless, the bill helped raise the popularity of the Liberals in the province. The Liberals once again had stolen the proposals of the Conservatives to boost their own profile, but also Meredith would not try and entice rural voters with his platform. Often he barely focused on rural voters, instead focusing on urban voters. In 1886, during the campaign, he would claim that it was unjust to give voting privileges to the sons of farmers, while at the same time denying the same to urban laborers. And while this was a logical belief, it hurt him heavily in rural areas. At the time, Ontario was mostly rural, and Meredith's view would essentially prevent him from being elected in the province as premier. Mowat would also bring up the issue of separate schools in order to inflame controversy and push voters to his side. The hope was to bring Catholics to his side by giving the impression that their separate schools were in danger. The Hamilton Spectre would respond to this with, quote, Mr. Mowat is at a great deal of pains to discuss matters which are not a controversy. Separate schools are established by the British North America Act, and no power or privilege in respect to them enjoyed at the time of Confederation can be taken away so long as the British North America Act remains unchanged. Mr. Mowat has not changed with responsibility of the Act, nor for the separate school legislation which preceded it. End quote. Throughout the election campaign, Sir John A. Macdonald traveled throughout Ontario campaigning for Meredith and the Conservatives. The Victoria Daily Times reported, quote, Everywhere he is being received with the greatest enthusiasm. His health is keeping good, and he is in remarkable good fighting trim for the stump. It is believed that he is feeling the pulse of Ontario, which now will be the battleground between the Conservatives and the Liberals. End quote. The election was an odd one in that it used a limited vote system, whereas Toronto voters had 2 votes to vote for 3 members of the provincial parliament to allow for a degree of minority representation. In the December 28, 1886 election, Mowat and the Liberals increased their seat count by 9 to finish with 57. The Conservatives would fall 5 seats to finish with 32. The Manitoba Weekly Free Press reported, quote, At the time of writing, the returns show that Mr. Mowat has secured a wonderful victory. The patriotic government of Mr. Mowat has not only preserved its hold upon the affections and admiration of the people of Ontario, but has almost doubled its majority. This is a grand victory which must thrill the bosom, not only of every Liberal, but every Canadian with glowing pride. End quote. 1890. As 1890 came along, Oliver Mowat continued to dominate provincial politics as he had for almost 2 decades. Within the legislature, the number of seats had increased to 90, and once again the election was also run through the limited voting system, giving 2 votes to a Toronto voter for 3 MPPs in the district. The main issue during this election, and elsewhere in Canada, was the Manitoba schools question, which was becoming a national issue. This involved the segregation of schools for Catholic and Protestant students. The Liberal Party of Canada would support segregation while the Conservatives opposed it. It would become such a major issue that it would cause the downfall of the Conservatives and begin a Liberal dynasty in 1896. The Crooks Act would also be an issue in this election once again, as Mowat had amended the act prior to the election to introduce a local option that made it similar to the Scott Act the federal government had passed. The act put the issue of prohibition into the hands of municipalities, which would ban alcohol if they wished. The Kingston Weekly British Whig reported, quote, "The Montreal Witness thinks the action of the Mowat government on the Scott Act will be the source of weakness to it in the general election." End quote. Since Mowat had been in power for so long, several newspapers would attack him and his party for what they saw as growing corruption. The Owen Sound Times reported, quote, "Mr. Mowat has at least 3 times passed laws to protect his partisan friends from the penalties for violation of the law. He sacrificed 5,000 acres of timber land at a loss to the province of $2.6 million to benefit a lot of greedy foreign capitalists. He rejected plans made by Canadian architects for good legislative buildings, which had cost $600,000, and then employed a foreign architect to put up inferior buildings, which cost $2 million. End quote. Other newspapers, like the one in Brantford, took a different view of Mowat, stating, quote, "Not a breath of corruption or mismanagement has tainted the record of Mr. Mowat and his colleagues during the long period of 18 years in which they have been at the helm." End quote. Meredith would attack Mowat for taking the policies of the Conservatives and making them Liberal acts. The Hamilton Spectre reported, quote, "Referring to the acts for which Mr. Mowat and his friends take credit, Mr. Meredith pointed out that in these things the present government had merely carried out the plans prepared and partly executed by Sandfield Macdonald." End quote. He would also take on the question of schools, stating that the Conservatives were friends to Catholics and French Canadians. He would say in a speech in Toronto, quote, "I recognize that our French-Canadian fellow citizens are loyal to this great dominion and to the motherland. I am willing to testify to the services they have rendered to Canada and to the motherland in the preservation of this glorious Canada as one of the dependencies of the motherland. I am willing to recognize the beauties of the French language as one of the most beautiful languages on the face of the earth." End quote. Newspapers in support of Mowat would then attack Meredith as anti-Catholic. The Kingston British Whig reported, quote, "In 1883, Mr. Meredith tried to beat Mowat by telling the Catholics that they would never get justice until he was in power. Now he intimates that he has one mission to perform, and that is to suppress the Catholic Church and the separate schools." End quote. Once again, rumors of influence election results were rampant against the government. The Manitoba Weekly Free Press reported that workers with the GTR Southern Division Road were told they had to vote for Mowat on pain of being dismissed. Charles Stiff, superintendent of the company, would state, according to the Free Press, quote, "He said they were not true, but admitted the company had sent 2 inspectors to state verbally to agents that it would be in the interest of the road to have the Mowat government sustained inasmuch as it always treated the company with great fairness." End quote. In the June 5, 1890 election, the Liberals lost 4 seats to finish with 53, but this was still more than enough for a majority over the Conservatives, who gained 2 seats to finish with 34. The Winnipeg Tribune reported, quote, "As was generally predicted, the Mowat administration has been sustained. There is no disguising the fact that the Conservatives are completely nonplussed and the equal writers are knocked silly, so to speak. Even the most ardent Liberals scarcely hoped that Mr. Mowat would be sustained by a majority as large as he has had in the last House. Their surprise and gratification knew no bounds. Therefore, when the returns pouring in from all quarters showed that the little Premier was going to have a larger majority than in past years." End quote. 1894. 4 years later, the 2 leaders would go against each other once again, with a slightly different result. In the 1894 election, the main issues in the province were French-language schools, once again stemming from the Manitoba schools question, farmer interests, supporting Toronto businesses, women's suffrage, and the demands of labor unions. The temperance movement was also gaining in strength at the time. The Patrons of Industry, a political movement formed by farmers in 1890, would work with the urban labor movement to address the frustrations of both groups against big business. The Patrons of Industry would have several members of both the Liberals and Conservatives running under a joint banner. The Protestant Protective Association was another political movement. Associated with the Orange Order, the PPA was heavily anti-Catholic and was against the rights of Catholics and French Canadians, believing they were attempting to take over Ontario. Like the Patrons of Industry, several Conservatives and Liberals ran under the PPA banner. All of this was giving Mowat the feeling of being boxed in. What was called the agrarian crisis was weakening the traditional voter base for the Liberals at the time, and both parties would suffer from this. Issues such as prohibition, the rural resentment of the national policy of the federal Conservatives, and hostility towards separate schools all sprang up as these major issues. Even with these issues, and the fact that Mowat had been leading Ontario for 22 years, there was still a lot of support for him. The Kingston Whig Standard reported, quote, "After 22 years of faithful service to the people, the Mowat government is appealing for a renewal of the lease of power it had so wisely exercised. As a faithful servant is judged by his record, so the government of Sir Oliver Mowat appeals confidently on its splendid record in every department of the public service it controls." End quote. The legislature had also increased, with the number of seats increasing from 91 to 94, thanks to new ridings in Toronto, Hamilton, and Ottawa. In the June 26, 1894 election, the Liberals lost 8 seats but still formed a majority government due to the Conservatives losing 9 seats. Both main parties lost seats due to the influence of the PPA and the Patrons of Industry. The Liberal Patrons of Industries won 12 seats, while the Conservative PPA won 5 seats. The Patrons of Industry would also win 5 seats, while the Conservative Patrons won 2 seats, and the Liberal PPA won 2 seats as well. Confused yet? All of this together caused the two main parties to suffer significant losses. The Winnipeg Tribune reported, quote, "Upon the administrative side, humanely speaking, it was simply invulnerable, and the people renewed their expression of confidence in it. They took the plain, common-sense, business-like view that the maintenance of Sir Oliver Mowat and his colleagues was the only safe course to pursue." End quote. The election was significant for another reason, but I will go into that in the next episode. Both Meredith and Mowat, who had gone head-to-head for so many times in the past elections, would no longer be leading their parties by the time the next election rolled around, and we'll learn all about that next Thursday. 1898. The 1898 election would bring about a monumental change in Ontario politics, but not in terms of what party was ruling. Sir Oliver Mowat had moved on to federal politics after Sir Wilfrid Laurier took office as the Liberal Prime Minister in 1896. After serving as the Premier of Ontario for 24 years, he became the Federal Minister of Justice. In 1897, he would become the 8th Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, allowing him to watch the results of the elections without having to worry about being elected or not. William Ralph Meredith was also out as the leader of the Conservatives. He had first taken over the party in 1878 and served until 1894, when he retired from politics and became the Chief Justice of the Common Pleas. The Liberals were now led by a man by the name of Arthur Hardy, who had been serving in the legislature since 1873 and had served in the cabinet of Mowat since 1877. As the new Premier of Ontario in 1896, Harding's government would bring in a controversial policy in December 1897, which was an amendment to the Crown Timber Act, which required all pine cut under license on Crown land after April 30th, 1898, to be sawn in lumber in Canada. While this amendment was popular among the residents who did not like American companies taking Canadian timber, the Americans, and even the federal government, would put heavy pressure on the Ontario government to change course. The American Secretary of State would even speak with the British ambassador in Washington over it. Sir Wilfrid Laurier would deflect all pressure to Hardy, stating it was the province and it could do as it pleased. Heading into the election, Harding campaigned on the fact that the Liberals had led Ontario for 26 years of what he called, quote, "progressive legislation and honest administration," end quote. He hoped to bring back rural farmers who would start to migrate away from the party, and the Catholics that were starting to weaken in their favor of the Liberals. James Whitney was now the leader of the Conservatives, having come into office in 1888. A former soldier in the Canadian militia, he would see success in the election campaign leading up to the election. Whitney would move to strengthen his base by reaching out to the Catholics. One way he did this was by appointing James Joseph Foy as the party's flag bearer. Foy was a prominent Catholic lawyer, and with Foy on his side, Whitney was able to convince Catholics that the days of anti-Catholicism were over, even if there was never much anti-Catholicism in the province. Harding would travel throughout Ontario to drum up votes for his party. At one point he spoke at the Windsor Opera House, which was well attended. The Windsor Star wrote, quote, "Long before the hour for the opening of the public meeting in the Opera House arrived, every seat was occupied, and before the meeting had progressed very far, a large number cannot find seats. Among the audience were many ladies who were given seats near the platform." End quote. At the Russell Theatre in Ottawa on February 18th, Hardy was met with another strong reception. The Ottawa Journal reported, quote, "The hearty reception in the Russell Theatre last night was one of the most orderly and yet enthusiastic ever held here. Those who had misgivings that the crowd would do as many political audiences do, disfigure the floors, were agreeably surprised at the thoroughly representative, orderly, and intelligent audience present." End quote. Throughout the campaign, Whitney was confident in success in the election. He would say on February 14th, quote, "We were confident and certain of winning. The meetings are well attended and are very enthusiastic. I will not specialize and give reports on the different ridings, but everything augurs well for success." End quote. Whitney would also attack Hardy, charging him with falsehood and cowardice. He would state, quote, "He is a coward enough, and I want these words of mine to go through the length and breadth of this land." End quote. As well, various lies would appear in several newspapers. The Toronto World would push the belief that the American lumbermen supported Hardy. It would also be stated in the Kingston Week Standard, quote, "The Toronto World has stated the fiction, on the authority of a Michigan agent, expressed through a Hamilton man, that the American lumbermen have subscribed $200,000 with which to help Hardy carry the election. That is a lie, barefaced, wicked, malicious, and the people who put it into circulation know that it is a lie." End quote. On the March 1st, 1898 election, the Liberals did gain 6 seats to finish with 51, but the Conservatives surged ahead with 19 more seats to finish with 42. Despite this, the Liberals still had a clear majority in the legislature. The Patrons of Industry and Protestant Protective Association lost nearly all of their support and finished with no seats, having had success in the previous election. The Montreal Gazette would write, quote, "The Ontario government had a narrow escape from defeat today. Mr. Whitney has proved that he put up one of the best fights in the province ever witnessed in a provincial campaign." End quote. The Toronto Globe reported, quote, "The result of the election creates a somewhat critical state of affairs. The government is sustained by a small majority, but it is useless to ignore the fact that it suffered severely because of the length period during which it held power. The cry, 'It is time for a change,' however, unreasonable as it may have been, had more potency than we imagined." End quote. Due to the result being close and several races needing recounts, competing papers would claim victory for the party they supported. The Toronto Globe declared that Hardy was the victor with a clear majority, while opposition papers in places such as Parry Sound stated that Whitney had the majority. After the election, Hardy wanted to call another election almost immediately, but his ministers would talk him out of this. As for the Conservatives, since they had come so close to winning, they decided that with more money, they would win the next election. Whitney would begin launching an election protest in the hope of pushing Liberals to call an election as well. As for Hardy, he would be out of politics in 1899 due to ill health and needing money. 2 years later, he was dead from appendicitis. For Whitney and the Conservatives, their time would soon come to lead the province. 1902. As the 1902 election arrived, the Liberals were now led by a different man, and the number of electoral districts had expanded from 93 to 97, with changes to districts. Ottawa was also allowed to elect 2 members, which meant that there would be 98 MLAs in the Ontario legislature. Sir George William Ross would lead the Liberals. He'd been elected in the House of Commons in 1872 and served for a decade. In 1883, he was elected to the Ontario legislature, where he became the Minister of Education and oversaw the transformation of mechanics institutes into 300 public libraries, while also expanding the kindergarten system and the university system of the province. Chosen to lead the Liberals, Ross was called the Father of New Ontario when he became Premier on October 21, 1899. Over the course of the next few years, he would promote the development of the natural resources of Ontario, he put a bounty on the refining of nickel, and he established a new railway through the northern part of the province. James Whitney was once again leading the Conservatives, and he would see his fortunes begin to reverse from the previous election. Throughout the election, Ross would campaign on the accomplishments of the past for the Liberal Party. At one point he stated, quote, "The policy of the government was by legitimate, mild, yet effective, and sound methods to add the revenue of the country." End quote. Newspapers like the Ottawa Citizen campaigned for the Liberals, stating that Ross meant prosperity for the province. The newspaper would write, quote, Ross, Pence, and prosperity are the trinity of good things that the Liberals have to offer in the pending election." End quote. It would then mock the claims of victory put forward by the Conservatives in past elections, stating, quote, "Victory is in the air. That's just where the Tory victory of 1898 was, in the air, and it is where the victory will remain in 1902. The father of the family remembers Ross every time he sees a school book. He does this out of gratitude, for the cost of books have been greatly reduced in the past 25 years. End quote. The Bradford newspaper would report that the Liberals were receiving a better response to their rallies in the province. It would state, quote, "The Liberals left no stone unturned today in their efforts to outdo the fine demonstration of yesterday, and they succeeded in making a display. The Premier was loudly cheered when called on to speak. He thought that this meeting was sufficient proof that it was no time for a change. This meeting in numbers and the reception in the afternoon in enthusiasm exceeded any he'd experienced." End quote. Henry Smith, a former Liberal MP, would state, quote, "I sat in the House of Commons with George W. Ross, present Premier of Ontario, where he represented West Middlesex in the House, and I recognize in him a man of marvelous ability and industry." End quote. On May 29, 1902, the Liberals would once again win a majority, the party's 9th consecutive, but this time they lost a seat to finish with 50. The Conservatives, in contrast, continued to rise and finished with 48 seats, only 2 away from tying the Liberals. Due to the fact that it was so close, most newspapers couldn't report on who had won the election the day after. The Halifax Herald reported, quote, "The news of the Ontario elections received up to the present writing indicate that the contest has been a close one, and leave in doubt the final result. It may not be possible for even a day or two after the election to say, with certainty, which side is actually ahead." End quote. Finally, the results did come in, and the newspapers, the ones that supported Ross and the Liberals, launched into praise of the government on its victory. One newspaper stated in bold letters, quote, "Ontario continues true to her old allegiance." End quote. Ross had received the returns in his office in the Parliament buildings, where he was joined by members of Parliament from Ottawa and members of his family. The Brantford newspaper reported, quote, "It is delightful to think that the province on the whole has endorsed a policy of building up Ontario. No one can be more gratified than I that the electors did not fail to remember Ross, and, as far as in me lies, I shall not forget to remember their best interests." End quote. Ross would say, quote, "I am not able to say just now what circumstances weighed most with the electors in casting their votes. I can simply thank my supporters all over the province and the candidates elected, as well as those defeated, for the splendid fight they put up against misrepresentation by the Conservative Party and by their organ." End quote. One thing was clear, though. The areas that the Liberals had carried for years before were now being carried by the Conservatives. And whether the Liberals knew it or not, the end was near. 1905. After the Liberals had led Ontario for 34 years, the writing, well, like I said, it was on the wall over the past election. Even though Ross had made several changes to Ontario during his time as Premier, he could not stem the changing tide. His party was also dealing with several controversies, including a vote-buying scandal, demands within his own party for prohibition to be enacted, the support of the government in propping up Francis Hector Clerget and his failing industrial businesses, and the reluctance to support public ownership of electricity generation. Prohibition would be a major issue in this election. After Manitoba began moving towards prohibition, people in Ontario wanted to do the same. In 1902, Ross and his government passed legislation that would allow for prohibition if it was favored by a number equal to the majority of those voting in the 1898 election. A referendum was held on December 4, 1902, and the votes fell short. Ross then declined to take any further action, which angered prohibitionists. Other scandals came along showing that Liberal organizers had exchanged support for the government in exchange for money and patronage in ridings. The aforementioned Francis Clerget issue was related to a 1903 by-election in which the Liberal victor was aided by him in getting elected through the use of a company steamship to transport 20 men to vote under the names of dead or absent men. The Ottawa Citizen wrote, quote, "Having failed in recent elections to retain power by the favor of the people, it has had recourse to corrupt means to maintain itself, and as its condition has become more desperate, the worse has become the corruption." End quote. In the hopes of revitalizing his party, Ross shuffled the cabinet and then called for a Liberal convention in late 1904. He then set an election for January 1905. Liberal candidates would do their best to downplay the scandals during the election. At a rally held at the Ward Market Hall in Ottawa, Edward Devlin stated, according to the Ottawa Journal, quote, "He defended the action of the Ross government against the attacks of the Conservatives and assured his hearers that Whitney and his party only cared to gain power and their cry of corruption was only a hypocritical one." End quote. The Conservatives jumped on the Liberal controversies. Under the banner of exposing Liberal corruption, Whitney hit the ground running to defeat the Liberals. The Windsor Star, which supported the Conservatives, wrote, quote, "Mr. Whitney stands for clean government. Mr. Ross stands for government at any cost. Mr. Whitney desires clean elections. Mr. Ross has accepted the fruits of the stolen elections. Mr. Whitney has broken no pledge. Mr. Ross has broken the record as a pledge breaker, and he himself put it, he was delighted when the Liberal Convention helped him crawl out of his prohibition obligations." End quote. Conversely, the Kingston Whig Standard wrote in support of Ross, stating, quote, "Mr. Whitney has no policy, but he asked the people to just give him a chance and see what he will do. Whitney's own forecast of the election next week is something like this: Tories elected, 96. Grits elected, 0. End quote. Whitney would court the temperance vote heavily in this election. During one speech in Cornwall, he stated that when he stayed at hotels, he always stayed away from the bars. The policy his party would take was to reduce the number of licenses, removing those in charge of issuing licenses at the time, and enforcing local liquor laws. The Ottawa Citizen reported, quote, "That position was endorsed by many men of high standing who were known publicly to be interested in the abolition of the liquor traffic." End quote. When the January 25, 1905 election came along, the Conservatives were able to increase their seat count by 21, finishing with 69 seats. This made James Whitney the new premier of the province, while Ross and the Liberals saw the party count fall by 22, giving the Conservatives a majority. Among the Liberals, 5 cabinet ministers lost their seats. The Toronto Mail and Empire would write of the election result, quote, "All the strong men on the government side, with the exception of Mr. Ross, have disappeared, and there remains an opposition composed of politicians representing the least desirable elements in our public life." End quote. The Ottawa Journal wrote of the election result, quote, "Mr. Whitney has it now in his power to build up a truly patriotic party, guided with a single eye to the best interests of the province and to the conservation of the rights and privileges of the people, and the confidence of the people that he will do this will, if he is true to himself, be amply justified." End quote. Whitney would save the election in a wire, quote, "In the immediate presence of the great political upheaval in the province today, I can have but little to say. All must acknowledge the serious meaning of this emphatic expression of the people's will. I fully and gladly appreciate the fact that the Liberals in large numbers joined in that expression." End quote. Ross received the returns of the election in his office in the Parliament building, surrounded by friends and colleagues. By the time it was confirmed he was defeated, he was sitting alone in his office. Samuel Hume Blake, a lifelong temperance supporter and the brother of former Premier Edward Blake, would write to Whitney and state, quote, "All honest men in the Dominion should join in thanking you for the verdict reached yesterday at the bar of public opinion of an outraged province, unanimous in the head centre of Toronto, which found the indicated criminals in high places guilty of treason against our Commonwealth." End quote. This was the first time that the Conservatives formed a government since they won the first election in Ontario's history in 1867. This win also began a Conservative dynasty that dominated provincial politics off and on for the next 80 years. From 1905 to 1983, the Conservatives would only lose a few elections. 1908. In 1908, the Legislative Assembly increased to 106 MLAs as boundary lines changed. The Conservatives, still led by James Whitney, were looking to form another government, while the Liberals were now led by Alexander Grant Mackay. Mackay had served as the Commissioner of Crown Lands under Premier Ross until 1905, and in 1907 he was made the new leader of the party. Whitney was looking to gain a second term, and he campaigned on his government having a clean record. He would say, quote, "We have abolished the abuses under the Ross government. We have fulfilled our promises except as to law reform, which will be our next work. Judge us on that." End quote. When he launched his campaign in early May, he would state, quote, "We promised to cheapen school books. We promised to change in the license system. We promised to bring about law reform. We have done every one of those things, excepting the last one, and we have laid the foundation for that law reform, so that it will be carried out at the next session." End quote. Unlike the last election, Whitney stayed in Toronto to campaign for the most part, only delivering 5 speeches outside the city during the election campaign. Mackay, for his part, campaigned that the Liberal Party was a new beast than what it was a few years ago, and the scandals of the day were gone. He would say at one rally in Waterloo just before the election, quote, "Not just a word by way of contrasting today with 3.5 years ago. We will recollect that our good Conservative friends have proven some things which could not be defended. I have to ask now, after 4 sessions have passed and after reviewing the work of the Liberals for 35 years, have our friends been able to show anything wrong, that $1 was misappropriated or misapplied?" End quote. The June 8, 1908 election would see the Conservatives win 86 seats, the most ever won by a party in the province to that point. It would not be until 1929 that that total would be beat. The Liberals would lose 9 seats, falling to 19. Since 1867, the Liberals had never won less than 41 seats, which they did in that first election. Of note in the election was that Allan Studholme would become the first Labour member of the legislature in the province's history. And while Mackay saw his party lose seats, there was still praise for him in the newspapers. The Winnipeg Free Press Prairie Farmer wrote, quote, "The Liberal Party is in better shape as a whole as a result of the election. Mr. Mackay took up the work with shattered and disorganized forces, and by his energy and undoubted gifts as leader and organizer, put the party into fighting trim once again, and made as fine a campaign as the province has ever seen. He has alienated no one, and when the next battle comes to be fought, there will be a different story to tell." End quote. Mackay would say, quote, "In several ridings where Liberals considered the battle a fairly even one, the Conservative majorities were large. What accounts for this, I have no opportunity at present of judging." End quote. As it turned out, Mackay would not even be in the province when the next election came along. 1911. In the years since the last election, the Whitney government had brought in a number of changes, including eliminating the numbered ballot, establishing agricultural schools, while promoting the province's mining industry. The province had also invested heavily in the settlement of the western and northern parts of Ontario. In 1910 alone, the province spent $582,000 on colonization roads, amounting to about $16 million today. Whitney would say in a speech to supporters, quote, "The mining laws have been revised and we brought a man from northern Ontario who knew all about the country to supervise that department." End quote. The Conservatives had also imposed a tax on railways and ended tax subsidies to them. Whitney would say of the Conservatives' work in previous years, quote, "We have merely endeavored to see our duty, and when we saw our duty, we went ahead to do it in a businesslike way. That is all." End quote. While teachers were scarce at the time in rural schools, Whitney would promise to bring in more teachers and to keep them in the province. He would say during one rally in Brantford, quote, "We're preparing a regulation by which every teacher will have to teach a year in Ontario before getting a certificate. My own opinion in favor of compelling them to teach here for 2 years, but I had to give way. I'm not sure yet I was right." End quote. Electricity was also spreading throughout the province, and the Whitney government would put down its commitment to bringing in hydroelectricity to remote areas of northern and western Ontario. The area of northern Ontario was called New Ontario at the time, and settlement of it was of paramount importance for the government. Whitney would say, quote, "The question of the further opening up and development of New or Northern Ontario is obviously of great importance and should be dealt with without delay." End quote. The election was called soon after Robert Borden and the Conservatives had defeated Sir Wilfrid Laurier and the Liberals on the federal level. It was believed by Whitney that he could take advantage of that by calling an election and hopefully continuing the Conservatives' run of victories in the province. When the writ was dropped for the 1911 election, the previous Liberal leader, Mackay, suddenly resigned his seat in the legislature. He would move to Edmonton, where he was elected to the Alberta legislature in 1913, serving until 1920 when he died of the Spanish flu. His replacement, a man who had nearly no time to prepare, was Newton Rowell. At the time, he was not a member of the legislature, but he had spent much of 1911 campaigning for Sir Wilfrid Laurier in the 1911 federal election. After that election was over and Laurier was ousted as Prime Minister, Rowell was chosen to lead the Ontario Liberal Party. The Ottawa Citizen reported, quote, "In this campaign, Mr. Rowell stands out as the best political speaker in the country. He brings no cheap claptrap to his aid. He has no funny stories to tell, and yet he is able to hold the closest attention of his hearers and draw from them spontaneous rounds of applause. He impresses one with his deep sincerity and earnestness. When he declares that he did not covet the position of Liberal leader, no one can doubt his sincerity." End quote. Rowell would open his campaign at Massey Hall in Toronto on November 14, 1911, and he would immediately criticize Whitney for calling an election prematurely. He would state, quote, "The tendency of every government which has behind it an overwhelming majority is to become domineering, overbearing, and insolent in reference to the rights of the minority." End quote. Rowell would attack Whitney and the Conservatives extensively over taxation reform, the needs of settlers, and education in rural areas. In a one rally in Brantford, Rowell stated that one could go to any part of the province and they would find the greatest dissatisfaction existed over the educational affairs, especially bilingual schools. He would state, quote, "If Sir James is ignorant of present conditions with regard to bilingual schools, then there must be incompetency in management of our educational affairs more than we had expected." End quote. The Owen Sound Times would attack Rowell, stating that the things his party recommended were things that Whitney's government had already done or were about to do. The newspaper wrote, quote, "There is irony in the circumstance that the Premier Manifesto is paragraph by paragraph a complete answer to the statement afterwards issued by the new Liberal leader, Mr. Rowell. The railway and immigration policy advocated by Mr. Rowell is on the road to accomplishment. The same may be said of the educational measures advocated and those affected by electrical development." End quote. In the spring 11, 1911 election, Whitney and the Conservatives won their third straight election, but it was not as much of a landslide as before. This time the party lost 4 seats, while the Liberals picked up 3 to finish with 22. The 82 seats won by the Conservatives was more than enough to win another majority, though. And Studholme, the only member of the Labour Party, would retain his seat. Mackay would be elected in the election, becoming not only a first-time MLA, but the leader of the opposition. Whitney would say of his election victory, quote, "At this moment it is difficult for me to choose proper language in which to express the heartfelt appreciation of my colleagues and our thanks for this magnificent endorsement by the people of Ontario of the course pursued by us." End quote. Before the 1914 election, the Ontario legislature increased its number of seats to 111. The Conservatives were still led by Whitney, who was looking to win his 4th straight election, something that had not been done since Oliver Mowat achieved it in 1886. Rowell, despite coming in at a short notice as leader, proved to be a very able leader for the Liberals, and he remained leader into the election. Rowell had spent the previous 3 years reorganizing the Liberal Party that had been shattered over the past few elections. In the election campaign, he would criticize Whitney for Regulation 17, which limited the teaching of French in schools, and the new Workmen's Compensation Act. Prior to 1910, the worker was required to prove negligence on the part of the employer, but the Act would change that. It was widely hated by companies who called it socialist legislation. Rowell's party would campaign on the slogan of "Abolish the Bar" to take advantage of the growing temperance movement. He would declare that the election was a battle between the organized Christianity of the Liberals and the organized liquor interests of the Conservatives. This was taken up by William Lyon Mackenzie King, who stated, quote, "There is one enemy in the line of social and moral reform, and that is the open bar, which ruins man by leading him on to alcoholic excess. What is the good of education if you put alongside the boy the temptation of the open bar?" End quote. At a speech in Kingston, Rowell would say, quote, "We promise, if returned to power at the very next session of the legislature, to pass legislation completely wiping out all hotel and club licenses in this province, and that no shop license will be permitted to issue to replace any hotel or club license is wiped out." End quote. Rowell also campaigned on giving some women the right to vote and to create a committee to investigate and provide a solution for the movement of farmers to the city. Various newspapers would also praise Rowell. The Winnipeg Free Press Prairie Farmer would write, quote, "A remarkable feature of the present Ontario provincial election campaign, which ends with a general election on Monday, June 29th, is that the outstanding personality seems to be the leader of the opposition, Mr. N.W. Rowell. Men everywhere are discussing not the Premier of the province, but the champion of the Liberal forces and his policies of abolish the bar, tax reform, etc." End quote. For Whitney, the year 1914 had been a difficult one. He had moved his offices to the Toronto General Hospital building in January after he was struck by a heart attack in late 1913. His health was poor throughout the year, and he was not able to table his Workers' Compensation Act because of that poor health. During the election, he could only appear at one public meeting, which was held at Massey Hall in Toronto. The Windsor Star reported, quote, Sir James Whitney has been able to make only one appearance on the public platform, which was in Toronto on Tuesday night. The condition of his health prevented him from touring the province, which would have helped the government candidates materially. End quote. This was in sharp contrast to Rowell, who campaigned heavily throughout the province. The article continued, quote, Mr. Rowell, on the other hand, has been conducting meetings in various parts of the province and has waged a most aggressive campaign. End quote. The new Ontario Election Act that had been passed also carried stiffer fines for elections in the province. Under the new law, anyone who is found guilty of bribery in the election would be imprisoned for 6 months, while also paying a $200 fine. The same applied to candidates who treated anyone to refreshments, costing them $200 and voiding any election result. On June 29, 1914, the election was held with the Conservatives gaining 1 seat. The Liberals also gained 2 seats, finishing with 24. This gave the Conservatives another majority government. Studholme, once again the only Labour member of the legislature, was once again re-elected. The St. Catharines Standard wrote of the election, quote, The feverish campaign of the Liberal leader himself, the clamour of the party press, and the fulminations from the pulpits of those clergymen who fell for the cry of abolish the bar, added but a handful of members to the corporal's guard of Liberals in the legislature for the past decade. The common sense of the electors and their gratitude for the stainless administration and progressive legislation of the present government remained unshaken. End quote. Only a few months later, on September 25, 1914, Whitney died in Toronto. After 9 years, Ontario would have a new premier. 1919. After the death of Whitney so soon after the last election, the role of premier fell on William Howard Hearst. Under Hearst, Ontario would go through many changes over the course of the next 5 years, even as the country was dealing with the First World War. Hearst's government would provide compensation for workers that were injured, provide loans to new settlers, pass new municipal acts, create agricultural schools, begin fire prevention services, and reforestation of various forest lands. Hearst was also a supporter of the temperance movement, but the base of his party were the alcohol producers and barkeepers, so he had to walk a very thin line. He would do this by creating the Board of License Commissioners in 1915, which would distribute licenses for any business looking to sell alcohol. In 1916, the Ontario Temperance Act was introduced as a wartime measure, which made the possession of liquor or beer outside of a person's home illegal. As a result of this, bars, taverns, clubs, and liquor stores were shut down. It was decided that to save money, voters would also be able to vote on a referendum on prohibition when they vote for the party to lead the province. The referendum result would be in favor of prohibition in the province. Prohibitionists were also very active in the election, with one report of 4,500 in Toronto alone canvassing and working in connection with the referendum. Women's suffrage was also growing in popularity across Canada, and between 1916 and 1917, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba all gave the vote to women. Hearst actually opposed women's suffrage, but due to mounting pressure, he would change his opinion, and in 1917, Ontario became the 5th province to permit women to vote. His government was the first Conservative government to give women the vote. The Winnipeg Tribune wrote of Hearst, quote, Ontario has had in Sir William Hearst a premier generally regarded, and rightfully so, we believe as a man of personal integrity, but he is an old-time party man and, as such, is bound to follow many of the old objectionable party customs. End quote. The next election was supposed to be held in March of 1918, but Hearst, along with new Liberal leader William Proudfoot, both agreed to extend the existing provincial government until the forces returned home from the war in 1919. Journalist John Wilson would say, quote, There could not have been a worse time for a general election. End quote. The decision by Proudfoot to delay the election with Hearst would cost him his position as leader. In the 1919 Liberal Convention, 95% of members voted for their disapproval of Proudfoot. In the June 26, 1919 leadership election, Proudfoot finished 4th on the first ballot, losing to Harley Duarte. As the election approached, the first in the province in which women could vote, the new United Farmers of Ontario came onto the scene. The organization was formed in 1914, and by 1917 it had 350 local clubs and 12,000 members thanks to its call to nationalize railways, provide progressive taxation, and legislate the operation of cooperatives. By the time the 1919 election came along, the organization had 50,000 members. Many farmers felt betrayed by the federal Conservative government of Sir Robert Borden, who went back on a promise to exempt farm labourers from conscription. Hearst supported this, and this would cost him dearly in the election. The conscription issue would badly divide the provincial Liberal Party, just as it had the federal Liberals. In the election campaign, only the Conservatives ran with a full slate of candidates, while the United Farmers of Ontario only ran in rural ridings. The Liberals would attempt to avoid running in ridings where the United Farmer candidates are located. Heading into the election, many were saying it would be one for the ages. The Regina Leader wrote, quote, "The present election contest is the most remarkable in Ontario's history. Instead of a straight fight between the two old parties, with an occasional independent or Labour candidate in the field, the present contest finds no less than 6 separate parties with candidates in the field." End quote. The hope of the United Farmers was that they would form the official opposition and then work with the Labour Party to have a majority in the legislature. The same leader's story continued, quote, "The general impression, however, seems to be that the Conservative Hearst government will carry the largest number of seats obtained by any one party, but doubt is expressed whether it would succeed in winning a majority of seats." End quote. In the October 20th, 1919 election, the province and the country were shocked by the result. The Conservatives suffered a huge defeat, falling from 84 seats to only 25, and Hearst would lose his own seat. The Conservatives became the first party in Ontario history to go from the leading party to a third-place party in the legislature. The Labour Party surged from 1 seat to 11 seats. The Liberals also increased their seats from 24 to 27. The real surprise was the United Farmers of Ontario, who went from no seats to 44. No one, not even the United Farmers, expected to hold government, and they didn't have an official leader because their current leader was serving in the House of Commons and couldn't run in the provincial election. The United Farmers and the Labour Party would form a coalition to govern the province for the next several years. The Toronto Globe would write, quote, "The Hearst Conservative government was swept off the map by the rush of a new party." End quote. In the election, all of the anti-prohibition candidates were defeated. 8 returning soldiers were elected, 3 clergymen were elected, and only 24 MPPs were able to keep their seats. Among the MPPs who were not re-elected were 5 cabinet ministers, including Hearst. Hearst would say of his defeat, quote, "I will not make any prophecy as to what will take place. I thought the government was going to sweep the province, and I was not alone in that, for a great many Liberals who were supporting me thought so too. The Temperance Act had no doubt a great deal in my defeat, but I did what I felt was right, and if I had to do it over again, I would do the same." End quote. William Lyon Mackenzie King, the leader of the opposition in the House of Commons, would write in his diary, quote, "I am delighted with the political earthquake, which has effectively shaken Tory citadels throughout Ontario. Let us pray for years to come. It is the best thing that has happened since the war." End quote. In speaking with the press, King would say, quote, "It looks like the handwriting is on the wall. It is a victory for the progressive forces arrayed against the reactionary forces of Toryism in Ontario." End quote. With no leader for the United Farmers, it created a unique situation, briefly, where Ontario did not have a premier. The Lieutenant Governor, Sir John Hendrick, would state, quote, "I believe that under the circumstances, I could call anyone in the House and ask him to form a government. Of course, it goes without saying that such a man would have to have the support of the majority of the Legislative Assembly to carry on." End quote. Ernest Drury would agree to lead the new government, becoming premier, as he was the vice president of the party. He had not run in the election, so he would have to run in a by-election to enter the legislature. He would say of his new role, quote, "May we not hope that this political movement, which has begun as a class movement representing farmers and labor, may be expanded and broadened out until it embraces citizens of all classes and occupations and becomes, indeed, a people's party." End quote. Also in this election, 2 women stood for election, Justerna Sears and Henrietta Bundy. Both were unsuccessful in their attempt to get elected. 1923. After the upheaval caused by the unexpected result of the 1919 election, many were wondering what exactly would happen in the next election. As it turned out, it would be a return to form for Ontario. Over the past 4 years, the United Farmers government under Ernest Charles Drury had accomplished many things in a short period of time. The party introduced allowances for women and children, a minimum wage for women, increased worker compensation benefits, and provided support for parents and children born out of wedlock. Ontario Hydro was expanded to provide electricity to rural areas, while the Province of Ontario Savings Office was created. The first major reforestation program in North America also began, as did the construction of a modern highway system. His government also provided a grant for Frederick Banting and Charles Best to research a treatment for diabetes, which resulted in the discovery of insulin. In regards to temperance, the government was a strong enforcer of it, but it was not popular publicly as the years went on. Overall, the election was won with little in the way of drama. Premier Drury was unable to campaign for some time due to a severe sore throat, and all three leaders had trouble agreeing on what the main issue actually was. The Red Deer Advocate reported, quote, "The Ontario election campaign, according to all accounts, is one of the quietest known in the province for a long time." End quote. If there was an issue, it was temperance, and the call for a referendum to decide it came up once again. Liberal leader Wellington Hay would state of the referendum, quote, "There is no doubt that when the vote is taken, and I have no doubt one will be taken, the majority will express itself clearly and decisively." End quote. Conservative leader Ferguson would try to appeal heavily to rural voters to take away the vote from the United Farmers. He would promise that his government would provide grants of money to be paid directly towards farmers. At one rally held at Massey Hall, he would say, quote, "The importance of agriculture cannot be overestimated. Greater stimulus must be given to the industry by improving the conditions of the rural life and increasing the advantages and profits to be derived from life upon the farm." End quote. Heading into the election, no one knew what was going to happen. The Toronto Mail and Empire would write, quote, "With polling day 96 hours distant, the eyes of the Dominion are centered upon Ontario this week. More than the political complexity on the next provincial legislatures hangs upon the outcome of Monday's election. Perhaps never before in her history has Ontario experienced an election so difficult to dope as the present one." End quote. The general consensus was that no party would have a majority. In the June 25, 1923 election, the Ontario Conservative Party rebounded from its previous result to once again earn a majority in the legislature, although it took less than half the votes cast. The party was able to surge ahead with a 50-seat gain to finish with 75. One issue with this election was that the voter turnout was extremely low, only 50.7%. Ontario would not reach that low level again until 2007. Every party in the election took fewer voters than they had in 1919. The Toronto Mail and Empire would report, quote, "Ontario is in the hands of its friends again. That combination of big spenders and little autocrats has the flimsiest the people of this province ever went up against. Yesterday's election was a victory for the people of Ontario." End quote. The new premier of the province would be George Howard Ferguson, who had taken over as leader of the party. Ferguson had been in the legislature since 1905, and he was well respected. He had served as the Minister of Lands, Forests and Mines from 1914 to 1919. The United Farmers took a larger portion of the vote than it had in 1919, but it had only a fraction of the seats because many voters who did not want to vote for the United Farmers instead chose to vote for the Conservatives. Another problem for the United Farmers was that they did not run a candidate in any riding where a Liberal candidate was running, as well as 20 other districts. In the end, the United Farmers lost 27 seats and finished with 17. The Liberals also collapsed, losing 13 seats and finishing with 14, while the Labour Party lost 7 seats to finish with 4. Drury apparently had good humor in regards to the election campaign, and he would say, quote, "During all discussions of the campaign, I and my followers have endeavored to treat issues before the public in a fair and educative way. I have no regrets. The people have spoken, and I'm quite willing to abide by the will of the people." End quote. 1926. After the 1923 election, the United Farmers of Ontario made the decision to withdraw from electoral politics, and most of its elected members joined with the Progressives, which were led by former United Farmers Attorney General William Edgar Rainey. Leslie Oke and Benaiah Bowman opposed the leadership of Rainey since he was not a farmer, and they opposed the new Progressive Party. Both decided to remain as United Farmers of Ontario MPPs, though. George Howard Ferguson continued to lead the Conservatives and was now looking to win another election and earn a second term. As Premier, Ferguson led his party to encourage private investment in industries in Ontario, as well as developing the abundant natural resources of the province. By this point, Ferguson was very popular in various circles in Ontario. Maclean's would write of him, quote, "He is not afraid to talk freely and to give something to those who see him while he keeps his own counsel on major affairs. Comparisons are odious, but this Ferguson quality is kindred with Laurier's and contrastive to the former aspirant for the Ontario premiership who habitually gave the impression of concealing his thoughts from his friends and always wore a poker up his political back." End quote. At the time, temperance had gone from a relatively popular issue in 1919 to something that many people were against. In 1924, the Ferguson government had run a referendum on whether or not to soften the temperance laws. The hope was that the public would be in favor of this so that the Conservatives could have a new tax revenue stream. The referendum was only defeated by a very slim majority. This would lead to Ferguson's Conservatives to permit the sale of beer as long as it was less than 2.2%. This brew of beer would become known as Fergie's Foam. The anti-temperance stance of the Conservatives would cause issues within the party itself. William Folger Nicol, a prominent minister in the party, would resign and run as an independent. The Conservatives would run on the campaign of repealing the Ontario Temperance Act and permit the sale of alcohol in government-owned liquor stores. Ferguson would state, quote, "Now is the Ontario Temperance Act the crystallized judgment of the great mass of Ontario people? I am not attacking the Act. I have stood behind it all the way along." End quote. He would add in another rally near the day of the election that government control of liquor was better for everyone, stating, quote, "And when I say control, I mean control. Let the offenders beware." End quote. The Liberals at this point were now led by William Edmund Newton Sinclair. He had come in as the interim leader of the party in 1923 after Wellington Hay resigned following the last election. Highly unusual in politics, Sinclair would serve as the interim leader of the party until 1930. The reason for this was because the party was highly disorganized and could not hold a leadership convention. Throughout the election, Sinclair attacked Ferguson relentlessly. At one point in Brantford, attended by many Conservative leaders, he would accuse the Premier of crafting his own statements to push his own agenda in the polls. He would say, quote, "He has made a lot of unfair and unjust statements in regards to the young people, and he has contradicted his own statements. Premier Ferguson has opposed to holding elections in the late fall of 1925 because of the possible handicap to voters, but in the late fall of 1926 he does not hesitate to hold a general election." End quote. On the temperance issue, Sinclair would state, quote, "The weight of opinion of most eminent counsel is that once the province engages in the sale of liquor, the province cannot prevent importation by private parties." End quote. Sinclair would even levy claims of bribery against Ferguson over the liquor issue, stating he was trying to bribe the people of the province with tax cuts. He stated, quote, "It is a sorry day when a premier and a cabinet minister stand upon the platform and make vague and indefinite promises in order to influence the vote of the people." End quote. By this point, the legislature would have 112 members thanks to a new act passed in 1925. Sinclair would criticize Ferguson over this act, stating it was only done with the intention of introducing the government's sale of liquor. He would say, quote, "If the Ferguson proposals were really in an aid of temperance, as he suggests, one would have thought that Mr. Ferguson would have courted the greatest vote in support of temperance, that of the rural ridings, and he would have held the election at a time when such voters could most conveniently get to the polls." End quote. The Prohibition Union would publish advertisements stating that Emily Murphy, who was the first female magistrate in the British Empire, who praised government control in Alberta, was a cousin of Ferguson. Ferguson would state that this was incorrect, and he would threaten legal action against the organization. In the December 1st, 1926 election, the Conservatives once again won a majority, albeit a smaller one than they had in 1923 after they lost 3 seats to finish with 72. The Liberals, despite how disorganized the party was, would have 14 seats, the exact same number they had in the previous election. The New Progressive Party picked up 10 seats, while the United Farmers of Ontario collapsed. Ferguson would say upon his victory, quote, "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity of expressing on behalf of the government our gratitude for the wonderful achievement today." End quote. Only Oakey would be re-elected from the United Farmers of Ontario, while 2 new members were elected. The party had fallen a long way from being the ruling party in 1919 to only having 3 seats by 1926. The same day, the Ontario Temperance Act would be defeated in a vote by Ontario residents. With the election won, the Conservatives created the Liquor Control Board of Ontario, and the sale of alcohol at those stores began, ending the Prohibition era of Ontario. Ferguson would say in his victory speech, quote, "Will there be any let-up in the enforcement of the OTA before the government control policy becomes law? Not in the slightest." End quote. By this point, Ferguson was becoming popular enough that there was talk that he would become the new leader of the Federal Conservative Party after the election loss of Arthur Meehan. As it turned out, Ferguson would have other plans for his career. 1929. The 1920s had seen various changes for Ontario politics. While the United Farmers had started the decade leading the province, the Conservatives came back into power and were now looking for a 3rd consecutive term in 1929. Still led by George Howard Ferguson, who had served as the leader of the party since 1920 and the province since 1923, the party had created the Liquor Control Board of Ontario in 1927, and the relaxed stance of temperance was in sharp contrast to the Liberals, who were hard into prohibition until 1930. Ferguson would call the liquor policy of the Liberals wobbly and state that 10 years of prohibition was a failure, as well as expensive and futile considering bootleggers were able to get rich on selling liquor. But it wouldn't be all smooth sailing for Ferguson. He would be confined to his home for several days during the campaign as he battled bronchitis. The Liberals continued to be led by W.E.N. Sinclair, who had served as leader since 1923, but was still an interim leader due to the disorganization of the entire party. The United Farmers and Progressives, once powerful in the province, were now fading from relevancy, and the 1929 election would show that. 6 members of the Communist Party would also run on the platform of building a socialist system in the province, calling for unemployment insurance, a 7-hour day, 5 days a week, and a minimum wage of $25 per week. Liquor continued to be an issue in the election, even though it was mostly resolved in the previous election. The Vancouver province wrote, quote, "If there is any Ontario election issue at all, it is the liquor question, although some candidates, running away from it, declare the matter settled." End quote. This election would have a unique aspect to it in that airplanes would be used for the first time for far north polling divisions around Moose Factory in the hopes of boosting returns from the area. The Premier and others would also take to the air to reach these areas that were typically inaccessible during an election campaign. In previous campaigns, dog teams were used, but that would no longer be the case. In the October 30th, 1929 election, the Conservatives saw their seat count rise by 18 seats to 90, later to increase to 92 due to by-elections. This was the highest seat count ever won in a party in Ontario's history to that point, and it would remain the most seats ever won by an Ontario provincial party until 1987, when the Liberals under David Peterson won 95 seats. The Winnipeg Tribune would write, quote, "Never in the history of Ontario has a government majority been so dominant. Only in 2 provincial elections, 1911 and 1914, was there any approach to the situation." End quote. Ferguson would call it an absolute unanimous support of his party. The Winnipeg Tribune continues, quote, "His personal popularity with his opponents as well as supporters is undeniable, and even those who suffer from his downright and even brutal attacks upon the platform admit in private life his charm and simplicity." End quote. The Vancouver Sun wrote, quote, "The high point in Premier Ferguson's tactics was the adoption of the liquor law as his own natural child. He manipulated the situation to the point where the election of a Conservative government meant liquor, and the election of any other government meant drought." End quote. The Liberals lost 2 seats to finish with 13, while the Progressives collapsed. The party lost 6 seats to finish with just 4. And as for the United Farmers, once a powerful party in Ontario, they lost 2 seats to finish with just 1. Prime Minister William Lyon Mackenzie King would write in his diary, quote, "Tonight we received returns of the Ontario election. Apparent that Liberals have only about 12 seats, and Progressives down to 2 or 3. One good may come out of elections to us federally. It may serve to keep Progressives out of federal arena in Ontario." End quote. As for Ferguson, he would leave provincial politics only 1 month after winning the election, so he could become the Canadian High Commissioner in London. He would eventually pass away in 1946, having left a strong mark on Ontario history. 1934. By the time the next election rolled around, Canada was in a very different position from only 5 years previous. The Great Depression was now raging, and with little end in sight, voters set the target of their hate on the Conservatives. This mirrored what was happening in federal politics. At the time, the country was led by Conservative Prime Minister R.B. Bennett, who was slow to respond to the crisis that was the Great Depression. In the end, this would sink his party in 1935, launching 22 straight years of Liberal rule over the country. As for the Ontario political scene, both the Liberals and Conservatives now had new leaders. George S. Henry became the new leader of the Conservatives in 1930 and subsequently became Premier as well. As Premier, he continued the expansion of the province's highway system. His government increased the highway system of Ontario from 670 kilometres to 3,888. This included the construction of Canada's first 4-lane highway running from Toronto to Niagara Falls. And while this was a big achievement, his government was doing little to help those suffering with unemployment in the cities or the low farm prices on products in the rural areas of the province. His government would also create work camps, like the Bennett government had been doing, which were extremely unpopular. The camps were created not so much to provide welfare to the suffering, but to control radical elements and move them away from the city. Many in the work camps would work on that highway system. The Liberals were now led by a charismatic leader named Mitchell Hepburn. Hepburn had been part of the United Farmers of Canada in the early 1920s, but switched to the Liberals. In 1926, he would be elected to the House of Commons, serving until 1930, when he became the leader of the Liberal Party of Ontario. As leader, and with the Great Depression starting, he supported farmers and free trade, and with his past with United Farmers, he was able to attract many rural voters to the party. He was also against prohibition, which broke the Liberal stance that had lasted for over a decade in the province. Extremely quick-witted, he knew how to make a speech and a lasting mark on the memory of Ontario citizens. This included standing on a pile of manure to make a speech and apologizing for speaking from a Tory platform. The Toronto Star would write of Hepburn during the campaign, quote, "He had a free and easy platform manner, his customary attitude being hands plunged into the side coat pockets while he wandered about the platform, releasing an unflattering flow of barbed wire eloquence that no other political speaker can match, and certainly not in deadliness." End quote. Hepburn would attack the Conservatives over the toll gate scheme, which alleged that the party was trying to profit from granting licenses to sell products to the Liquor Control Board. Hepburn would criticize the Conservatives as being not only corrupt but a bloated administration, and he would pledge to auction off the government's limousines as soon as he became Premier. Henry would attack Hepburn, calling him a radical that would prove to be a disastrous leader for the province. And while Henry promised to raise the relief camp wages by 25 cents per hour, Hepburn countered with a statement that the Conservatives were trying to buy the election, and that if the workers are worth 25 cents more an hour now, they were worth that 2 years ago as well. Hepburn would also use the unpopularity of R.B. Bennett against the Conservatives by reading statements made by him during the Great Depression. On June 13th in Stratford, a debate was held between Hepburn and his riding opponent, H.J. Davis. Both were heckled and interrupted in their speeches, but Hepburn would win over the crowd and was carried out on the soldiers' supporters, while Davis was trying to finish his speech. Hepburn did not let up with his accusations of corruption among the Conservatives. At one point, he stated that there was a secret pact to divide the profits from the construction of the $4 million East Block of the Ontario Legislature. Henry would dispute this, stating the only excess of cost was $185,000 for cutting Canadian stone instead of Indiana limestone. As things were looking bad for the Conservatives, there were rumors that former Premier Ferguson was going to come to Ontario prior to the election to campaign for the party. This proved to be false. The Ottawa Citizen reported, quote, "The former Premier of Ontario said he certainly was not planning a trip to Canada at present, though he might make his customary trip in the autumn." End quote. In the June 19, 1934 election, the Conservatives suffered one of the worst collapses in Ontario's political history. The party would lose an astounding 73 seats, finishing with just 17. The Conservatives lost 4 out of every 5 seats that they had won the previous election. As well, 2/3 of the entire cabinet of the party would lose their seats, 8 in total. The Liberal Party gained 52 seats, and Hepburn became the new Premier of Ontario and the youngest Premier in the history of the province at only 37 years old. A group of liberal progressives ran in the election and stated they would support a Hepburn government, and their leader, Harry Nixon, became a minister in Hepburn's cabinet. Remember the name Harry Nixon. We'll be talking about his son in the next episode. Upon winning, Hepburn stated that he would endeavor to give honest administration to the people of the province who had helped discredit the Henry administration. He would then be part of a victory parade in Toronto that lasted through the night until he finally went to sleep. William Lyon Mackenzie King, now the leader of the opposition, would wire a telegram to Hepburn and state, quote, "You have fought a good fight and the real victory is already yours. Come what may, in following you, I have been living over again some of the former campaigns. You will discover many parallels all along the way and will live to see many more." End quote. Publicly, King stated, quote, "Too much credit cannot be given to Mr. Hepburn for the results which have been achieved by the Liberals in the province of Ontario. More than all else, his fearless, energetic, and persistent campaign is responsible for the uprooting of the Tory machine in the province." End quote. Unfortunately, any friendship between Hepburn and King would disappear by 1940 due to differences over the war effort. It would get to the point that by 1942, Hepburn would support King's nemesis Arthur Meehan in a by-election in Toronto. A new party, the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, ran 37 candidates and won only one seat in the province. But the time would come for that party to lead the province, but that wouldn't happen for another 56 years. By this point, the United Farmers of Ontario had only one candidate return to the legislature, while the Labour Party also only had one member return. 1937. With the Liberal Party returned to power in 1934 for the first time since 1902, Ontario was going through several changes as the government tried to handle the Great Depression. The Liberals had helped the province regain some of the ground it had lost during the early 1930s, with mines, mills, factories, and farms starting to produce at higher levels again. Hepburn's government continued the expansion of highway projects and a focus on the increasing the output of the resource industries of the province. In 1935, Hepburn introduced the Industrial Standards Act, which set minimum wages and working conditions by industry and geographical area. Hepburn also adopted an aggressive approach to the collection of succession duty on large estates, which brought in millions of dollars for the government. In 1937, it brought in $16 million to the provincial treasury alone. Also in 1935, he passed the Power Commission Act, which cancelled the contracts that the Hydroelectric Power Commission of Ontario had signed between 1926 and 1930 to deliver electricity from power plants in Quebec. This act would be ruled a violation of extra-provincial rights by the Ontario Court of Appeal. Several acts were also passed to help preserve the forests of Ontario, including reducing the holdings of various companies. Great Lakes Paper saw its holdings reduced from 23,000 square kilometers to just 3,600 square kilometers. Arguably the most famous act of the Hepburn government involved the world-famous Dion quintuplets. They were the first known quintuplets known to have survived infancy, and they were born in Colander, Ontario. After only 4 months with their family, they were signed over to the Red Cross. Then, in 1937, the Quintuplets Guardianship Act was passed by the Ontario government, making them wards of the Crown until the age of 18. The provincial government and the people around the children began to profit by making the quintuplets a tourist attraction. Hepburn's claim was that the act would prevent further exploitation of the children.
In a log house in northern Ontario, 5 tiny babies beat the odds.
Eva, Annette, Cecile, Marie over there, and Emile over there.
From their very beginnings,
In their first beds were the butcher's meat baskets.
the Dion quintuplets were closely watched by many. Early on, their father agreed to display the girls at the Chicago World's Fair, then quickly changed his mind. Still, the Ontario government intervened. It removed the babies from their family, made them wards of the Crown, and moved them to a special nursery and observatory called Quintland.
It's the home of those 5 amazing children, the wonderful little girls who have taken the heart of the world by storm, the Dion quintuplets.
For years, they were on display, their everyday lives under the watchful eyes of thousands of curious strangers. A multi-million-dollar tourist industry was built around them.
The Conservatives were now led by William Earl Rowe again, but because he did not have a seat in the legislature because he was a member of Parliament, the leader of the opposition was George S. Henry. Rowe was well known in Ontario for his horse racing. The Montreal Gazette would write of him, quote, Since his early days, Earl Rowe has been a familiar figure at county fairs where he races his horses, and his large farm at Newton Robinson, he maintains a stable of fast pacers and trotters. He drives and trains his own horses and frequently judges at shows." End quote. Through the election campaign, Hepburn continued to show voters that he was a regular person rather than a conservative whom he portrayed to be rich and only concerned with themselves. Hepburn would say at one point, quote, "I am just a human being like yourselves. If I have ever made mistakes, they have been mistakes of the heart." End quote. The Liberals would show the success of the Succession Act in an advertisement published on October 4, 1937, days before people would go to the polls. It would state, quote, "Hepburn has already uncovered $28 million hidden away in inheritance taxes on undervalued estates. Vote to continue the hunt." End quote. As part of the election campaign, Hepburn attacked the American Congress of Industrial Organization's attempt to unionize General Motors. He stated this was a threat to organized labor. Rowe would not take a stand regarding this, stating, quote, "The issue was not law and order, but the right of free association." End quote. The issue of the American unionization would be why Hepburn would call the election early. The Edmonton Journal wrote, quote, "He had won warm praise for his attitude from many who were critical of his previous actions, and it appeared to him a good time to utilize this newly acquired popularity." End quote. Throughout the election, Rowe surprised many with his efforts to get the vote out for the Conservatives. The Saskatoon Star-Phoenix would write, quote, "Earl Rowe is proving a more doughty battler than anybody previously gave him credit for." End quote. The paper would also levy its opinion of Hepburn, which may have come down to more than political leanings of the paper than the actual case. It stated, quote, "Mr. Hepburn is not nearly as effective a campaigner when he is on the defensive as when he is attacking." End quote. On election day, Rowe would wait at home for the result but was confident in victory, stating he was, quote, "more confident of victory than I have ever been in any election since I entered public office." End quote. Prime Minister William Lyon Mackenzie King would express his hopes for a Liberal victory in the night before the election, stating, quote, "I don't want to see a Tory government in Toronto." End quote. In the October 6, 1937 election, Hepburn and the Liberals once again had a majority government, but it was reduced by 2 seats from the 1934 election. The party finished with 63, which was still well above any other party. The Ontario Conservative Party picked up 6 more seats and finished with 23. Prime Minister William Lyon Mackenzie King would write in his journal of the election, quote, "The election had been conceded for Hepburn by that time 9 o'clock, and from then on returns rolled in, bringing his representation up almost to where it was after the last general election. I sent off a wire of congratulations and good wishes to him, and wires to all the ministers and 1 or 2 members." End quote. Rowe would also congratulate Hepburn, stating, quote, "Heartiest congratulations on your great victory at the polls today." End quote. Hepburn would respond, quote, "That was the sporting thing for him to do." End quote. Hepburn would also say of his victory itself, quote, "The people of Ontario may rest assured they will have another 5 years of industrial peace. Ontario was given endorsement to the first jurisdiction that had enough courage openly to defy and resist the threatened Committee for Industrial Organization and Invasion." End quote. The Cooperative Commonwealth Federation ran 37 candidates but lost its only seat, resulting in no seats in the legislature for the party. The United Farmers of Ontario had only 1 candidate from the previous election, and he would leave the party in 1940 and join Hepburn's cabinet, effectively ending the party for good. Voting was also high for this election, with voters waiting before polls even opened to cast their ballot. By noon, roughly 20% of the votes in places like Sault Ste. Marie had already been cast. Several cases of irregularities in the vote were also being investigated. Deputy Returning Officer for the Toronto-Brackendale riding was arrested after complaints were made that he was offering ballots for sale, and he had 3 books of ballot papers, 150 in total, on him. The man elected in that riding was Lionel Conacher, who played for both the Toronto Argonauts and the Toronto Maple Leafs. He had won a Memorial Cup, 2 Stanley Cups, and the Grey Cup. He would serve in the Parliament from 1937 to 1943, then in the House of Commons from 1949 to 1954. He was named Canada's Male Athlete of the Half Century in 1950 and is a member of Canada's Sports Hall of Fame, the Canadian Football Hall of Fame, the Canadian Lacrosse Hall of Fame, and the Hockey Hall of Fame. He would say of the matter related to Conroy that he would pay his bail, but this application was refused. Interestingly, this election was the last to date in which the winning party won an absolute majority of the popular vote. After his brief time leading the Conservatives, Rowe would continue to serve in Parliament until 1963, including as the leader of the opposition for a few months in 1956 between George Drew and John Diefenbaker. In 1963, he became the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, serving until 1968. 1943. After several years leading Ontario, years of conflict between Mitchell Hepburn and the Federal Liberal Party had weakened the Liberal Party of Ontario during the tumultuous years of the Second World War. The fight with the CIO from the previous election would not go away either, and Hepburn, who supported the owners of the plant and General Motors, organized a volunteer police force to put down the strike after Prime Minister William Lyon Mackenzie King refused to send in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Cabinet ministers who disagreed with Hepburn's decision were forced to resign. The strikers would hold out, though, and Hepburn would back down on April 23, 1937. The strike would cause a deep rift between Hepburn and King, and Hepburn would go on to criticize King's war effort. This would lead Hepburn to put forward a resolution that accused the federal government of mishandling the war effort. The Conservatives voted for the motion while the Liberals were split on it. When King chose not to implement conscription at first, Hepburn encouraged men to volunteer. This would lead to what I mentioned earlier, Hepburn's support of King's rival, Arthur Meehan, in a by-election. At one point in February 1943, he would even compare King to Adolf Hitler. Members of the Ontario Liberal Party and its supporters thought that the rift between the federal and provincial party was suicidal for the Ontario Liberal Party, and they called for Hepburn to step down. There were also rumors that the mental state of Hepburn was being impacted by a lack of sleep and too much medication. In October 1942, Hepburn would resign as leader of the party, and he was replaced by Gordon Daniel Conant, who became the premier of the province. On April 30, 1943, the Ontario Liberal Party leadership election was held, and Harry Nixon won with the overwhelming majority of the votes. Nixon was first elected in 1919 with the United Farmers of Ontario, and then served with the Progressives from 1926 to 1934, before joining the Liberals as a Liberal Progressive. Nixon was described by Maclean's as, quote, a good serviceable gray-haired, gray-suited, gray-personalitied, end quote. At the head of the Conservatives was a new man, George Drew. He had been the mayor of Guelph in the 1920s and the chairman of the Ontario Securities Commission before he was fired by Hepburn in 1934. In 1938, he became the leader of the Conservatives, and 1 year later, won in a by-election to become an MPP. As well, in 1943, the Conservatives had become the Progressive Conservatives, as the federal party had also done.
I fully appreciate the very great honor which has been conferred upon me. It is also a great responsibility. If I am to succeed, I must have your help and support. I do think that without regard to our political views, we must all cooperate, as we never have before in the past, to give to the unemployed work and to give to the youth faith in the future of this country. I assure you that I will at all times welcome any suggestion you may care to make, and probably from those suggestions some practical results can be obtained. We do live in a great country. It is your job, and it is my job, to work together, to do everything that we can to give the young and the old confidence so that they may say, I believe in British democracy. I do believe in the future of Canada.
There was some criticism of Nixon over calling an election during the middle of the war. Nixon would back his decision, stating there was always time to practice democracy. He would state, quote, I would have been untrue to the spirit of democracy if after the resignation of Mr. Hepburn and my choice as Liberal leader in Ontario, I had not given the people of the province an opportunity to endorse my government or choose a new one, end quote. During the campaign, Drew would run on more of a left-wing platform, offering free dental care and universal health care. The Globe and Mail would call the platform the, quote, finest social document in Ontario's history, one which should be read, studied, and thought upon by every citizen, end quote. Drew would also focus his attacks not on the Liberals, but on the Canadian Cooperative Federation. At the time, the CCF was surging in popularity. At the beginning of 1942, the membership of the party stood at 2,000. By the end of 1943, it was 15,000.
Listeners may be assured of hearing the various points of view in the Ontario provincial election campaign. The CBC has made provision for limited free broadcasting over this station by independent candidates in the Toronto area. Tonight you will hear an address by A. McLeod, Labor candidate for the Bellwoods riding. Mr. McLeod.
Good evening, my fellow citizens of Bellwoods. For the past 3 weeks, by radio and platform address, I have been discussing with you what I believe to be the major issues to be decided at the polls on August 4th. I have placed the winning of the war above every other consideration and have pointed out that all our hopes for the future can only be realized when the Axis powers have been defeated. I have proposed a number of war reforms which, if carried out, would enormously strengthen our war effort and hasten the day of victory. My opponents in Bellwoods have not discussed any of these pressing issues. Their campaign has been just another old-fashioned slugging match between machine politicians, with not even a suggestion that we are passing through the most critical period of Canada's history. These old-line politicians have shown not the slightest awareness that thousands of Canadian men and women are standing at their stations overseas, waiting to plunge into the fire of battle, and are depending on us to back the attack. Within the past few days, some of you may have received a circular from the Liberal machine candidate in Bellwoods, in which he makes a futile attempt to discredit me by resorting to the moth-eaten red bogey. I need hardly remind you that the red bogey, like false patriotism, has always been the last refuge of the scoundrel. You know, of course, that the world's two most despised criminals, Hitler and Mussolini, rode to power by the Red Scare. And because they succeeded in getting so many people to fall for this trick, they were able to plunge the entire world into a sea of blood. Just think how many millions of human lives have been snuffed out, and how much of the world's treasure has been squandered because unthinking people fell victim to the foul propaganda of the Nazi fascist gangsters.
Drew would refer to the leaders of the CCF as evil geniuses, and that the plea for state ownership and the abolition of monopoly was being used to fool people into the loss of their freedom. He would invoke comparisons of the CCF to the Nazis and Mussolini during speeches. He would state, quote, "The appeal of the Socialist Party in Ontario today is a device to mislead the people and to place their business of production under the representatives of the party." End quote. While Drew focused mostly on the CCF, he would still attack the Liberals whenever he could. He would state that Nixon's government had no record upon which to claim the support of the people, and that the Liberals were not ready for the demobilization period after the war. At one point he stated, quote, "In spite of the tremendous events which are shaking the world, in spite of the need for vigorous action to meet the urgent demands of post-war planning, Mr. Nixon leaves no doubt in anyone's mind that those who vote for a Liberal candidate in this election vote for a continuance of the same ineffective sort of government we have been getting." End quote. The Liberals also attacked the surging CCF heavily. One ad would state, quote, "You give up the title of your farm, your business, your insurance, and you vote away your freedom from the regimentation of your life and that of your children." End quote. Nixon would promise a floor on the farm products to prevent prices from falling to Depression-era levels. He would also state that as long as he was in office, there would be no Depression levels. He would also criticize the policy put forward by Drew that was patterned on the system of England. He would also state that the promises of Drew to reduce school taxes was not within the power of any party to fulfill. The CCF leader, E.B. Joliffe, would accuse the Liberals of using a booklet that was called a forgery to back up their claims that the CCF was going to nationalize farms. Joliffe would state, quote, "They know perfectly well that this is not true and never was true. In the Regina Manifesto of 1933, it was expressly stated the CCF stands for the maintenance of the family farm and the farmer's security of tenure." End quote. For most observers, it was clear that the Liberals were going to have trouble maintaining their hold on the provincial government. Before the election, King would write in his diary, quote, "I do not see how the Liberals will win a majority. A house divided against itself is sure to fall. Hepburn began to divide the House immediately after taking office." End quote. In the August 4, 1943 election, the Liberals collapsed, losing 48 seats and falling to third-party status with only 15 seats. This was the lowest seat count for the party since the 1929 election when it had only 14. Nixon, as can be expected, was not happy with the result. He would say on August 5th, quote, "The people have spoken and no one can quarrel with that." End quote. Hepburn, despite no longer being premier, was one of the few Liberals to be re-elected. The Cooperative Commonwealth surged ahead in the election, going from 0 seats to 34, and becoming the official opposition under their leader Joliffe. The Toronto Daily Star wrote about the surge in popularity, stating it was because, quote, "the determination of the great masses of people that a better day shall dawn for the common man," end quote. The Progressive Conservatives raised their seat count by 15 to finish with 38, only 4 more than the Cooperative Commonwealth, to become a minority government with George Drew as the new Premier of Ontario. Drew would say the day after the election, quote, "the result is close, closer than we expected perhaps. The result is personally very satisfying because we have held Toronto High Park. The most important factor, apart from the government's defeat, was a very strong showing of the CCF," end quote. King would write in his diary, quote, "results would seem to indicate that large bodies of Liberals had lost confidence in the government. The Conservative-minded had thrown their support to the Conservatives, and the Radical-minded their support to the CCF," end quote. Maclean's would see the writing on the wall for the demise of the Liberal Party in the province, writing, quote, "the complete overthrow of the Liberal administration at Queen's Park has much more than local significance. The vote was a protest vote, a protest against the activities of the federal Liberal Party machine, and, we think, a protest against the Ottawa government's manpower and labour practices," end quote. The election was notable for the fact that it would begin 42 years of uninterrupted government for the Progressive Conservatives. It would not be until the 1980s that the party would be pushed out of power. The election also saw 2 women, including Agnes MacPhail, the first woman elected to Parliament, elected to the legislature. The other woman was Ray Luckock. MacPhail would say that her win was because, quote, "the people have at last realized that the inaction and inefficiency of the 2 old parties is not what they want from now on," end quote.
All the workers, whether in the home, the factory, the farm, office, school, or whatever, are of the greatest importance to Ontario and should be the first concern of every government. You and your needs will be kept constantly in mind by a CCF government when it comes to power through your votes and with your consent. Particularly, the CCF wants a good life for every child, proper housing, proper training and education, and proper food. Just recently, humane people had a tag day in this city with a tag the shape of a milk bottle to raise money with which to provide needy children with milk. All honor to them, but more is needed. A CCF government will see that any municipality which wishes to do so may take full charge of the distribution of milk, bread, and fuel. Certainly, it would cost less to have milk delivered with 1 truck up each street in place of the 5 or 15 which now do the job. Milk would not cost as much, and it would be more easily delivered to the schools. A glass of milk for children in mid-morning and mid-afternoon would help both their health and their studies. Then there's the question of housing. Sweden, with its social democratic government, will not allow any child to be raised in slum or near-slum conditions. If the parents cannot afford decent housing, the government assists them. Yet here, in this beautiful province of Ontario, many children are raised in one room or 2 for the whole family. Such conditions cause disease and distorted personalities, if nothing worse.
In all, 6 women, 1 Liberal and 2 CCFers ran in the election. 2 Communists were also elected, despite the Communist Party of Ontario being banned. To get around this, they ran as Labour candidates. The election saw 1.19 million people vote, but 800,000 who could vote did not vote. Maclean's would write, quote, "enumeration was bad, so was the weather. A lot of folks were away on vacation, and a considerable proportion just wouldn't make the effort," end quote. With the CCF announcing they would not work with any other party in a coalition, it would only be a matter of time, less than 2 years in fact, before Ontario residents were back at the polls. 1945. Over the previous 2 years, Premier George Drew spent most of his time attacking the federal government of William Lyon Mackenzie King, including his leadership during the war effort, not using full conscription, and accusing him of attempting to centralize power in Ottawa. With his minority government and the Second World War going on, Drew did not do much during those first 2 years beyond prepare for the next election. As the 1945 election approached, Drew would play to the worry people had over communism, and he would begin to conduct a red-baiting campaign. The main reason for this was to erode the support of the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation. The Ontario Provincial Police's Special Operations Branch, specifically Captain William Osborne Dempster, was tasked with investigating wartime saboteurs, but beginning in November 1943, focused completely on the opposition MPPs of Ontario, especially the CCF MPs. CCF leader Ted Joliffe would accuse Drew's government of these investigations, and Drew would launch an inquiry with a commission report to be released. The commission would begin on June 20, 1945, while the report would be issued on October 11, 1945. In a radio speech, Joliffe said, quote, "It is my duty to tell you that Colonel Drew is maintaining in Ontario at this very minute a secret political police, a paid government spy organization, a Gestapo to try and keep himself in power." End quote. To ensure it didn't impact the election, Drew called an election for June 4th. Rather than hurt Drew, the backlash was focused on Joliffe, and the support of the CCF would fall dramatically. In a radio address during the election campaign, Drew would state he would resign immediately if the charges by Joliffe were found to be true. He would state, quote, "The inquiry will be conducted by a judge of outstanding ability and imperial judgment. From what I have seen throughout Ontario, I am confident that I will be called upon to form a new government. However, I give my solemn and unqualified undertaking that if Joliffe's charges that I set up a political police is proved, I will resign immediately." End quote. Joliffe would state that the radio address by Drew was just an attempt to sidetrack from the issue. He would state, quote, "Colonel Drew hasn't even attempted to answer the substance of my charges. He was very silent from the secret police report on a caucus of the official operation." End quote. The commission would eventually find no wrongdoing, but in the 1970s, documented evidence proving the charge of Joliffe against Drew would be found. The election was called quick enough that there was no time to prepare any election officers overseas, and the regulations for service voting had not even been drawn up. There would be claims that the June 4th election in Ontario was actually illegal based on Ontario's own election laws. Just prior to the legislature being dissolved, the government pushed through a bill that abolished the proxy system that soldiers had used to vote in 1943, and it provided new regulations that required the service personnel to vote in their own election. Throughout the campaign, there were calls to postpone the election. The Burlington Town Council, for example, would call for the election to be postponed until after the Commission's report was released. These requests would be turned down. During the election campaign, Drew was accused of operating a system similar to that of the Nazis. This would anger Drew enough that he would launch a $100,000 lawsuit against the Toronto Star, accusing them of libel. After the Liberals saw a total collapse in the previous election, they went back to someone who brought them great success, Mitchell Hepburn. In 1944, the Liberal caucus unanimously asked him to come back as leader. At this point, Hepburn reversed his criticism of King and would even campaign for him in Ontario during the 1945 federal election. Instead, he focused on the Conservatives, calling them the greatest menace in Canada. But through the campaign, Hepburn found he was not as well received as in previous years. In Sudbury, he would say, quote, "I was given a rough ride," end quote. Throughout the election campaign, Drew exploited the Cold War tensions and pushed the message of communists in the Liberal and CCF parties while downplaying the so-called Gestapo affair regarding Jolliffe charges against the government. He would also promise to continue upgrading the highway system, ensuring that it would go to the lowest bidder to save taxpayers' money. Hepburn was confident in the election, expecting to see as many as 56 seats being won by the party. He would also try to use the Gestapo charges against Drew to weaken him, stating, quote, "What we are worrying about is whether we are paying for such a Gestapo, and the investigation should be carried out without delay," end quote. As the election began to wind down, it became clear the aggressive Conservatives were heading towards a major win. On the night before the election, Drew would say in a speech, quote, "This election is going to determine whether we're going to have a strong Democratic government in Ontario, or whether, at this critical time, we are to suffer all the evil consequences of the sort of group government which has proved so disastrous wherever it has been tried. Please let us not be in any doubt about the alternatives," end quote. In the June 4, 1945 election, the Conservatives increased their party's seat count by 28, easily giving them a majority in the legislature. Drew would state after the election win, quote, "Naturally, I'm happy that I can say to have won my own riding, but I am perhaps even more pleased to have this convincing proof that our people in this province are not easily misled," end quote. Prime Minister King would write in his diary, quote, "Found out that Drew has made all but a complete sweep of the province. Hepburn and Joliffe had each lost their own seats. I was not surprised that Drew had won. I have felt all along he would. Was disappointed that so few Liberals were returned." End quote. Publicly, King would say, quote, "I have no comment. Provincial politics is one thing and federal politics is another." End quote. King likely had his mind on his own federal election, happening only a week after the Ontario election. In that election, the Liberals would again win, continuing their 22-year dominance from 1935 to 1957 of federal politics. The Liberal Party would lose one seat, falling from 15 to 14, and that one seat was the seat of Hepburn, who, because he was aligning with the Labour Progressives, a renamed Communist Party, saw his support evaporate. This ended his time in the legislature, which began in 1934. Hepburn would say, quote, "For the first time in my long political career, I have tasted defeat, but I can take it on the chin and I keep on smiling." End quote. Mr. Hepburn's fate should afford a lesson in political manners. You cannot play ducks and drakes with the electorate, as Mr. Hepburn has done, and depend for election upon verbal quips rather than the platform." End quote. By 1953, Hepburn had died of a heart attack at his St. Thomas farm. His funeral was attended by 5 former premiers. The CCF collapsed, losing 26 seats to fall to third place. The party now had only 8 seats in the legislature, and Joliffe would lose his own seat in the election, but that would not be the end of the road for him. The CCF also received 82,000 fewer votes than it had in the 1943 election. The Montreal Star wrote, quote, "Defeat of the CCF is not to be explained by the intervention of communist and other left-wing candidates in the constituencies of the CCF won in 1943. The CCF was beaten even in the industrial seats it might have expected to hold." End quote. As for the Labour Progressives, they finished with 2 seats, the same amount they had in the previous election. The election would see 9 of 36 veterans elected to the legislature, all of which were Progressive Conservatives. All 5 women who ran in the election, including Agnes MacPhail, were defeated. 1948. Despite having a majority government, Premier George Drew would call another election only 3 years after the last one. Heading into this election, Drew hoped to increase the majority of his government as the province headed into the 1950s. The Liberal Party was now led by Farquhar Oliver, who had been first elected as a member of the United Farmers of Ontario back in 1926 when he was only 22. After Hepburn resigned from the leadership of the party, Oliver was made the acting leader. In 1947, he was made the permanent leader of the party, and he would lead the party for the next 11 years, apart from a gap in 1950, to various levels of success. The Cooperative Commonwealth Federation was still led by Ted Joliffe, who had hoped to rebound from the terrible showing of the last election when the support collapsed over the Gestapo affair. The election would see a record 317 candidates looking to win one of the 90 seats in the legislature. The number of candidates was 27 more than had been seen in the 1945 election. During the election, Drew would be critical of the federal government, then led by the Liberals, and the $30 million in health services grants being offered to the provinces. He would also praise the close relationship between Ontario and Quebec at the same time, stating it was the best relationship between the 2 provinces since Confederation. He would also attack the Liberals over what he saw as the lack of support for rural hydroelectricity, citing the party only installed 50 miles of hydro lines in 1943, the last time the party was in power. The Conservatives would also promise $5 million for rural recreational programs. Joliffe would attack the Progressive Conservatives over what he described as election laws that were inadequate and out of date. He would state that thousands of people would find their names off the voter list due to the outdated system, and he would state, quote, "Apparently the government prefers the present inefficient and antiquated system." End quote. Joliffe would pledge to extend rural hospital and recreational services, as well as low-cost auto insurance and a Bill of Rights to prevent racial or religious discrimination. The Liberals, for their part, pledged to improve the highways of Ontario, which they claimed were in a poor state due to the lack of investment from the Conservatives. The Liberals also pledged food control measures and to contribute $4 million to dams in the province. The Liberals also stated they would prevent soil erosion and depletion. Oliver would state, quote, "The Liberal Party is prepared to bring in a land use policy with the object of protecting and preserving the wealth of Ontario's soil, agriculture, and rural life by a program of proper soil use and economic betterment." End quote. Oliver would also comment on the Conservatives' claim there would be no investment in hydro, stating, quote, The Liberal Party will undertake to remove hydro from politics. Hydro belongs to the people and not to one party. We will ask municipalities to select a representative on the commission board." End quote. Heading into the election, William Lyon Mackenzie King, who was in the last months of his 21 years as Prime Minister, would write in his diary, quote, "I shall be surprised if Drew does not have almost the same majority as before, a little less perhaps. This because the CCF Liberal votes will help to make it possible for the return of many Conservative candidates by minority vote." End quote. In the June 7, 1948 election, the Conservatives saw their support fall by 13 seats, but they still maintained their majority in the legislature. The Regina Leader-Post reported, quote, "Despite cold, wet weather in most parts of the province, the vote was heavy. It was expected to exceed the 1945 record of 1.7 million. Most shocking of all was that George Drew lost his own seat despite his party winning a majority in the election, and this might be one of the few times in Canadian history when such a thing has happened. Drew lost his seat to William Temple, who was pushing a message of temperance. As for Drew, he would leave provincial politics at this point and would move to the House of Commons, where he served as the leader of the official opposition from 1948 to 1956. He would lay the foundation for the resurgence of the Progressive Conservatives, but he would resign due to ill health in 1956. 1 year later, using the foundation Drew created, John Diefenbaker became the Prime Minister of Canada. Drew would say that he was disappointed that he lost his seat, but he felt the results overall were very satisfactory and that he believed the party had won wider representation. Agnes MacPhail would return to the legislature after losing the last election. She'd remain in the legislature until 1951. The Liberals would lose their position as the official opposition in the election, and that role would once again fall to Ted Joliffe and the Cooperative Commonwealth, who picked up 13 seats to finish with 21. William Lyon Mackenzie King would write in his diary after the election, quote, "My first thoughts on getting results was to what lengths the responsibility rests on Hepburn's shoulders and those who are associated with him for the destruction of liberalism in Ontario. It may lead to, if not the destruction, at least the crippling of liberalism throughout Canada in the general election. He certainly opened the door to the Tories and now to the CCF to power." End quote. This would be the last Ontario election that King would write about. By 1950, he had passed away. After the election, Thomas Laird Kennedy took over as the Premier of Ontario on an interim basis, serving until 1949 until the Leadership Convention was held and Leslie Frost would come in as the new Premier of the province. He had first been elected in 1937 and he would gain the name Old Man Frost, for reasons we will cover and discover in this episode and the next. 1951. Only 3 years after the last election, Ontario was once again heading to the polls. After the slight setback of the 1948 election, which saw a reduced majority, the Conservatives were hoping to regain seats and their stranglehold over the province. Leslie Frost had been leading the Progressive Conservative Party and the province as its premier since 1949. Known as the Silver Fox, he had been in the legislature since 1937. A veteran of the First World War, his government saw a major expansion of the role of the government beginning in 1948. His government also increased public investment in the province's economy. The Liberals were now led by a new man as the party went through a revolving door of leaders since the glory days of Mitchell Hepburn. Walter Thompson had only been elected to the legislature in 1949 and became leader in 1950. Once again, the party was at odds with the ruling Federal Liberal Party in Ottawa. In fact, the Federal Party opposed Thompson being selected as leader. Prime Minister Louis Saint Laurent got along much better with Frost and the Conservatives at the time. Through the election, Frost would play up the split between the federal and provincial Liberals over the leadership of Thompson. In response, Thompson would call Saint Laurent one of his closest friends, which was not the case at all. As soon as he became the leader of the party, the Progressive Conservatives set their sights on Thompson, releasing information that stated he was paid out of the Treasury in legal fees more than any other lawyer in Canada, over $300,000. Thompson, for his part, started campaigning as soon as he was elected leader. Over the course of 12 months and 12 days before the election, he made 159 political and 97 non-political speeches. The Cooperative Commonwealth Federation was once again led by Ted Joliffe, who hoped to see his party make inroads after doing well in the 1948 election and becoming the official opposition for the second time in its history. The CCF was completely caught off guard by the announcement of the election, though. At the time, Princess Elizabeth was coming to Canada for her first visit, and the party assumed Frost wouldn't call an election as a result. Frost, for his part, wanted to take advantage of the atmosphere of the day and not let the Liberals settle under their new leader. The CCF still had a great deal of support amongst the unions. The United Auto Workers Union, the largest and most powerful labour union in Canada, put its support directly behind the CCF. Frost would accuse the Liberals of threatening to repeal the Charitable Gifts Act, which made it so no charity trust could have more than 10% of any business. Frost cited an article in the Toronto Star for the statement, which would lead the Liberal Party to cut all ties with the Star moving forward. Thompson would promise to build the best police force in the country, stating, quote, "We will build the best police force in the world here in Ontario. We must pay these men more. We must pay them for the services we demand of them. They are the men we have engaged to protect us, and they must be well paid." End quote. Frost would also state that 116 of the election promises of Thompson would put a huge burden on the residents of Ontario. He would state, quote, "Taken in all, accountants estimate that Mr. Thompson's great promises would cost you taxpayers another $100 million a year. Remember, the whole budget for Ontario is now only $250 million." End quote. Frost was not always incredibly popular through the province. Due to his labour policy, union-heavy places like Hamilton were not friendly to the Premier. He would be heckled at one campaign stop there, and Frost would tell the audience, quote, "I can truthfully say that we have a greater degree of industrial peace in the province than ever before." End quote. This was met with a response from the crowd that stated, quote, "If you say you're telling the truth, you're lying." End quote. The CCF, meanwhile, pledged to establish a Women's Bureau of the Ontario Labour Department to eliminate discrimination against women in the industry. This election would see 271 candidates enter the race, well down from the 290 that entered in the election in 1948, and way down from the 317 who contested for a seat in 1945. The election would also cost $2.5 million, the most in history to that point. Across the province, there would be 60,000 people working at 12,000 polling stations. In the November 22, 1951 election, the Progressive Conservatives under Frost had a huge influx of seats, gaining 26 to finish with 79. This was the most seats won by a party in the legislature since the 92 won by Howard Ferguson and the Conservatives in 1929. Frost would state, quote, "The people have given the government a strong mandate to carry on. This carries with it the responsibilities to do a good job, and to this we shall devote all our efforts." End quote. George Drew, currently leading the Federal Progressive Conservatives, was elated over the election, stating, quote, "This magnificent victory is a well-deserved tribute to Leslie Frost's good government, his splendid leadership, and to the outstanding qualifications of the candidates who supported him in every part of Ontario." End quote. The Liberal Party lost 6 seats to finish with 14. Thompson lost his seat in the election, but due to how disorganized the party was at the time, he would remain as leader until 1954. Thompson would say, quote, "There will always be another day. We're the opposition, and I'm still the leader of the Liberal Party. Sure, I'm still smiling, but there will always be another day." End quote. Despite the low seat count, the party would once again form the official opposition due to the complete collapse of the Cooperative Commonwealth, who lost 19 seats to finish with just 2. Joe Leaf would lose his own seat, ending his time in the provincial legislature, although he would remain as leader of the party until 1953. Having led the party to its greatest success to that point, he would live just long enough to see the NDP win the 1990 election. Joe Leaf would state the election was lost because not enough people came out to exercise the right to vote. He also stated the election was called at a time that was most advantageous for the Conservatives, hurting the other parties. Saskatchewan Premier Tommy Douglas, who led the CCF in that province, would say of the results, quote, "From the standpoint of the CCF, the results of the Ontario election are extremely disappointing. Since misery loves company, there is some consolation in the fact that the Liberals didn't do very well either." End quote. Future Prime Minister John Diefenbaker, for his part, was elated, stating, quote, "A big Conservative majority was expected, but the overwhelming defeat of the CCF was a surprise. The results are very, very encouraging. The Ontario elections and results of the 4 recent by-elections show a trend towards the Conservative Party that is taking place all across Canada." End quote. One person who lost her seat was Agnes MacPhail again, resulting in no women in the legislature once again. 1955. After nearly a century now, the Conservatives and the Liberals had been in a back-and-forth battle for supremacy when it came to provincial politics in Ontario. For the Liberals, they'd been trying to return to power since 1943, and the Progressive Conservatives were right in the middle of a political dynasty that would not fall for another 30 years. Leslie Frost continued to lead the Progressive Conservatives and the province. Over the previous 4 years, Frost's government had expanded its schools, highways, and hospitals. In regards to education, his government continued to expand education at every level. From when Frost came to power to the end of the 1950s, his government would increase the number of universities from 4 to 12. The investment into education, which was $13 million, would be $250 million by the end of the decade. His government would invest heavily in the economy and begin constructing the 400 series of superhighways. The money going to the highways would be a contentious issue during the election. The Kingston Whig Standard would write, quote, "In the last 2 or 3 years, several $1 million of the Ontario taxpayers' money was shoveled into the various contractors' pockets without any practical gain to the electorate. These contractors working on highway contracts have in some cases been prosecuted, and in others have been shielded by their political accomplices." End quote.
Ontario's Premier, Leslie Frost, was the special guest of London newsmen at the opening of the London City Press Club. The function was attended by a galaxy of distinguished visitors. Mr. Frost officially opened the club, and in his comments spoke to men who enjoy freedom of the press, about a greater freedom, and the lack of it in half the world today.
But I think that the great challenge of 1958 is this. Are we going to be able to make democracy compete in a world, to use Lincoln's famous words, in a world half slave and half free? Now, friends, I think that was the great challenge of last fall, at the time the first space missile was put into orbit. The fact of the matter is this, that we had half of the world that was able to marshal its forces to do a certain thing, and that we have the other half of the world which is governed by the wishes and the varying currents of democracy. Friends, that is a very great problem and a great challenge.
Most notably, Frost's government would introduce the Fair Employment Practices Act and Fair Accommodation Practices Act, which govern laws against the discrimination of people based on their race, ethnicity, or gender. The Ontario Liberal Party decided to go back to a former leader, Farquhar Oliver, in the hopes that the party would reclaim some of the glory from the Mitchell-Hepburn years. Oliver had been in the legislature since 1926, and was last the leader of the party in 1950 when he was ousted. He would return to the leadership position on April 9, 1954. Oliver would state in the election that it was time to kick Frost out with, quote, "a lusty clap on the back and a kick in some other part of the anatomy," end quote. Oliver would also attack the Conservatives for their slow work to enact hospital insurance. He would state that the government wanted health insurance but wouldn't implement it because they stated there was not enough hospital beds. He would state, quote, "They've certainly had plenty of time in 12 years of government to build more," end quote. He would also accuse the government of corruption in the construction of highways, but Frost would respond that Oliver was making statements without any foundation of truth. He would state, quote, "He no welcomes before the people, making statements which he never made in the legislature. In fact, I had to prod him to say anything at all," end quote. The Cooperative Commonwealth Federation would now be led by Donald C. MacDonald, who would come in as leader on November 21, 1953. MacDonald was coming into the party at its lowest point. Only 10 years before he became leader, the party nearly formed the government, but now only had 2 seats in the legislature. At the time MacDonald became leader, he did not even have a seat in the legislature. Now, there were rumors that the Social Credit Party would enter into the Ontario election, but they chose not to, stating they had no quarrel with the government. Maclean's would report June 11, 1955, quote, "Provincially, they think Premier Frost is conducting affairs to most people's satisfaction, and that there is no particular reason for turning him out. Therefore, they don't propose to waste any time or money trying," end quote. The election was the first in history where television would begin to play a role. CBC would permit its television stations, and privately owned ones, to be used for political purposes. All the political parties in the election would be given free time on the television network for political speeches. In the June 9, 1955 election, the Progressive Conservatives increased their majority by 4 seats to finish with 83. This would be the last time the Progressive Conservatives would have more than 80 seats in the legislature until 1995. Frost would say in his victory speech, quote, "My first words here among my friends and neighbors are of gratitude to the people of Victoria and Haliburton, who again have given me their confidence. At this time of their great endorsement, which is rated a great political victory, I accept the verdict of the people with humility, conscious of the responsibility which this mandate carries." End quote. The Liberals would rebound slightly, picking up 3 seats and finishing with 11 to form the official opposition. The CCF, under its new leader MacDonald, picked up 1 more seat than the last election to finish with 3. That extra seat came courtesy of MacDonald, who was elected to the legislature. MacDonald would state, quote, "There is no use in kidding. It's a big disappointment. In the industrial areas where we thought we'd get in, we just didn't." End quote. There was an expectation that over 2 million people would cast a ballot since 2.9 million were eligible to vote, but only 61% who could vote would, with 1.7 million casting a ballot. Some recently enfranchised Indigenous of the Six Nations Reserve would choose not to vote. They stated they would boycott it because they stated they had their own constitution and they wanted to protect their treaty rights. 1959. As Ontario entered its last election of the 1950s, the man at the helm of the province, Leslie Frost, was hoping to win another majority government. Frost, who had been the premier of the province since 1949, was still extremely popular, and his government continued to expand various projects in the post-war boom for Canada. His government had introduced voting rights for the Indigenous and began the process to turn the Federation of the Old City of Toronto into Metropolitan Toronto. It had attempted to get control of income tax from the government, but it failed, and it had introduced legislation for equal wages for women, who are now working in larger numbers. When the writ was dropped, it dropped on the exact same date as the 1955 election. The election would also fall only 2 days prior to the 1955 election. Frost would say when the writ was dropped, quote, "It is all part of a dynamic economics creed. More people, more industry, more jobs, more wages, more opportunities." End quote. Frost was also starting to get a bit long in the tooth and was approaching 65. He had been involved in provincial politics for the previous 22 years and was getting ready for retirement. Before he could do that, though, he wanted to win one more election. The Liberals, continuing to try to organize themselves after nearly 2 decades out of power, were now led by John Wintermeyer, who had become the leader of the party in 1958. He had been elected in the legislature in 1955 in a close race against his progressive conservative opponent. The NDP were once again led by Donald C. MacDonald, who hoped to bring the party out of the depths and give it more of a say in the legislature. The Progressive Conservatives were hoping for big things with this election. The Federal Progressive Conservatives under John Diefenbaker had just won the largest majority in Canadian history the year previous, and there was the hope that support could swing to the provincial election. Throughout the campaign, Wintermeyer would promote several policies including universal Medicare, more improvements to welfare assistance, and full funding of Catholic schools. During the campaign, MacDonald would actually do quite well in terms of gaining support from rallies. The largest rally of the campaign was when 2,000 people came to hear him speak at Massey Hall in Toronto. He would state at it, quote, "If we develop the resource of this province, there should not be a single soul living in poverty." End quote. The CCF wouldn't just attack the Conservatives this time, but also levied attacks against the Liberals in hopes of getting their voters. At one point, just before the election, MacDonald used the words deceit, election bait, political thievery, and a grab bag of election gimmicks to describe the Liberals. MacDonald would state, quote, "The Liberal platform is 1 part political thievery, 1 part retreat from its own trial balloons, and 1 part deceit. It is an attempt to deceive the people of Ontario. The Liberal platform does not give any hint of where the money is going to come from." End quote. The election was especially heated, more so than in previous elections. Frost, generally seen as level-headed and not quick to anger, would actually attack 2 Liberal MPs in a speech, as well as MP Paul Martin. MacDonald would attack the Premier over the Northern Ontario natural gas issue, while Wintermeyer attacked Frost for failing to implement the Labour Relations Committee recommendations. He would call it the facade of postponement, and he would state, quote, "Frost is afraid to do something in election time for fear it might upset the apple cart." End quote. At the federal level, various individuals would speak about the Ontario election. Ellen Fairclough, the first female cabinet minister in Canadian history, would praise the agreement announced by the Conservatives during the election to give immigrants the same social and welfare benefits available to other residents. On the flip side of this, Liberal MP Paul Martin would call it nothing more than an obvious pre-election arrangement. Wintermeyer would also challenge Diefenbaker to enter the election campaign to defend his tax-sharing arrangement that he had made with Frost for the province. He would say, quote, "Premier Frost and Mr. Diefenbaker are afraid to bring the issue squarely before the people of Ontario. Is Mr. Diefenbaker afraid to come into the province today after the promise he made 2 years ago?" End quote. Under the agreement, Diefenbaker had promised more tax revenue to Ontario during the 1957 federal election, but only $14.9 million of the proposed $100 million a year had been paid. Wintermeyer would call it simply window dressing. Through the election campaign, there was the belief by some that the Liberals would see a great success after 18 years of Conservative rule over the province. One Liberal hopeful MP, Archie Laidlaw, would state, quote, "There is a substantial evidence of a desire for a change from the old, Frost Conservative government to a Liberal government with young, vigorous leadership and fresh ideas." End quote. Unfortunately for the Liberals, it would be more of the same in the election. In the June 11, 1959 election, the Conservatives lost 12 seats, but since they had such a large majority in the previous election, they retained their majority with 71 seats over the other two parties. Frost would state, quote, "We lost a few to the fortunes of war, but I'm pleased with the result. Anything over 68 seats is good. That was the way I figured in 1955. I was surprised then we got 83. I'm going to have some fun now for a couple days." End quote. Oddly, even though Frost was re-elected in his Victoria riding, a riding he had won continually since 1937, his opponent, Liberal John Nesbitt, refused to concede. Eventually, it was clear he had not won, and he was forced to concede the election to his opponent. Wintermeyer and the Liberals were able to make large gains in the election, doubling their seat count from 11 to 22. With the increased seat count, Wintermeyer was happy, even if his party didn't take the election. He would congratulate Frost and state, quote, "We will work to get the government to enact at least some of the legislation we proposed in our election campaign." End quote. MacDonald and the CCF also saw an improvement, rising by 2 seats to finish with 5. He would be carried off on the shoulders of his supporters. As for the election, he would only say he wished Frost well, and he would add, speaking of the Liberals, quote, "We raised the issue, and the irony of it is that the Liberals were able to take advantage of the anti-government trend we had created." End quote. 1963. When the 1963 election rolled around in Ontario, the man who had led the province since 1949 was no longer the leader of the Progressive Conservatives. He had retired in 1961 after several decades in provincial politics. He was replaced by John Robarts, who was born in Banff and therefore the only Premier of Ontario to not be born in Ontario, and he had served in the Navy during the Second World War and was elected to the legislature in 1951. In 1958 he gained his first cabinet post, and in 1959 he became the Minister of Education. On November 8, 1961, he became the new Premier of Ontario, and many considered him an unknown man, and many didn't even seem to know much about him.
It's been a very trying day, and I do not intend to speak for any length of time for this wonderful, wonderful convention complete. I realize the great sacrifice it has been for a great many of the delegates who are here from far parts of the province, and I thank you for your devotion to our party in attending. I would like to express my thanks and the thanks of all of you, of course, to Elmer Bell, the president of our association. I will pledge myself to attempt to continue to give Ontario the finest administration it has ever had. With the heritage that has been left to us by Mr. Frost, we have a real basis upon which to work. There is a great deal more to be done, and with his inspiration and the example that he has set for me in the years in which I have been in the legislature, the years that lie ahead will be a challenge to all of us. It'll be a challenge to our skill, it'll be a challenge to our ingenuity, and it will be a great challenge to our ability to provide the economic atmosphere to encourage the industry, which is so much a part of our economy and which will be so important if we are to continue in the vanguard of Canada.
Maclean's would write, quote, Robarts is so adept at keeping his family off the hustlings that his wife's face is less familiar to his electorate than Mrs. Khrushchev's. Many people who voted for him can't even pronounce his name. Even Leslie Frost accents the wrong syllable first. End quote. The Liberal Party was once again led by John Wintermeyer, who hoped to continue the trend he had started in the last election and gain more seats for his party. As for the CCF, it was now gone, but not really. Like on the federal level, it had been renamed and revamped as the New Democratic Party. And while the party name had changed, the person leading it had not. Since 1953, Donald MacDonald had been the leader of the party, and that would continue through this election as he hoped to increase his party's seats once again. The Conservative Party's advertising strategy was built around showing Robarts as a decent man. Maclean's would write, quote, During the election campaign, by conveying the impression that he was somehow above politics, he made the then provincial Liberal leader, John Wintermeyer, look boorish and unprincipled. End quote. A major topic in the election was organized crime in Ontario, which was an issue the Liberals pushed heavily in the election. Robarts would state, quote, In Ontario, there is organized crime but no syndicated crime. The one joy I took from the special report of Mr. Justice Roach on crime in the province was that, sure, there were a couple of rotten apples in the barrel, but the rest are all right. End quote. Robarts' method of answering Liberal accusations of organized crime and corruption in a fatherly and firm way actually gained him votes on the issues, rather than hurting him. Robarts was also popular enough that even the Toronto Star, for the first time in its entire history, told its readers to vote for a progressive Conservative. The NDP would try to gain some votes by attacking the Conservatives over corruption as well. MacDonald would state that no provincial government in Canadian history has had as many scandals as the Progressive Conservatives of the previous 10 years. He would state, quote, The situation has gone from bad to worse because the provincial government has persistently tried to cover up rather than clean up its own mess. End quote. Arguably the biggest issue was the proposal by the federal government to create a Canada pension plan, and how Ontario would fit into that plan. At the time, Robarts had a proposal for a portable pension plan. Wintermeyer would state, quote, If the Canada pension plan stays, great chunks of the Robarts pension legislation will have to be cut out. The guts will have to be ripped out of it. End quote. Wintermeyer would demand that Robarts give a clear yes or no if Ontario was continuing with its own pension plan proposal. Robarts would fire back at Wintermeyer, calling his campaign nothing but vilification and falsification. He would state that the gloves were off, in a change from his usual laid-back campaigning manner. Robarts would state, quote, Mr. Wintermeyer was left without a leg to stand on, without a feather to fly with. One would think he would have learned that you can't make progress by throwing mud. End quote. Federal Health Minister Judy LaMarche would get involved in the election campaign over the pension plan. She would say of Robarts, quote, I am not sure where Premier Robarts stands in regards to the Canadian pension plan. One should scrutinize very carefully exactly what it was that the Premier said in the meeting. End quote. Wintermeyer would be very happy that LaMarche was getting involved in the election issue. He would state, quote, Miss LaMarche's statement fortifies and substantiates the position I've taken all along. End quote. Federal Progressive Conservative leader John Diefenbaker would also state, quote, Well, her intervention in my last election campaign proved very helpful to me. Unfortunately for me, they withdrew her 2 days after she started. End quote. Robarts, for his part, would state that he was open to amending Ontario's pension plan to that of the federal system. He added that it was an issue that the Liberals had injected into the election. He would state, quote, Probably if I hadn't called an election, we'd have gone and worked this out. I have no worries about our ability to do this. I'm quite sure that after the election is over, I can sit down with Prime Minister Pearson and we'll come up with a good scheme, good for Ontario and the rest of Canada. End quote. Religion would also become part of the election campaign, albeit briefly. Wintermeyer was Roman Catholic, while Robarts was Protestant. Wintermeyer accused Robarts of injecting religion into the election by stating that Wintermeyer was trying to set religion against religion. Wintermeyer responded, quote, Now with the help of the Tory press, he has in the last few days attempted to exploit religious prejudice. Well, I think it is an act of a desperate man, and I am not going to answer him. End quote. As the election approached, George Wallace, a Liberal candidate in Renfrew North, charged Conservative campaign workers with pressuring deputy returning officers in the election to help the Conservatives get elected. He stated many were promised jobs if they campaigned for the local candidate. Wintermeyer would tell supporters that he could see the Liberals picking up 62 seats of the 108 in the legislature. He would state, quote, "With a Liberal government after September 25th, Ontario will take her rightful place as the banner province of Canada. I have confidence in the people of Ontario. They know things are not all right at Queen's Park at this time. They are concerned about the future." End quote. Sadly for Wintermeyer, his seat estimate was way off. In the September 25, 1963 election, the Progressive Conservatives won their 7th consecutive majority, picking up 6 more seats to finish with 77 in total. Robarts, with his first official election win, was jubilant. He would state, quote, "I need hardly to tell you that I am deeply gratified by the result of today's contest, and I desire to express my appreciation and my heartfelt thanks to those who have made our success possible." End quote. Speaking on the dispute over the pension plan with the federal government, he would state, quote, "I repeat my offer of full cooperation with Mr. Pearson, and I repeat again that while we regard it as our first responsibility to keep Ontario strong, we are equally determined to do all in our power to keep Canada united." End quote. Wintermeyer would help the Liberals to once again increase their seat count, rising 2 seats to finish with 24. Unfortunately for Wintermeyer, he would lose his own seat, and that would be the end of his time as the leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. The Kingston Whig Standard wrote, quote, "Mr. Wintermeyer, hard-hitting Kitchener lawyer, was silent on his future after the returns overwhelmed him Wednesday night, but colleagues said his career in politics appeared finished." End quote. For Wintermeyer, he found out his father was deeply ill only hours before he lost his seat in the election. He would say, quote, "I just can't understand it. We thought we were all right here. It is just like being hit a..." End quote. The newspaper at that point said he simply trailed off. Prime Minister Pearson would state simply that he had regret that Wintermeyer had been defeated. He would state, quote, "I have high regard for him." End quote. Wintermeyer, in his resignation speech the following day, stated, quote, "I feel that I should leave no doubt in the mind of the party or the public as to my position in view of yesterday's conclusive result." End quote. LaMarche would also comment, stating, quote, "Of course, I am a Liberal and I like to see the Liberals get elected." End quote. Wintermeyer would later go on to work as a director of a television station in Kitchener and serve with the Canadian Olympic Association before he tragically passed away in 1993 from ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. As for the New Democratic Party, they would raise 2 seats, finishing with 7, as the party slowly began to climb back to respectability. 1967. The year 1967 was a big year for Canada. Not only was it the Canadian Centennial Year, but Expo 67 was also held that same year in Montreal. Both of those topics have been covered on my other podcast, Canadian History Ehx. It was also an important year for Ontario as the province went into another election on the 100th anniversary of its first ever election. After winning his first election in 1963, John Robarts stayed on as the leader of the party. Over the previous years, he had become a supporter of Medicare after initially opposing it, and he believed in Canada having 2 official languages, and he would work to have the French language education offered in Ontario.
I don't think it is necessary that one should work in order to be kept alive in our society. And with the increase in our means of production, it may be that we are now sensing the first beginnings of a situation where our ability to produce may be such that there may not be productive work for everybody in our society. In which case, I doubt that any of us would take the attitude that if you don't work, you don't get paid, or if you don't work, there's no place for you in society as it may be. To relate this to the whole question of a guaranteed minimum wage, or guaranteed annual income, or negative income tax, however you choose to describe it, I gather that this matter has been pretty thoroughly discussed, and probably you want to know what my reaction to it all is in order that you may compare that with certain reactions that have been given to you by other people who've been here. We referred to this in the budget that was presented in the Ontario legislature in 1969 as something that we thought should be examined very carefully. My own approach to it is, I think it offers an infinite number of possibilities. which all should be carefully investigated.
Education was also a major focus of his time as Premier of Ontario, especially over the previous 6 years before the 1967 election. He would be responsible for the construction of 5 new universities in Ontario, the establishment of the Ontario Science Centre and Ontario Place, and the creation of a teachers' college. His government also began a major movement to the use of nuclear power for Ontario's power grid. The Liberals, still trying to build back to their glory years of the 1930s, were now led by Robert Nixon. Choosing to go with a young leader with the name recognition, the party chose Nixon. His father was, of course, Harry Nixon, the former premier of the province, and he was elected in 1962 to the legislature following his father's death. At the time he was chosen as the leader of the Liberal Party in 1967, he was 39 years old. But Nixon wasn't actually the first person chosen after previous leader Wintermeyer. Andy Thompson was chosen and was expected to lead the party in the next election. Unfortunately, in 1966, he was involved in a car accident that severely injured 2 elderly women. He was also severely hurt, and he would withdraw himself as leader on the advice of his doctors. Nixon then put his name forward, and no one ran against him, making him the new leader of the party on January 7, 1967. He would have a baptism by fire to learn the ropes before the election came along in October. As per usual, the NDP was led by Donald MacDonald, who had been leading the party since 1953 and had helped it grow slowly in the legislature with each election. Overall, the election was described as dull, with no major issues dominating election talk. Charles Lynch would write, quote, René Lévesque draws more space for quitting the Quebec Liberal Party than Robert Nixon gets for leading the Liberal Party in Ontario. Premier Donald Johnson gets more attention with a statement about Honolulu than Premier Robarts gets from a seemingly endless series of election speeches. End quote. The Hamilton Spectator would write of the election, quote, Ontario elections can put you to sleep. Candidates and parties just can't seem to crack the indifference barrier. Yet, if a provincial election is to be taken with the same degree of concern as Thursday's garbage collection, democracy is in trouble. End quote. Robarts would notice the apathy for the election and would state that the election campaigns had, quote, failed to resolve itself around any single issue in debate or has tended to become diffuse. End quote. This doesn't mean it was free of anger or drama, though. Robarts would attack MacDonald, whose party was growing in popularity, especially as the federal leader was the highly popular Tommy Douglas. Robarts would state that the NDP claim that the Progressive Conservatives have ignored Northern Ontario was completely false. He would call the party a harbinger of doom. At one point, Robarts found himself facing an angry demonstration of people picketing against his home ownership made easy plan. About 20 people with the Building Trades Council protested, stating that the plan would give work to non-union speculators. The plan allowed medium-income families to acquire low-cost housing with a small down payment, and this would not be the last protest over the matter that Robarts would have to deal with. Also during the campaign, 2 foster children were also taken from the home, by force, of Mrs. Arthur Timbrell, and Robarts had to order an official inquiry into the affair. The topic of Northern voters seemed to be one of the more popular ones as each party leader tried to woo the voters to their side. The Brantford newspaper wrote, quote, A lackluster campaign with no issues raised by the ruling Conservatives, the Liberals, or the New Democrats has increased the importance of local issues, and of those, the most common complaint is that a riding is in a forgotten part of the province. End quote. Robarts would state that he was sick and tired of hearing such complaints, stating his party treated all parts of the province equally. Nixon would propose that a Northern Development Committee be created to help deal with northern issues such as subsidized power rates and highway development. And MacDonald would state that the area needed a special Northern Affairs Minister and a Crown Corporation to speed the development of resources in the area. At the time, Northern Ontario had 14 ridings. Throughout the campaign, Robarts would promise several things, which was criticized by Nixon as not being feasible. He would state, quote, Surely this is the sort of politicking which went out in the dirty 30s. This is the taxpayers' money he is spending. End quote. Robarts, for the most part, would have a low-key campaign. The Kingston Whig Standard wrote, quote, Premier John Robarts has been handshaking his way through hamlets, towns, and cities, speaking to as many high school students as to adults, propounding his favorite theme, You've never had it so good. End quote. Nixon traveled everywhere he could in the province, even meeting with university students, and he would also state that he supported lowering the voting age, which at the time was set at 21. This is also the first election where pollution in the environment was becoming an issue, albeit at a much less level than seen today. Nixon would promise to establish a summit between Ontario, Quebec, and the American states along the Great Lakes to find a common approach to deal with pollution. Matthew Diamond, the health minister for the province, would also announce that at the beginning in 1969, all cars sold in Ontario had to have devices to control exhaust fumes. Television would continue to grow in importance in Ontario elections, and Nixon would urge that there be a debate on television. This was 1 year before the first federal election debate would happen. Nixon would urge Robarts to debate with him on television, which the Premier had refused to do before. Nixon would state he was shocked over the refusal, stating, quote, "After all, John Robarts is an effective orator," end quote. He would say after the election that the lack of a debate was a regret. He would state, quote, "I would like to have seen an opportunity for Mr. Robarts, Mr. MacDonald, and myself to discuss the issues in person. I was under the impression that Mr. Robarts would have been willing to do this, but his advisors were opposed to the idea," end quote. In the October 17, 1967 election, the Conservatives won their 8th straight majority government, but lost 8 seats in the process to finish with 69. 2 seats lost belonged to cabinet ministers in Robarts' government. Robarts would say little of the election, only stating that his party would, quote, "be back in business today at the same old stand," end quote. The Liberals had a good election under the new leader, gaining 4 more seats to finish with 28 as the party continued to claw its way back from its low point in the 1940s. Nixon would state, quote, "I believe the strength of our caucus has been improved. I think the future looks good," end quote. The NDP had its best year so far since it was the official opposition in the 1940s, when the party surged ahead with 13 more seats, finishing the election with 20 in total. MacDonald stated, quote, "With about 20 seats and the Liberals 27, all we needed was a swing of 4 seats and we would have been the opposition," end quote. The election would be bittersweet for MacDonald, who had taken the party from only 2 seats when he became leader in 1953 to its current level of 20. That was the most seats the party had since 1943. MacDonald would be out as leader in 1970, though, as he stepped away to prevent a divisive fight in the party, as Stephen Lewis was rising up and wanting to become leader of the party. MacDonald would serve as the party president from 1971 to 1975 and would remain in the legislature until 1982. He is often considered to be the best premier Ontario never had. This would also be the last election for Robarts, who would retire in 1971 just prior to the next election. He would be succeeded by a new man who would lead the party throughout the 1970s and into the 1980s. 1971. Since the 1930s, each decade had been dominated by one premier in Ontario. The 1930s had Mitchell Hepburn. The 1940s began a string of conservative premiers who led the province. The 1940s had George Drew, while the 1950s was the time of Leslie Frost. The 1960s was when John Robarts was in power, and when the 1970s came along, it was time for a new conservative premier to take over, and this time, the mantle fell to Bill Davis. After the retirement of Robarts, Davis was elected as the new leader of the party on March 1, 1971. First elected in 1959 at the age of only 30, he was initially a backbencher, but he would soon find himself as the Minister of Education under the government of Robarts. As Education Minister, he would oversee a spending increase of 454% between 1962 and 1971, along with the opening of hundreds of schools. He also oversaw the amalgamation of the school boards from 3,676 in 1962 to only 192 in 1967. In the leadership race on February 13, 1971, he won the leadership of the party by only 44 votes over Alan Loris. As Premier, he would immediately bring in his campaign team to serve as his principal advisors. This group would become known as the Big Blue Machine. Only 3 months after he became Premier, Davis announced that the Spadina Expressway project in downtown Toronto would not go through, as it was highly unpopular among area residents. In July 1971, he created the first Minister of Environment post in the provincial government, and on August 31st, he rejected a proposal to grant full funding to Ontario's Catholic high schools, which were publicly funded only to grade 10. On September 13, 1971, still new to the post of Premier, Davis announced that the province would be going into an election. Davis would state, quote, "We are, as all of us recognized, undergoing a different period in Canada's history. National problems not of our making and external decisions not of our choosing all combine to present difficulties and challenges to our provincial economy." End quote. The Big Blue Machine would spend $6 million on its campaign, putting the image of Davis in nearly every area of the province. Many expected that Davis would not win the election. Not only was he new to the Premier's chair, but across Canada, 6 of the 8 provincial governments to call an election since 1969 had seen a change of government. The issue of separate schools, something not seen as an issue in the province since the 1890s, would come up. At one point at a campaign stop in Toronto, a Hungarian man asked Davis why Ontario couldn't have separate schools when other provinces had them. An aide working for Davis would lead the man away before Davis could answer. Another man at the same stop would tell Davis not to extend grants to separate schools beyond grade 10, and that if he kept to that, he would have his vote. The Liberals were still led by Robert Nixon, who had brought success to the party with more seats gained in the 1967 election. The hope was that with a new leader in Davis, the Liberals could make inroads with voters and maybe even win the election. Nixon would disagree with Davis over the expressway and the separate schools issue in the province. Nixon would also welcome the election call, stating, quote, "The concept of change that the people can trust appeals to me. We are confident that our organization is at peak efficiency and that we will win." End quote. On the NDP side of things, Stephen Lewis was the new leader. He had succeeded popular politician and leader Donald MacDonald the previous year. First elected in the legislature in 1963 at the age of 26, he was part of a youth movement for the party as it headed into another decade. Lewis would agree with Davis in cancelling the expressway, but disagreed with him over the issue of separate schools. During the election, Davis would announce several job creation proposals which Liberals would contend was stolen from their own platform that was announced weeks earlier. Nixon would state, quote, "I believe what it does is that it reinforces what I was saying in the first few weeks of the campaign, while Mr. Davis was saying wait and see." End quote. Davis was also greeted by protests at many of his stops. At the Richmond Community Hall, hecklers yelled at him during one campaign stop. In Smith's Hall, he had to delay his lunch half an hour due to protesters. And outside Perth, Roman Catholic students and nuns were picketing him, and in Carp, someone hung a sign across street lamps that stated, quote, "Oh, we made lots of graft from regional government. It pays all our expenses." End quote. At a rally in Canada, separate school supporters had to be quieted so that Davis could make a statement. Nixon would continually attack Davis over the separate schools, calling it unfair. Nixon stated that he would extend it to grade 13 if elected. Davis would reply, quote, "I find the government's position is not completely understood by everyone, and it may be necessary from time to time to clarify it." End quote. Lewis would actually speak to several large crowds in the province, including his largest crowd when 1,500 people came to see him at the London Centennial Hall, typically a stronghold of progressive conservatives. Lewis would tell the crowd, quote, "The new Democratic Party has a machine and I'm looking at it. It is a lot stronger than all the dollars the Tories can amass. The Tories don't understand Ontario anymore." End quote. He would also call Davis Pierre Elliott Davis, stating he was a man who promised nothing and would keep that promise if elected. On October 5, 1971, the first televised debate in Ontario's history was held with the 3 leaders speaking to voters. The first 45 minutes was a question and answer period, and the last 15 minutes was less structured. Davis would state he was frustrated with the format. He would state, quote, "I was not always able to reply to charges directed at the government." End quote. Nixon would also criticize the format, stating that the time limit was not enough for each speaker, and there was not a winner, just 3 people exchanging reviews. End quote. Lewis would be happy with his performance, but felt the debate itself was not interesting. He would say, quote, "We were great, but the format was dully, listless, and ridiculous." End quote. At the end of the debate, CBC received 11 phone calls, 4 which were favorable and 7 that were unfavorable. Most of the criticism was over the format itself. CFTO received 84 calls, 33 of which had a favorable reaction, 23 that were unfavorable. As well, 21 people called in asking if they could ask a question, and 10 asked if Ironside would be shown. This election was also the first where the voting age had been lowered from 21 to 18, bringing in another 412,000 voters. On the October 21, 1971 election, 117 members of the Legislative Assembly were elected. The majority of those came from the Progressive Conservatives, who picked up a gain of 9 seats to finish with 78. This was the highest total for the party since 1955, when Leslie Frost won 84. The party would not see this many seats elected again until 1995. Davis, who was said to be grinning from ear to ear, stated that he was, quote, very humbled, very gratified, end quote.
From his position atop the Ontario political scene, Premier Davis agrees that the quality of the opposition, not their numbers, is the most important factor, although try telling that to the defeated candidates.
But the Premier has already recognized that the sheer weight of his majority, 78 seats to a combined 39, could be his biggest problem. With 28 years of rule already under the Tory belt, how to overcome the inherent complacency to govern efficiently, and economically.
Mr. Davis feels his party's campaign, emphasizing leadership and its handling of the economy, paved the way to his majority.
Our organization was enthusiastic across the province. We'd spent a lot of time in the past 6 months really rebuilding right from the ground up in many ridings. Our own campaign organization, a lot of the people were new. They were very enthusiastic and worked extremely hard. As far as the campaign itself is concerned, I like to think that our own campaign in its positive way, and I believe it was positive, constructive, emphasizing the question of the economy, and certainly I think the question of leadership was part of the reason for the results. I guess there are many others, but they would be two of them.
Leadership, you mentioned, then, is the feeling that maybe the voters didn't want to change governments because of the uncertainty over the economy. Is that it?
I think this was part of it, and I think that the government demonstrated the change really had taken place, that the existing administration had the ability to deal with the situation, and that the alternatives really they weren't such that the voters felt that a change was necessary from that standpoint. As I say, it's very hard to assess, and there'll be a lot of expert opinions ventured on it as to why the success. But I think the two factors I mentioned, the economy and the question of leadership, were parts of it at least.
Now Mr. Davis is talking about the need for legislature reform and the urgency of finding ways of increasing the commitment of individual MPs, possibly through an extension of the committee system.
The Liberals, despite continually increasing their seat total from a low of 8 seats in 1951 to the high of 28 seats in 1967, lost 8 seats in the election to finish with 20, the party's lowest total since 1955. Nixon would state, quote, "It looks like old Les Frost was right. I have no regrets at all, but I feel Ontario may not well be served by a small opposition in the House," end quote. The NDP would also suffer in the election after continually gaining seats since they had only 2 in 1951. The party lost 1 seat, falling to 19. Not a lot, but still a downward trend that was not welcomed by the party. The total amount of voters for the election was 3.6 million, a record for the time, amounting to 65% of the eligible voters. One vote that Davis received was from his wife Kathleen, an American citizen who voted for the first time in an Ontario election. One interesting aspect of this election was that it was the first time the provincial election was held on a Thursday. From that point on, except in 2007, every election has been held on a Thursday. 1975. Change would be coming to Ontario politics, and that change would be first seen in the election that came this year. After the past 2 elections were relatively sedate affairs, the 1975 election would be much more bitter. Bill Davis had had a first term that was considered to be little in the way of successful, and a series of scandals would weaken his government with the public. There were allegations that a company was given special consideration for a Toronto development project in return for donations to the Progressive Conservatives. Another scandal was the Gerhard Moog, a friend of Davis, had received a $44.4 million contract to build the Ontario Hydro head office. As well, Attorney General Dalton Bales and Solicitor General John Yermeko were all accused of conflicts of interest over the government approval of developments for properties they owned. The scandals would begin to erode the confidence of the public in the government, which was seen in the fact that the Progressive Conservatives lost 4 by-elections in 1973 and 1974. As the 1975 election approached, Davis would impose a 90-day freeze on energy prices, reduce the provincial sales tax from 7 to 5% temporarily, and put in rental controls in the province. Even with the rental controls, though, the cost of rent would prove to be a major issue for the entire election. The election would also be the first in which spending controls were in place for the parties. The Election Expenses Act had been passed and limited how much was spent on political advertising and limited spending to 21 days preceding Election Day. Each party was only allowed to spend $2.6 million on ads. The Progressive Conservatives would campaign on the slogan of "Your future, your choice." The Liberals and New Democratic parties were still led by their leaders from the last election, Robert Nixon and Stephen Lewis. The New Democratic Party would run on the slogan of "Tomorrow starts today," and ran its campaign before the election calling for rent controls, highlighting the stories of people who had to deal with bad landlords who imposed massive rent increases. The pressure of the rent controls issue from the New Democrats would result in Davis coming to that decision to impose rent controls just before the election. As I mentioned before, this election was quite bitter, especially between Davis and Nixon. Nixon would state that Davis was providing a daily handout of election goodies that were nothing but, quote, "rotten, bad practice for a democracy. That approach is going to cost him the election," end quote. Davis would attack Nixon right back, stating the attacks were nothing more than destructive criticism. Davis would tell reporters, quote, "Unfortunately, from time to time, there comes along a public figure, desperate to achieve higher office, who is willing to resort to almost any tactic in order to achieve his ends," end quote. Nixon would pledge that his government would save taxpayers $40 million by chopping 10% off of the $400 million in government administrative costs. He also announced he would kill the Judy LaMarche Commission on Television Violence. Throughout the election campaign, billboards showed the image of Nixon to entrench him in voters' minds. Polls also showed that his party was well ahead of the Progressive Conservatives in the election. In the televised debate, it was considered to be one of the most bitter debates in the province's history. Davis stated that Nixon was lying to the people of Ontario, and Nixon stated that Davis was trying to buy re-election with public money. The two men would constantly interrupt each other, and at one point Nixon stated that he was running a good campaign, and he would state, quote, "I know you don't like our ads, and frankly I don't like yours, but at least we've got people interested," end quote. Davis responded, quote, "It has not been a good campaign. Your campaign has been one of the worst I have seen in my history in politics, founded on misrepresentation, inaccuracies, and, on occasion, deliberate falsehoods," end quote. Many would consider the debate, a round-robin type of debate in which the parties debated each other one-on-one rather than all three together, a win for the NDP. One campaign worker for the Liberals would say after the election, quote, "The debate helped destroy us in Toronto. Nixon and Davis both lost out, and it boosted the NDP," end quote. Davis also dealt with plenty of angry voters during his campaign stops. At one stop in St. Thomas on September 1st, a man named Harry Walters yelled, quote, "How can you break the law when no one else can?" end quote. He was referring to the fact that the Premier's campaign bus was parked where it blocked traffic on another street. The Premier stated, quote, "I didn't park it," end quote. During a call-in show, Davis was asked which party he would want to work with, and he would state neither. He then added regarding Nixon, stating he had, quote, "The nastiest campaign I have known in politics, negative, personal, and full of falsehoods and misrepresentation," end quote. While the Liberals and Progressive Conservatives attacked each other constantly, Lewis and the New Democratic Party did its best to stay out of the fray. Lewis would also provide a string of last-minute promises as the election day neared. The Ottawa Journal wrote, quote, "In short, the NDP has run a campaign of restraint and even respectability, ironically, the most dignified of the three parties, and it is at least intriguing to wonder what reward this will bring them," end quote. At one point, Lewis and Nixon crossed paths on the campaign trail on August 15th. Nixon would state as the two shook hands at the airport, quote, "I want to ask you about your integrity," end quote. Lewis replied with a grin, quote, "You handle it," end quote. Lewis would put most of his attacks against landlords in the province. He would state at one point, quote, "I have a message for the landlords. The rent examples I choose are becoming more and more representative of what's happening in this province in the major urban settings. It clobbers working families. It takes the stuffing out of working families. It eats up pay increases, and the landlords don't deserve it. They don't need it," end quote. At one point, Lewis had a throat infection and fever, but he still traveled to 3 cities covering 800 kilometers in one day. It was not until the end of the election campaign that Lewis would begin to attack other parties, and he focused mostly on the Liberals. This was because he saw the Progressive Conservatives as a party on the decline. He also ridiculed reports in the press that the Progressive Conservatives were asking him to attack the Liberals. In a poll just before the election, the Liberals were at 23%, the Conservatives at 19%, and the NDP at 15%. In the September 18, 1975 election, the Progressive Conservatives took a nosedive in support. For the first time since 1945, they lost their majority in the legislature, falling by 27 seats to 51. That seat count was the lowest the party had seen since its 38 seats in 1943. The loss of 27 seats was the sharpest drop for the party in its seat count since the party's collapse in the 1929 election, when it went from 92 seats to only 17. The victory party of Davis was more subdued than it was exciting. That being said, Davis would state he was not completely surprised by the election result. In his speech, Davis would speak to Lewis, stating, quote, "I say to Mr. Lewis, he waged a very constructive campaign. If this is carried forward, we look forward to a progressive government." End quote. The New Democratic Party, meanwhile, saw its support surge with a gain of 19 seats. This pushed the party to 38 seats, marking the highest total for the party in its existence, 4 more than it won in 1943. And for the first time since 1948, the party was also the official opposition. Lewis would state in his speech, quote, "It is wonderful for a change to have a political rather than a moral victory. This is the end of personal abuse in Ontario politics as far as I am concerned." End quote. The Liberals, while falling to third place in the legislature, still had a very successful election, rising to 36 seats for a gain of 16 seats in the election. The 36 seats was the most the party had enjoyed in the legislature since Mitchell Hepburn led the party to 66 seats in the 1937 election. Nixon would state there would be no alliance with the NDP, adding, quote, "It may last months, maybe a couple years, but will be an election before 4 years is up. It is traditional for our party to maintain its independence. There will be no alliance. People feel well served by the three-party system." End quote. With this third election loss in a row, Nixon would answer about his future, stating, quote, "I'll have to wait and see what happens in the future." End quote. Asked how long the minority government would last, Davis would tell reporters, quote, "I'm optimistic it can work for a period of time." End quote. As it turned out, the next election would come about in less than 2 years. As for Nixon, after this loss, the young dynamic leader of the Liberal Party would be out as party leader. Nixon would resign as leader in 1976, but he stayed within provincial politics. He would stay in politics until 1991, long enough to see the Liberal Party return to ruling the province. 1977. After the first minority government for the Conservatives in decades, it was no surprise when another election came along in a very short amount of time. Bill Davis continued to serve as Premier and the leader of the Progressive Conservatives, and he headed into the next election with the hopes of gaining majority government for the party once again. He had called an election in order to take advantage of the 1976 Quebec general election that saw the Parti Québécois come to power.
I am pleased to rise on the last night of this Parliament to participate in
Ontario becomes the scene of the first provincial election since the Parti Québécois came to power on November 15th.
Perhaps tomorrow or several other days. Now the member for Brantford. Mr. Chairman, I'm doing my very best not to be provoked, because or provocative. But out of deference to you, out of deference to you, in that you suggested that I speak. Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the night will really determine, but I live in hope that sweet reason will prevail, but I somehow doubt it.
As a result of last night's defeat in the House on a key provision of our rent control and tenant protection program, I have been to see Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor, and have asked that the legislature be dissolved and an election writ issued. Her Honor has concurred. A provincial election will be held on June the 9th, 1977.
On the surface, this looks like an ordinary provincial election, but the national implications are clear. Quebec has singled out Ontario as the province it most needs to maintain good relations with. The leader of a strong Ontario government could be in the position to establish the pattern of relations between the other provinces and Quebec. Sunday Morning asked Jonathan Manthorpe, the Queen's Park columnist for the Toronto Star, to assess Premier Davis' motives for going to the polls.
It was not an accident that a few hours before William Davis announced there would be an election in Ontario, that the results of a government opinion poll on Quebec separation were leaked out. This was the final piece of orchestration to try and convince the public that after 18 months of minority government, it was now necessary for the Conservatives to ask for a majority in the House. Over the past few weeks, Tory gurus had worked hard at creating the picture of Davis as an embattled premier, hemmed in by snarling opposition forces. Here was a man continually blocked from setting the province on the course towards prosperity and its natural birthright by the negative carping of the Liberals and New Democrats. It was not a convincing picture. Davis was already assured of sufficient support from the opposition to allow the passage of both his basic legislative program and his budget. What he finally produced as the ultimate insult that necessitated an election was a 2% squibble over allowable rent increases. Although Davis is riding high in the polls, and it seems certain that he will have little difficulty in gaining those 11 seats he needs to give his party a majority, he needed to present the voters with some issue of moment, something that would make the election look less like a callous rush for power. The issue of national unity was a natural one. Even as a minority leader, Davis has established himself as the spokesman for English Canada in the debate on Confederation. The government poll revealed that most Ontarians want Quebec to stay in Confederation and that they believe in increasing bilingual services in Ontario. As Davis made plain in his statement announcing the election, Ontarians are now going to be asked to give Davis the job of pursuing their goal of national unity. What makes it such a beautiful issue for Davis is that he has the almost complete support of the opposition parties in his approach to Quebec. Davis can now stomp the province, calling for a mandate to face off with René Lévesque, while the opposition leaders Stephen Lewis and Stuart Smith are left twiddling their thumbs. The issues of the economy, of jobs, of housing will still be there, but they will take second place to the question of leadership at a time of national crisis. This election is the first referendum on Quebec separation, and the natural way for Ontarians to vote for unity is to give the Conservatives yet another majority in the legislature. This is Jonathan Manthorpe at the CBC studios at Queen's Park.
For the NDP, Stephen Lewis was still at the helm and still popular with the party. After the success of the 1975 election, there were hopes the party could gain more seats and even contend for leadership of the province. As for the Liberals, their decades-long saga of difficulty seemed to reverse in 1975, but that didn't save Robert Nixon, as I mentioned. Now the party was led by Stuart Smith. And he may not be known, but he had a massive impact on Canada in one particular way. In 1965, he was looking to gain the nomination to run as the MP in Mount Royal for the Liberal Party. He would withdraw his name, though, so that a man named Pierre Elliott Trudeau could run instead without strong opposition. Trudeau won the election in the riding and would go on to serve as Prime Minister, of course. In 1975, Stuart would be elected to the legislature, and when Nixon announced he was stepping down from his role as leader, Stuart put his name in to replace him. On January 23, 1976, 2,000 Liberal delegates cast their votes, and after 3 rounds, Smith emerged as the winner with 51.2% of the vote. As leader, and still a rookie MP, Smith would have his competence tested almost immediately in the legislature. In the speech to the throne, the NDP made a motion to condemn the position of the government. Smith, not consulting his party, made a sub-amendment to the NDP motion to also condemn the government. This motion, if passed then, would bring down the government and trigger an election. The NDP and Liberals voted to defeat the government 70-48 on the Liberal amendment, but the Liberals voted with the Progressive Conservatives on the NDP amendment, preventing the government from falling. Smith then tended to have a more subdued campaign, not putting out any major policy changes and not attacking Davis as much as his predecessor Nixon had. He would state he was, quote, "sitting tight. I'll have to see what the other 2 leaders do. My temptation is to say there will be no major policy statements," end quote. Smith would state that he sensed there was a change on the horizon and that he was hopeful the party could finally end 34 years of progressive conservative dominance in the legislature. The Conservatives would funnel $20 million into the campaign in order to get a majority government once again. Davis would also travel 48,000 kilometers across the province during the 5-week campaign, good enough for one trip and a bit around the earth. The party ran on the slogan of "Your future, your choice." The Liberals would change the slogan to, quote, "Your children's future and your choice," end quote. Davis put most of his attacks on the NDP, feeling that Smith was not a real threat to his party. He would tell voters that if the NDP were elected, it would be nothing but an increase in personal taxes, poor private sector growth, and unchecked bureaucracy. He also stated he was the best option for the province in handling the growing crisis of Quebec separation. Lewis would contradict this by stating that his NDP government would offer $100 million in tax cuts. Job creation was a major issue for the election, with Smith offering to create 100,000 new jobs in 3 years. Lewis would unroll a $280 million economic improvement plan, and Davis stated that his government had created over 700,000 jobs over the previous 6 years that he had been in power. The development of the northern portions of Ontario was again an election issue, and Davis would place the blame on the lack of development on the NDP, stating that the party had frustrated the government's attempts to bring its economic development and jobs. During the campaign, Davis was often on the defensive to defend his government's record from the previous 6 years, including the $7.2 billion debt of the province. At one point on the election campaign, a heckler handed a petition to Davis, interrupting the speech for 10 minutes. Then he suddenly collapsed and was attended to by Dr. Richard Potter, the former health minister. In Oshawa, NDP supporters heckled Davis during a speech. Davis would actually invite the hecklers aboard the media bus following him around, saying it made him look good. Lewis was very hopeful heading into the election, with poll numbers showing that the party sat at 30%, 1% more than its poll numbers from the previous election. Lewis would state, quote, "We walk into this election finale with the highest standing this party has ever had in its history," end quote. The campaign wasn't all smooth sailing for the likable Lewis, though. At one point, he was greeted with protesters who were concerned with the future of the Menaki Lodge in Kenora. The Davis government wanted to spend $20 million to get the lodge renovated and fixed up, while Lewis wanted it to be sold to private investors. There was also another televised debate, with Smith being seen as the chief victim due to the fact that his sound system was not working properly. Of those who watched the debate, 66% were unimpressed with the leaders or the points raised. In the June 9, 1977 election, the Progressive Conservatives picked up 7 more seats, but remained a minority government. Davis would tell his supporters at a subdued celebration, quote, "I am confident the other leaders will join me in pursuing for our province an aggressive program to sustain our country," end quote. With some speculation he may not stay in power because of 2 election disappointments, Davis said, quote, "I intend to stay on as leader of the party," end quote. Former Prime Minister John Diefenbaker would give his opinion of the election, blaming it on Dalton Camp, the man who was once his supporter and then ousted him from the leadership of the party. He stated, quote, "It is not the first time Mr. Camp has been wrong," end quote. The Liberal Party would lose 1 seat, but thanks to the fact that the new Democratic Party lost 5 seats, the Liberals formed the official opposition once again in the legislature. Lewis would state, quote, "In the NDP, we bleed a little and then we get back to fight again. I cannot conceal, it would not be honest, my own personal feeling of disappointment that our own showing was not better. You take your lumps in politics," end quote. Smith, in contrast, would claim victory over the election as his party moved back into 2nd place. He would state, quote, "The people decided to deny Davis's majority. This is a victory for us and now, possibly as the official opposition. We will do our best to make this the best possible government," end quote. 2 notable things also happened during the election. The first was that Sheila Copps ran for the first time in politics, losing in her riding though. She would go on to become a federal cabinet minister and the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada. Jim Bradley was also elected for the first time in this election, and he would hold his seat of St. Catharines until 2018, the second longest tenure of any MPP in the province's history after Harry Nixon, who had served from 1919 to 1961. Former Premier John Robarts would state, quote, "Davis won and lost, Smith lost and won, Lewis lost and lost," end quote. For Lewis, after taking his party to success initially and then falling back in this election, his time as leader would come to an end. He would step down as a leader of the party and a member of the legislature. After politics, he would go on to work for the CBC radio, and then served as the Canadian ambassador to the United Nations in the mid-1980s. 1981. As the calendar swung over to a new decade, Ontario was ready to head into another election. It would be the fourth election in a decade for the province, and once again, Bill Davis was hoping to gain a majority that eluded him for the past two elections. The Liberals were once again led by Stuart Smith, who hoped to continue on the success of the previous election. The NDP no longer had Stephen Lewis at the helm, as he had resigned as leader following the two election defeats. He would be replaced by Michael Cassidy in 1978. Cassidy had been elected to the legislature in 1971 and took over from the popular Lewis as the party had suffered losses in the previous election. Taking over from Lewis was not easy for Cassidy. Lewis was known for his charisma and dynamic personality, while Cassidy was known for having a dry personality. He was also quite left-wing and was not fully trusted by the party establishment. Many in the party tried to encourage him to resign before the election, but he would ignore this. Support for the NDP would also fall, from a poll in June 1977 when it sat at 30% to 21% by February 1981. Maclean's would write on February 9, 1981, quote, "Cassidy has been a lackluster leader with a weak image, especially compared to the party's former leader Stephen Lewis." End quote. The following month, Maclean's doubled down, stating, quote, "Cassidy, who is about as colorful as a deep sleep on the stump, plods along, lecturing mainly to the commitment of the virtues of the Crown corporations, maintenance of rent controls, a higher minimum wage, and the dangers posed by doctors billing over the Medicare fee schedule." End quote. Davis kicked off the election campaign in early February, but just a few days prior he promised to inject $1.5 billion in economic stimulation over the next 5 years into the economy. For many, that was the indication that an election was imminent. In fact, in the week leading up to the election, the Conservatives would have a series of announcements for spending. The Liberals had to quickly organize a press conference when the election was called, but the Conservatives were already ahead of the game. This would also be the first winter election in Ontario's history since 1926. During the election, the NDP and Liberals would make the economy the key issue, and highlighting 10 years of Davis government and what they felt were the problems with his leadership. Things did not get off well for Davis. At his nomination meeting for his riding in front of 500 supporters, a group of hospital workers began to yell strike over and over, angry that the government had crushed their strike and suspended 2,500 hospital workers while firing union leaders. Davis would say, quote, "You will not intimidate me. The law of this province is very clear. You may disagree with it, but that's the law. The law is simple. The law says hospital workers do not have the right to strike." End quote.
Mr. Davis was introduced by the federal Conservative leader Joe Clark, who said Mr. Davis was a leader in the tradition of the party. The shouts of "We want Bill" were interrupted by a group of university students who shouted "Save us from Davis," and the Premier went back into his political past for the answer to the students.
Listen, students, can I give you a little advice? Can I give you some advice? That was the slogan that my Liberal candidate used against me in 1959. He was defeated then, and you ain't going to save anybody from anything with this performance tonight.
Mr. Davis told the students who were protesting against existing university fees that they should be happy they lived in a province that pays 85% of their university education. Rick Walburn, CBC News, Ottawa.
While that may have seemed like a rough start, in the end it helped Davis. In a poll a week after the incident, many liked the image of Davis projected, stating he looked like a leader.
Early in the 80s, all over the world, the economic picture is uncertain. Right now, here at home, the caliber of our leadership has never mattered more. Leadership to meet the challenges we face, to keep our economy growing, to build on our skills and improve our productivity, to compete in the world, to secure a fair price for our immediate energy needs, and look now to the needs of the future, to hold down the cost of government and foster a spirit of enterprise. Now, more than ever, we need a leader with confidence in Ontario's potential and the strength to realize this promise. One man can make a difference. On March 19th, vote for the future we want. the leader we need to make it happen. Support the Davis government.
Davis would promise millions of dollars for a variety of projects. He would pledge $45 million to mining projects, $600 million to farmers, and huge sums of money into power generation in the province. Smith would say of Davis he was smug, unimaginative, and incapable of dealing with problems that didn't exist decades ago. There would be no debate this election after Davis set a deadline during the 44-day election for the networks to agree on a format. When they couldn't, he cancelled the debate. One reason that the debate may have been cancelled was because Smith came across well on the television. Davis would focus nearly all of his attacks on Smith, and the two were described as having an open dislike for each other. At one point, Davis said, quote, "When the leader of the opposition says we have a crummy manufacturing sector, he's not criticizing me, he's criticizing the small businessman, the small and the big industry right across the province." End quote. He would often refer to Smith as Dr. Negative because Smith often attacked the Conservatives, stating they had led the province to economic ruin. Smith would fire back, stating, quote, "I believe that the failure of economic leadership, which we have witnessed over the Davis decade, is the direct result of deep and pervasive complacency, a fundamental smugness and an arrogance of power, a willingness to rest on past laurels." End quote. Despite the numbers showing lagging support for the NDP, Cassidy would state that he saw the party making a comeback and rumors of its death were exaggerated. Cassidy would state, quote, "If people were positive about our prospects, I might have some misgivings." End quote. Smith would also be optimistic as well, stating the party had the clearest shot at the Progressive Conservatives since the Second World War. He would state, quote, "The two important factors we have going for us politically are that the NDP is out of it, and for the first time, the government will have to defend its record at a time when prosperity is seen to be leaving us very quickly." End quote. Cassidy would attempt to show a more relaxed manner late in the election, often joking with reporters. In the Muskoka region, he would tell reporters that it was there he met his first love, learned to play pinball, and crashed his motorcycle. Cassidy would also say that his new confidence and relaxed style was because of how the campaign was going. He would state, quote, "For a while at the beginning, the other two leaders were bashing each other to death, and there seemed to be more drama there." End quote. There were hiccups for Cassidy, though, through the election. One of the worst was when he tried to meet with the officials at the Purley Hospital to convince them to rehire 37 laid-off non-medical workers. He would call 5 times and leave 4 messages, all of which were ignored, making him look bad on the campaign trail. By the time the election was only a couple days away, polls showed the Conservatives sat at 37%, while the Liberals had 22% and the NDP had 13%. Most experts were expecting a Conservative majority. Smith would respond to the poll stating he didn't trust the poll. He would state, quote, "The momentum is strictly with us now. The public is being turned off by Mr. Davis jingles, television advertisements, and giveaways, and I believe we are making great progress, and we certainly can win." End quote. In the March 19, 1981 election, Davis was finally able to win his majority government once again. His party's seats would rise by 12 to 70, and all of those seats came at the expense of the NDP. Davis would state, quote, "I sense the people of Ontario have said, we believe in economic progress, we believe in the commitments to move the economy of this province ahead, we believe in the explicit commitments that have been made, and we also understand that it is part of your responsibility to see that the sensitivity, the humanity, the social justice of this province are maintained. And I say to the people of Ontario, I accept that responsibility." End quote. The Liberals lost no seats, but gained no seats, finishing with 33 as they had in the 1977 election, and they remained the official opposition. Smith would state, quote, "I would have liked to have formed the government in one step, but it might unfortunately require 2 steps. I look forward, I can assure you, to being the leader of the opposition, which the people of Ontario have elected me as again." End quote. Smith had stated that he would resign if the party did not do well in the election, and he would keep that promise, resigning as leader and leaving the legislature in January 1982. His successor would be David Peterson. Smith would be credited with transforming the party from a rurally based Conservative party to an urban political force that increased its electorate, and it was because of Smith that the party would suddenly come roaring back by the next election. The NDP suffered badly under the new leader, losing 12 seats, all of which went to the Progressive Conservatives. Cassidy would barely win his own riding, beating his Progressive Conservative opponent by only 599 votes. The loss of 12 seats negated all of the gains the party had made throughout the 1970s. Cassidy would state, quote, "All of us are disappointed. It's been a setback for our party. Together we have our work cut out, both to fight on the issues in the legislature and to build our party across Ontario for the next provincial election." End quote. Shortly after the election, Cassidy stepped down and was replaced by Bob Rae, the man who would take the NDP to its greatest success. That is a story for the fifth and final part of our series. 1985. Change was coming to Ontario after 4 decades of power for the Progressive Conservatives, but that change would not quite come yet. As the election campaign approached, all 3 of the major parties were without their formal leaders. Around Thanksgiving in 1984, Progressive Conservative Premier Bill Davis announced that he'd be stepping down in 1985. He had been in office since 1971 and won 4 straight elections. Throughout this time in office, Davis had been very popular with residents. As a means to create a legacy project for himself, he would give full funding for Ontario's Catholic school system. The decision was supported by all the parties, but residents were less enthused, especially the Progressive Conservative supporters. The decision would cost $40 million during a time when the economy was already suffering.
Ironically, the most divisive issue to emerge in the Ontario campaign is one upon which the politicians agree. All 3 parties say separate schools in the province should be fully funded on the same basis as public schools. Segments of the public are less sure, and this week Anglican Archbishop of Toronto Louis Garnsworthy compared former Premier Bill Davis to Adolf Hitler for ordering complete funding without public debate.
The debate over separate school funding is rooted in the British North America Act and Canada's new Constitution. Michael Bliss is a professor of history at the University of Toronto.
Last June, Premier Frank Miller's predecessor, William Davis, announced that Ontario's separate school system, which has received public money by right ever since Confederation, will now be financed past grade 10 to the end of the high school years. At the end of his long term as Premier, Davis was reversing a limited funding policy he himself had stoutly defended during bitter debates on the issue in the early 1970s. Religious differences had moderated since those days, Davis seemed to be saying. A mellow, magnanimous Premier could now bequeath full educational equality to Ontario's Roman Catholics, leaving office as the man who had finally taken the separate school issue out of Ontario's politics. How wrong he was. Davis's decision, taken without hearings or public input, instantly revived Ontarians' historic, profound ideological divisions on the relationship of church to state, public to private school systems, Protestant citizens to Roman Catholics. Practical questions about the new funding policy. Will the public high schools be decimated as students leave for the separate schools? Alarmed and angered boards of education, teachers' organizations, and concerned parents. Even Roman Catholics saw difficulties with the Premier's initiative, for in our new world of charters of rights and human rights codes, it is no longer certain that any publicly funded schools will be allowed to discriminate in hiring, enrollment, or even in religious observances. Provincial Liberal leader David Peterson and the NDP's Bob Rae both welcomed Davis's announcement last June. And in the election campaign, neither leader has opposed the government's schools policy. On this issue, Ontario's politicians seem to have made the same moral choices and calculations that cause federal politicians to leave well enough alone on, say, capital punishment or the abortion law. This refusal to debate the issue seems to be increasing rather than dampening public concern, though, swelling an angry backlash aimed primarily at the Miller government. Some Ontarians want to punish the Tories for selling out on the public schools.
At the helm of the party now was Frank Miller, who had won the leadership of the party over 3 other candidates, and as soon as he took office he formed a cabinet of 33 members, the largest cabinet in Ontario's history. Soon after he called an election, which many were surprised about since he had only been leader for a few months by that point. He had had plenty of experience serving in the legislature since 1971, and had served as a cabinet minister since 1974. Miller winning the leadership of the party would create divisions in the party, and Miller had difficulty keeping his senior party staff in order. He was also known for speaking in a candid manner, which was not appreciated by those around him. The Liberals were now led by David Peterson, who was the son of Clarence Peterson. Clarence had been at the conference in Regina that created the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation and adopted the Regina Manifesto. His father would also run against Ontario Premier John Robarts in the London North riding in 1955. David Peterson had first joined the legislature in 1975 and campaigned to become leader in 1976, but failed to defeat Stuart Smith. Many felt that Peterson reminded people too much of Pierre Elliott Trudeau and that he was too young to be a leader. In 1982, after the resignation of Smith, Peterson would run for the leadership again, and this time would win on the second ballot, defeating Sheila Copps with 55% of the vote. As soon as he became leader, he began to organize the party to challenge for the leadership of the province. He would work to pay off the party's debt from 1981, and he would prove to be popular with the press. The NDP were also led by a new man, Bob Rae, who replaced Michael Cassidy. He would become very critical of the Davis government and its approach to social issues. He would say in his acceptance speech after winning the leadership that, quote, "Toryland is essentially a country club in which women and people of color are not welcome," end quote. Rae then had to get elected in the legislature, which he did several months after he became leader. When Miller called the election, his party polled at 55%, well above the other parties. And despite that lead, his campaign would be nothing short of disastrous. He would refuse to participate in a television debate for one thing, which hurt him publicly. Miller would state he hated the artificial setting of a television studio, and it was the job of the leader of the Progressive Conservatives to get out and meet the people. Many questioned this, as it took 3 weeks before Miller started to get out to meet the people in the streets, and his campaign bus was described as a Tory blue cocoon. In a poll done by the Ottawa Citizen, it was found that while 42% of voters would vote for the former Premier Davis if he ran in their riding, only 30% said the same of Miller. Many found Miller to be uninspiring, even when speaking to supporters. There was still support for him throughout Ontario, though. At one point, the mayor of Simcoe had a Chamber of Commerce lunch with Miller and used that moment to ask him tough questions on tobacco taxes and education financing. The crowd of 200 took offense to this and began to boo the mayor. Davis implementing a full funding of the Catholic schools would also cause problems for Miller, who had now had to find a way to implement it. Many progressive conservative supporters stated they would simply stay home rather than vote due to their anger over the Catholic school funding. Archbishop Louis Gainsworthy would state, quote, "This is how Hitler changed education in Germany, by exactly the same process, by decree. I won't take that back," end quote. Acid rain would also be an issue through the election campaign, as Canada and the United States moved towards a treaty that would deal with the environmental issue. Both Peterson and Rae would go to the home riding of Miller and bring up the issue as well. The level of PCBs in milk in the Niagara region also came up, with tests showing levels were 16 times higher than acceptable federal standards. Peterson would state, quote, "I ask you this fundamental question. Would you really buy a used environment from this man?" End quote. Miller would promise to get tough with polluters, something Rae mocked in a speech saying, quote, "We are the ones who made pollution an issue. There are very real concerns that are legitimate and deep, and stem very largely from having a government that hasn't responded to them." End quote. Peterson would also accuse Miller of compiling a hit list and bullying voters into supporting his party. Peterson would say, quote, "I'm not going to go around and threaten people with subtle or implied threats the way Mr. Miller has done." End quote. Miller would be criticized for warning voters to cast their vote for the Conservatives if they wanted government handouts in their riding. He would also say that if the Liberals or NDP came to power, it would begin a road to hell for the province. He would say, quote, "In their zeal to win votes, they had become careless and irresponsible." End quote. Rae was optimistic that the NDP would form the government. He would tell 1,000 supporters days before the election, quote, "We have the momentum. Now it is up to you to bring them home. Work just a bit harder. People will make the difference." End quote. The Liberals were going all in, putting up signs that said, "Welcome Davis Peterson, our next premier," during campaign stops in communities. The Sault Ste. columnist Christopher Young would write, quote, "David Robertson Peterson is the man who will be premier if the Liberals win the election a week from today. Even if they only reduce the Conservatives to a minority status, a more likely outcome, he would still have a good crack at breaking the 42-year reign in the runoff election." End quote. Young would be more right than he realized. Through the campaign, Peterson traveled 22,000 kilometers around the province in the hopes of a historic breakthrough for his party. Heading into the election, Miller would predict that he would win 73 seats, while Peterson said his party would have 43, and Rae predicted 38. As it turned out, Miller overestimated, Peter underestimated and the NDP overestimated. Miller would say, quote, "We're very close to 1981 figures, which gave Davis a very good majority. I've kept on saying we're going to have a majority if we work hard." End quote. At one point, Miller stated that it would be a smashing Tory victory and that the crowd could, quote, "bet their mortgages on it." End quote. The statement was met with laughter from the crowd. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney would wade into the election, stating that Peterson was a good jogger and Ray played the piano well, and both would have a good race for second place. In the May 2, 1985 election, the Progressive Conservatives lost their majority government, losing 18 seats to fall to 52. They would remain in power, but that hold on power was tentative at best. The loss of 22 seats was the sharpest drop for the party since the 27-seat drop in 1975. 8 cabinet ministers would lose their seats in the election. Miller would try to stay optimistic and would state, quote, "I need the time for people to judge me through thrown speeches and legislation. We have learned that no party likes to go back to hustling too quickly." End quote. The Liberals would gain 14 seats to finish with 48, for one of their best showings in years. In fact, it was the most seats the party had won since the 66 seats won by Mitchell Hepburn in 1937. Peterson would state, quote, "This is truly a magic moment. I'm very proud to lead the party that received the most votes in the election." End quote. The NDP also did well, gaining 4 seats to finish with 25 and remain in third place. Ray would say after the election, quote, "We look forward to interesting times. There will be no shopping list from us today. We will act responsibly and we will act accountably." End quote. One fascinating aspect of this election was that it was the first time that 3 premiers, all of whom were leaders of their parties, went head-to-head in the election. Of course, this election was not the end of things. Bob Rae stated that the NDP would support a Liberal government, while the Progressive Conservatives intended to remain in power with their minority government.
Miller came to address a meeting of the Urban Development Institute, but it became apparent early on that his script was intended for someone else. Miller, hanging on to minority rule in Ontario, says the public shouldn't be fooled by Liberal popularity, because they'd do anything to get in power.
I suspect right now the Liberals will offer just about anything to the New Democrats in order to take over the government.
The New Democrats, on the other hand, are the nice guys these days. Miller's Tories are meeting with the NDP in hopes of reaching a minority government agreement, and Miller wants them on the team.
I believe this quite strongly, that the NDP are true to their word and are bargaining in good faith.
And as with most speeches, this one saved the best till last. That is when Miller called in the record of the Federal Liberal Party to support his attack of the Peterson Liberals here in Ontario.
I must admit that I really do loathe the threat of the Liberals controlling the government of Ontario. It frightens me, because if you look at the federal scene, and you find that they left nothing but bad management and discord behind when they were finally ejected, they would now be able to turn their sights on this province and our economy.
Miller concluded this round of post-election electioneering by saying his upcoming throne speech would be one of the most innovative in years. And while he wouldn't spell out exactly what's in it, he did say he'd be giving the people what they want: job creation and job preservation. Kevin Tibble, CBC News, Toronto.
10 days after the election on May 13th, the NDP decided to negotiate with the Liberals, and on May 29th, they signed an accord that would see several NDP priorities put into law in exchange for the NDP supporting a non-confidence motion of the Miller government. The NDP stated they would support the Liberal minority government for 2 years, and the Liberals agreed to not call an election before that. Miller, knowing of these negotiations, was going to do a televised address in which he would disown the funding for Catholic schools and requested an election to be held before the confidence vote took place. In the end, though, Miller decided not to do this, believing the party finances could not take it. On June 18, 1985, the Progressive Conservatives were defeated in a motion of no confidence. Lieutenant Governor John Black Aird then asked Peterson to form a government. The transition of power was without much drama. The Lieutenant Governor called Peterson to his home, where they talked over brandy, and were then joined by Miller, who had a drink with them. On June 26, 1985, Miller resigned, and the new Liberal government was sworn in that same day.
Meanwhile, Liberal and New Democratic strategists met at Queen's Park, still deciding how to share their newfound power.
They expect to have a signed agreement in the next couple of days. Just how that power will be shared has not been revealed yet, although the Liberals have said there will be no new Democrats in their cabinet. While the delicate negotiations continued, David Peterson was celebrating at an East Indian cultural festival, still reluctant to specify how his government will operate.
We intend to run a very consultative government, and not just with the NDP, but with the Conservatives as well. In a minority situation, it behooves us all to work with each other. After all, there's not a majority there, and we're prepared and committed to running that kind of a government.
Peterson would say in a speech, quote, "We know that we will not reach all of our goals overnight. We will not accomplish all of our objectives exactly as we set out to do, and we will not solve the province's problems without difficulty." End quote. Miller would leave a sign on the door of the Premier's office that stated, quote, "Dear Bob and Dave, don't get too comfortable, we'll be back soon." End quote. After 42 years, 10 months, and 9 days, the Conservative dynasty had ended, and Liberals were back in power for the first time since the Second World War. As for Miller, he resigned as leader shortly after his government fell. By 1987, he was out of politics and returned to a private life. As for the Progressive Conservatives, they would not be gone forever, and the party was only a decade away from coming back into power. 1987. As Ontario headed into the 1987 election, it was a very different political landscape. The province had seen the end of the Progressive Conservative dynasty, and the Liberals were now in power with the help of the new Democratic Party. The Liberal government introduced several changes to Ontario, including the ending of extra billing by doctors, bringing in pay equity provisions, reforming the rental laws and labor negotiation laws, and conducting more housing construction and pension reform. The Liberals were still led by Peterson, who had become Premier 2 years previous and been leader since 1982. The Progressive Conservatives were now led by Larry Grossman. Grossman was the son of Alan Grossman, who had sat in the legislature for 20 years until he retired. At that point, Grossman took over from his father in the riding and won in 1975. Grossman had attempted to succeed Davis when he retired, but he was not elected as leader, and he only lost by 77 votes. His time would come in 1986 when he took over from Miller. The win for Grossman was not welcomed by everyone in the party, who felt he was too far to the left to be a proper Progressive Conservative leader. Heading into the election, 13 Progressive Conservative MPs stated they would not run for re-election, and the party had difficulty filling those vacancies in the ridings. One problem was that when compared with Peterson, he was half a foot shorter, which did not come across well on camera. He would also try wearing contact lenses instead of glasses, and worked to have an easygoing and relaxed demeanor on camera.
Who's going to win the election?
The Tory battle cry was sounded at a rally in Larry Grossman's offices. Tory organizers admitted this morning they were taken off guard somewhat by the Liberals and the quick launch to their campaign. While Grossman was talking to reporters, David Peterson was already on his way to a campaign swing through central and northern Ontario. Grossman lambasted the Liberals for what he called a premature and unnecessary election campaign.
What it will come down to is whether the public respects a government that chooses to spend $50 million on its own political future, at the same time at which disabled people are being kept $4,000 below the poverty line.
Grossman said the Tory platform will be one of concrete issues, not just personalities and appearances. He said it's time the Liberals stopped waffling on many issues, including free trade. Grossman denied the Tories have an uphill climb ahead amid reports of money and organizational problems.
Bob Rae continued to lead the NDP, who had enjoyed much more power in the legislature thanks to their allegiance with the Liberal Party. The Ottawa Citizen would state of Rae, quote, "He's still a little stiff and awkward when meeting voters on the street. The common touch so prized by politicians doesn't come easy to Rae. He's the most comfortable standing behind a podium delivering a speech to the party faithful." End quote. Grossman would come out campaigning on the promise of tax cuts to stimulate the economy, but this failed to ignite the voters as most didn't seem to care about the tax cuts, and Grossman was not seen as an inspiring leader, especially compared to Peterson. Rae and the NDP would campaign on the success of the Liberal Party over the previous 2 years, hoping to get credit for many of the changes that were brought in during that time. The first televised debate in 10 years would also occur, and Grossman would outmatch a stumbling Peterson in front of 1.4 million viewers. For the Progressive Conservatives, this gave them fuel leading up to the election day. During a visit to Oakville, Ontario, a young supporter held up a sign stating that Grossman won the debate. Grossman would state, quote, "Don't you feel the momentum turning? It's changing out there," end quote. The Ottawa Citizen reported, quote, "Peterson appeared ill at ease from the start and at times seemed to lack the trademark self-assuredness many have come to associate with him," end quote. When his second debate was planned for the end of August, Peterson chose not to attend, stating he had other commitments, but it was likely because of his poor showing in the first debate. Ray and Grossman would mime handshakes with the absent Peterson that sat between the two during the debate. Grossman would call Peterson, quote, "the one candidate who did not care enough to come," end quote. Ray would say, quote, "the man who wants to avoid the debate," end quote. The Progressive Conservatives would also hire a plane to trail Peterson on the campaign trail to mock his decision to not debate the other leaders a second time. This included during a stop in front of 200 supporters on the shores of Lake Ontario. Peterson would laugh off the prank, stating it was probably the work of a low-level Progressive Conservative in the riding. The Progressive Conservatives would put $2.4 million into advertising, putting Grossman's face out there on billboards, newspapers, and especially television. Grossman would attempt to push more voters to his side by claiming that Peterson was going to introduce official bilingualism into Ontario, while stating that his party would never do so. This would backfire, as many Progressive Conservative candidates were running in ridings with a lot of Francophone voters. Nonetheless, Grossman would stay firm on his anti-bilingual promise. Several Francophone groups would condemn him over this. Serge Plouffe of the Canadian François de l'Ontario would state, quote, "We cannot permit others to have a leader whose vision of Canada demonstrates such narrow-mindedness," end quote. One of the main issues of the election campaign was free trade, which Peterson stated he would only support if it protected Canadian industries and the sovereignty of Canada. He would state, quote, "Canadians can accept only the right deal or no deal at all. I am running for Ontario and the country," end quote. He would say at another event, and this would prove to be all too sadly true, he said, quote, "I expect that next week they will say that Wayne Gretzky will go to the U.S. under free trade," end quote. 1 year later, Gretzky was sold to the Los Angeles Kings. As a lifelong Oilers fan, that was a dark day for me. Grossman would support free trade, stating, quote, "There are two trains leaving the station. One is the train of the U.S. protectionism. The other is a freer trade train. They are simply wandering around the station, frightened of making a choice," end quote. Ray was firmly against free trade as well, stating, quote, "The final strength that Ontario has is that many of these questions are matters of provincial jurisdiction. We would refuse to accommodate agreement," end quote. One issue that was beginning to grow in importance was the AIDS crisis. Ray was the only leader who made any comment on the healthcare crisis, stating that his party would provide $30 million for AIDS prevention and education. He would also promise $25 million to create garbage recycling programs in the province. Grossman would also pledge that his government would require teachers to take refresher courses every 5 years, while also introducing province-wide testing. He stated, quote, "No part of our platform is more important to Ontario's real future than education," end quote. He would also promise to reduce the 7% retail sales tax and give tax breaks to small businesses in the province. Throughout the election campaign, the Liberals sat on top of the opinion polls. One poll had them at 48%, while the NDP sat at 28%, and the Progressive Conservatives at 24%.
I want an Ontario where everybody has opportunity, to be independent, and to live in dignity.
The Liberals are improving programs like integrated homemakers to make it easier for seniors to stay in the familiar surroundings of their own homes. Expanding and improving community-based health and social services like special needs housing. Providing more affordable, quality childcare for working parents. Part of David Peterson's Quality of Life program for Ontario. David Peterson, leadership that's working.
I guess from my point of view, trust is the single most important commodity in governing in a free society.
Well, he's got my vote. Yes, I guess I have to trust him.
I like him. I think he has guts.
He's a great person, he's a very good leader. And I think he'll do a first-class job for us.
He's just a classy man all around.
These fellas seem like a breath of fresh air for us.
In a nutshell, I'm all for David Peterson.
I quite like him. I do.
David Peterson, leadership that's working.
Already, my 8-year-old is learning things that astound me. Our children must have the skills and knowledge necessary to compete in tomorrow's high-technology world.
David Peterson's Liberals will reduce class sizes in early years, giving younger kids more individualized attention. Almost double to 100,000 the number of computers in our schools. establish province-wide standards. Part of David Peterson's plans for education in Ontario. David Peterson, leadership that's working.
Grossman would state that he did not believe the Progressive Conservatives were running in third and expected better results when election day came. He would state, quote, "I don't care the least what the Toronto Star polls say. I can tell what's happening. The poll reflects something we don't think is accurate." End quote. Peterson was often popular wherever he went. At one stop at a Toronto radio station, 50 people stood outside to cheer him on. Peterson would say in one interview, quote, "There's no politician who's had more luck than I've had." End quote. Saturday Night Magazine would call him the premier who walks on water. There were some slip-ups, though, including when he commented that diet and lifestyle had a large impact on the development of leading killers such as stroke, heart disease, and cancer. He then turned to the funeral home director next to him and said, quote, "You might like that, Neil, in your business." End quote. The funeral home director did not find it funny. He also met with protesters at some stops, including at a Toronto subway campaign stop, where people were angry at him for his pro-choice stance regarding abortion. Grossman would also levy an odd insult at Peterson, stating that he was developing this vague style and cautious approach of former Premier and Progressive Conservative leader Davis. Grossman was a member of the Davis cabinet for 7 years, and comparing his opponent to his former boss was an odd choice. Ray knew that Peterson would be tough to beat, and he would say, quote, "The campaign is not going to be a coronation, it's going to be a cakewalk, and it's not going to be a summer stroll." End quote. In the September 10, 1987 election, the Liberals achieved their greatest success to date. The party surged ahead by 47 seats to finish with 95, the most seats ever won by a party in Ontario's history. The seat total was almost 30 more than the next highest seat count for the party, which was during the Mitchell-Hepburn years of the 1930s. In fact, they won more seats in the 1987 election than the party had won in every election between 1943 and 1959 combined. Peterson would state, quote, "The message has come through loud and clear tonight. Ontario will be able to speak with a strong voice for a strong Canada. They will have to pay attention to this. You must earn the people's trust every single day." End quote. The Progressive Conservatives, meanwhile, collapsed, falling from 52 seats to just 16. This was the party's worst defeat since the 1929 election, and it was the first time since 1919 that the party was not the leading party in the legislature or the official opposition. Grossman would lose his own seat in the legislature and would resign from the party soon after the election. Grossman would say, quote, "Having lost fair and square, we must now turn to the task of rebuilding our great party. I think this party has got to get on with rebuilding. It's got a lot of work to do." End quote. The NDP, who had hoped to make gains, were unable to break through and lost 6 seats to finish with 19, but would be the official opposition due to the collapse of the Progressive Conservatives. Ray would promise to keep the Liberal majority in check. He would state, quote, "As long as I have breath to breathe, there will be no abuses of power." End quote. 1990. After winning the most seats in the history of Ontario, expectations were high for the Liberals and their leader, David Peterson. Over the previous 3 years, many criticized the Liberals for being a juggernaut that was arrogant and didn't listen to critics. With the NDP and Conservatives reduced in power after the 1987 election, the media and special interest groups became the main critics of the party. Unlike the first administration for the party, the Liberals from 1987 to 1990 were less involved in major changes in Ontario. That being said, they would eliminate health insurance premiums, brought in no-fault automobile insurance, and introduced progressive measures related to environmental protection. Peterson would also gain criticism for his leading role in creating and promoting the Meech Lake Accord, which would ultimately fail. Ironically, the Liberals would be seen by voters in the election as more in line with the federal Progressive Conservatives and Brian Mulroney than the provincial Progressive Conservatives. The Patty Starr affair would also hurt the party when it was found that Starr, who was a Liberal fundraiser, was diverting money from a land development scheme and charities to the Liberal Party. Several Liberal ministers were involved in this, which was a major blow to the popularity of the province. But one bright spot for the party was the 1989-90 balanced budget that followed years of deficit spending in Ontario. Overall, the party remained somewhat popular, even though the party was being accused of opportunism. The NDP were still led by Bob Rae, who had done what he could to keep the party relevant as the official opposition despite having 76 less seats than the Liberals. The Progressive Conservatives were now led by a new man, Mike Harris, who had to work against the distrust many voters had of the Progressive Conservatives from the 4 decades they were in power. Harris first entered provincial politics in the 1981 election, motivated to oppose the policies of Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau. He would support Miller in his bid to become leader, and he briefly served as a cabinet minister in Miller's cabinet. After Larry Grossman lost his seat in the 1987 election, Harris was chosen as the House leader for the party and became the dominant voice for the party by 1989. In the 1990 leadership race, he won on the first ballot over Diane Cunningham by a margin of 1,300 votes. With that, he was the new leader of the party and the one who would take it into the 1990s. With the election called soon after Harris became leader, he had to quickly rally the core supporters of the party for the election. The Progressive Conservatives would pledge tax cuts and spending reductions. Thanks to his background as a teacher, the Ontario Secondary Schools Teachers Federation would endorse Harris. Overall, though, Harris stayed relatively quiet during the election, which you may notice given his lack of focus as a topic in this section of the episode. The main thing Harris would do was distance himself from Brian Mulroney, which was easy considering Mulroney was often more willing to talk to Peterson than to Harris. At one point, he would state, quote, "Brian, stop the proposed GST. The truth is, there are many differences between Mike Harris and Brian Mulroney," end quote. Peterson would try to counter this by linking the provincial party with its federal counterpart, stating, quote, "If Honest Mike wants to be a tax fighter, tell him to call Brian Mulroney and cancel the GST. Any Conservative vote in this province will be construed as support for Brian Mulroney," end quote. As the election campaign went on, few gave any of the other parties much of a chance to defeat Peterson and the Liberals. The Progressive Conservatives were mostly broke, and the NDP was not seen as a party that could lead, as they had never won an election before. With all this, Peterson decided to take advantage and called a snap election. At the time he called the election, the Liberals sat at 50% in the polls. Things got off to a bad start for the Liberals when Attorney General Ian Scott stated that the election was a foregone conclusion, stating, quote, "They're not going to vote for Mike Harris. What are they going to do? Vote NDP?" End quote. Many voters saw this as a mark of arrogance by the party and a sign that the Liberals were now detached from the regular voter. At a press conference, Peterson was confronted by a member of Greenpeace, Gord Perks, who had a briefcase handcuffed to his arm and a tape recorder inside playing a pre-recorded list of broken Liberal environmental promises. Peterson didn't know what to do, and with the reporters watching him, appeared awkward and uncomfortable. In fact, the Greenpeace member would follow Peterson around campaigning, becoming a thorn in his side. He would even be written about during the election campaign due to following Peterson. The Sioux Star would write, quote, "We feel voters must realize what the issues are, and politicians must realize these issues won't go away," end quote. During a call-in radio show, Peterson was treated to a barrage of criticism over his stance on bilingualism. Callers would also yell at him over the early election, especially in the wake of the Star scandal. One caller would say, quote, "With matters this serious, I think you owed it to us to clear the air before calling an election," end quote. Overall, Peterson came away from the radio show unscathed, but it showed the anger towards him among the electorate. Unlike previous elections, this election lacked any real defining issue. The economy's downward trend was seen as a main issue, but even that was not at its worst point, and it was believed Peterson called the election before the economy really tanked. If there was a major issue, it was the election itself, which many people did not want called. Through the campaign, protesters followed Peterson around to events, receiving a lot of media coverage in the process. As well, various groups such as teachers, environmentalists, and doctors criticized the government at campaign events, in print, television, and on the radio. At one point, Peterson told an anti-poverty protester, quote, "Someday you're going to grow up and find a reasonable job," end quote. While Peterson was greeted by protesters, Ray was greeted by supporters who gave his bust the thumbs up. The NDP would campaign on an agenda for people, and the party was not overly scrutinized because many did not see the party as having a chance to defeat the Liberals. Ray would accuse Peterson of lying. He would portray the Premier as a pawn of big business, and he especially attacked the party over its record with the environment. This included having a helicopter fly over the community of Hagersville, where a tire fire had been going on for 17 days, and then providing the footage to the news. Ray would say of the Liberals, quote, "They used the environment as an excuse to raise the tax, and then they did not invest the money to deal with the problem," end quote.
Speaking tonight at a campaign dinner in North York, Ray took the Liberals to task over tax increases and no-fault car insurance. Speaking in flawless Italian at St. Wilfrid's Church, Ray told his audience that the Liberal Party is the party of big business and of private interests. Earlier, while campaigning in Richmond Hill, Ray focused on disappearing farmland and made his call for a public inquiry into land development. Speaking at a site which had been designated to remain as farmland until at least 2001, but is now bordered by large new homes, Ray said it's necessary to find out why and how such changes are made. And he said it's within the jurisdiction of the provincial government to do so.
It has entirely to do with a basic political problem, the concentration of land ownership in the province, the way in which municipal and provincial campaigns have been financed, the way in which planning decisions are made, and recommendations as to how we can strengthen municipal, regional, and provincial governments and give them the powers to protect the public interest.
Ray referred to a leaked cabinet document indicating the Peterson cabinet was considering such an inquiry early in 1989.
Ray and the NDP would not make a promise a day, but instead put forward a $4.2 billion economic agenda platform that included an 8% tax on business profits, limiting rent increases, and taxing income earners who made their money from real estate speculation. Through the election, the NDP began to gain momentum, and this would worry the Liberals. At first, the Liberal slogan was effective leadership for a strong Ontario, but by the last week of the election, it was warning, an NDP government will be hazardous to your health. Peterson would say at one point, quote, "This is not time to gamble on some cockamamie socialist view of how to run the province," end quote. At one point in the final week of the campaign, Peterson claimed without evidence that the proposed minimum wage increase by the NDP would cost Ontario 100,000 jobs and drive businesses out of the province. Running an election in the dead of summer also came with challenges as people were involved in other things, and there seemed to be a lack of interest in the election itself. David Agnew, the NDP campaign director, would state, quote, "A lot of people don't even know that there's an election on," end quote. Those who did follow the election were unhappy what was happening, especially with the $40 million price tag. Eva McMahon, a resident of St. Catharines, would state, quote, "The election is totally uncalled for," end quote. Colleen DeBert, president of the Union of Unemployed Workers, would state, quote, $40 million is going to be spent on this election, when in fact we have people starving, people with no shelter, people with no clothes. The money could have been put to far better use," end quote. At the August 20th debate, no one came out as a clear winner. Graham White, a professor with the University of Toronto, would state, quote, "I think on balance they all came across as reasonably effective politicians, but it wasn't the most scintillating television," end quote. Harris would challenge Peterson to a second debate, stating, quote, "David Peterson is making a lot of accusations about Mike Harris. I'm saying David Peterson is the issue. He's the one I want to debate. If they want to bring Bob along, I'll take the two of them on," end quote. Peterson would decline to debate. As the election wore on, the hope of a Liberal majority began to decrease. On September 1st, Peterson admitted that his party may only get a minority government, and by the day before the election, he was openly worried that the NDP would form the government. He would state, quote, "It's a possibility, there's no question, it's a prospect," end quote. In the September 5th, 1990 election, Ontario would see not just the greatest upset in its history, but arguably one of the greatest upsets in Canadian political history. The Liberals would collapse, losing 59 seats to fall to the official opposition status. The drop from 95 seats to 36 seats was the worst defeat in Ontario's history since the Conservative collapse in the 1934 election. Peterson would lose his own seat and would be out of provincial politics after leading the province since 1985. Peterson would say, quote, "Any shortcomings were mine," end quote. In his resignation as leader, Peterson would also state, quote, "When I called the campaign some 36 days ago, I knew it was going to be a very interesting campaign. I had no idea it was going to be this interesting," end quote. The leader of the federal Liberals, Jean Chrétien, would state, quote, "For the party it is not very good, and it's good for me as the leader of the opposition. Mr. Peterson was in much better shape than Mr. Mulrooney. I wish we had an election with Mr. Mulrooney right away," end quote. The Conservatives would fare better, gaining 4 seats to finish with 20, but still far below the levels of success the party had during its 4-decade reign. Despite the election loss, Harris would remain as leader of the party, and that would turn out to be a very good thing for the Progressive Conservatives. As for the NDP, they picked up 55 seats to finish with 74. This was a result no one saw coming, and for the first and so far only time in Ontario's history, the NDP led the province. The 74 seats won by the party was almost 40 more seats than they had won in 1975, when the party had its most success up until 1990. The 74 seats won by the party was as many seats as the party had won from 1934 to 1959 combined.
Welcome back to our Ontario 90 headquarters here in downtown Toronto. It is early yet. The results have just started coming in, but we are starting to see a trend. The NDP are on their way to victory. These are the returns as we have them right now. The NDP leading and elected in 66 seats around Ontario. They came in tonight with 19. Liberals came in tonight with 94. They are down to 35. And the Conservatives, who came in tonight with 17 seats, are actually up one. They're at 18 right now. They're not a factor. They may yet hold the balance of power in Ontario. Let's take a look at a couple of boards which show what has happened across the province tonight. It is a remarkable transformation. I see the NDP at 65 ridings right now. They're one short of a majority government. NDP up 45 seats across Ontario tonight. It's a stunning turn of events.
Steve, the NDP right now are one seat short of a majority government. They have 65 seats they're leading and elected in, one seat short of majority government.
And this board also shows us, Lynn, in the right-hand column, they've taken them all from the Conservatives, and here's why. Look at the change in the total vote around Ontario.
The NDP are up 15% to 41% of Ontario. The Liberals are down 14. The Liberals are bleeding everywhere right now, Steve.
And we want to get some reaction from NDP headquarters in Midtown Toronto, where Kelly Crow is standing by with some very excited NDP workers. Kelly?
Steve, you would not believe the excitement here tonight. The people here act like people who are witnessing history. Now, this, of course, is taking, many of them believe that an NDP majority government was a real possibility, but of course they weren't sure where the Tory vote would go, and nobody has been prepared to call it here tonight. There's still a sense of disbelief. Of course, we'll have to sit back later on in the night to evaluate what happened and where they're going to go from here. I think, first of all, though, we have quite a party. Let's see what's happening at the David Peterson headquarters. Over to you, Howard Gould.
Thanks very much, Kelly. I'm with one of the key strategists of the Liberal campaign, David McNaughton. David, look at these numbers, 66, 35, 17. Your reaction?
Well, obviously I'm disappointed, and how can you help but be disappointed? It's a bit shocking. I thought it was going to be closer than that, but obviously it looks like it's going to be a lot stronger for the NDP than I had thought.
Ray would say, quote, "Obviously there was an element of protest there. The lesson is that people's trust must be earned," end quote. Former NDP leader Stephen Lewis would say, quote, "It is a fantasy come true," end quote. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney stated to Ray, quote, "You assume the highest responsibilities of political office in Ontario at a challenging time in the history of our country. I offer you my best wishes as you set out to fulfill the important objectives you set for your government, and I very much look forward to working with you in the future," end quote. This would also be the second time that the province would see 3 current and future premiers running as leaders of their parties in the election. Ironically, Ray had been thinking of retiring as leader after the election, but with the win, he stayed on and he became known as the accidental premier. This election also saw a record 29 women elected to the legislature. 1995. Since 1985, Ontario had seen the end of the 4-decade Conservative dynasty, the quick rise and sudden fall of the Liberal Party, and the unbelievable election victory of the NDP. Looking at 1995, many wondered what exactly the election had in store. Over the previous 5 years, the NDP under Premier Bob Rae would bring in many changes to the province. The province was hit by a tough economy and would release its first budget with a projected record deficit of $9.1 billion in 1991. The budget increased social spending, put forward a plan to create 70,000 jobs, invested in social assistance, child benefits, social housing, and a higher tax on high-income earners, while 700,000 low-income earners would see their taxes lowered. One of the most controversial decisions was the creation of the social contract, an austerity legislation that reopened collective bargaining agreements with the public sector unions. This legislation imposed a wage freeze and introduced the measure that required civil servants to take 12 days off without pay per year. And while this gave the province $2 billion in savings without laying anyone off, it was widely criticized by public sector unions. Ray's government would also place a cap on enrollment into medical schools, established an Employment Equity Commission, affirmative action initiative, and rent increase controls. His government also committed sizable sums of money to food banks despite stating that he would eliminate food banks through anti-poverty initiatives. The government also put a freeze on the construction of nuclear power plants, opposed plans to privatize Ontario Hydro, opposed the North America Free Trade Agreement, and increased the basic assistance allowance by 7%. By the time the election came along, the unemployment rate of the province had risen from 6.8% to 8.8%, but the province had recovered 330,000 jobs. At the same time, the long-term debt had doubled to $96.5 billion by the time Ray was in power. Support for the NDP in the province was bad enough that in 1993's federal election, the federal NDP lost all 11 seats in Ontario. With both the Conservatives and the NDP still led by their previous leaders, Mike Harris and Bob Rae, it was the Liberals who had a new person in charge. For the first time in the history of Ontario, it was a woman. Lynn MacLeod was first elected in the 1987 election, defeating her progressive Conservative opponent. Despite the complete collapse of the Liberal Party in 1990, she retained her seat, and that helped raise her profile in the party. A leadership convention was held in 1992, and MacLeod put her name forward as a candidate. She would finish second on the first ballot and the second ballot, then moved into first on the third ballot, and claimed the leadership of the party on the fifth ballot. In her speech to delegates, she promised to balance the budget and defeat the New Democrats in the election. After the convention, it was revealed that she had spent $272,947 on her campaign, breaking the spending cap, something her main opponent, Murray Elston, also did. With their win, she became the first woman to lead a major party in Ontario. When the election campaign began, the popularity of the NDP had rebounded somewhat, but most believed that the NDP would not be re-elected to lead the province. The Liberals hoped that they would be the party to benefit the most from the fall of the NDP, especially because the party led the polls from 1992 onwards. When the election started, the Liberals sat at 52%, the Conservatives at 26%, and the NDP at an abysmal 17%. The Liberal campaign would mirror the federal Liberals campaign of 1993, which had cruised to a majority government under Jean Chrétien. The MacLeod Red Book was created as a result to diffuse criticisms of her leadership by showing where she stood on the issues and addressing voter skepticism by detailing costs and timetables for implementing promises. The party would promise to repeal the 5% provincial tax on insurance premiums, scrap the Jobs Ontario training program that cost $330 million, develop a new curriculum for Ontario schools, and adopt a Victims' Bill of Rights. As well, she would also pledge to balance the budget by $2,000 through $4 billion in spending cuts. On the first night of the Liberal TV commercials promoting the party's platform, more than 600 people called in to request copies, 100 within the first 3 minutes alone. Ray would save the platform, quote, "I believe the MacLeod plan is a real departure from the best of the Liberal in the province. When Mike Harris came out with his common sense revolution, the Liberals were originally critical of it. Now that's changed." End quote. The plan would earn praise from future Prime Minister Paul Martin, who was the current Federal Justice Minister. Martin would state, quote, "It has set out an extremely credible plan in terms of deficit reduction, and it is that kind of plan, rigidly adhered to, I believe is going to bring us much better times." End quote. When Harris appeared on the radio, MacLeod sent him a silver platter with hot sauce packets and his party's policy book, because Harris said he would eat the policy book if he didn't follow through on his promises. Harris seemed to respond well to the attacks of MacLeod. When she called his plans wacky, he would wear a t-shirt that said, quote, "Call me wacky, but I'm for a tax cut." End quote. Unfortunately, the party and MacLeod had many missteps in the election campaign. There were several policy reversals before the election as well, with the worst being MacLeod withdrawing support for the Equality Rights Statute Amendment Act, which would give same-sex couples the same rights as common-law couples in the province. The act would fail as a result after it was introduced by Ray's government in 1994. It was believed MacLeod did this to boost the support of the Liberals in the more socially conservative rural areas of the province. What it actually did was give the party the image of flip-flopping. Protesters would show up to her campaign events dressed as giant rubber sandals and yell "Lynn McFlip-Flop" over and over. MacLeod would be criticized for her views on same-sex couples as well. She would state, quote, "I cannot support the change in the definition of spouse and family, and therefore the extension of adoption rights to same-sex couples." End quote. In the campaign, MacLeod also criticized the handling of the Somali refugee claims by drawing attention to gangs that were forcing Somalis to move to Ontario, stating they were defrauding the welfare system. This greatly offended immigrant voters who saw this as a criticism to the entire Somali community. It seemed her campaign had no end to problems. On one election stop at a party fundraiser in Toronto, her appearance was postponed by 2 hours, while her audience waited due to a crisis. That crisis turned out to be the dumping of a candidate who had written a book full of slurs against women, the Pope, and the Catholic Church. At another point, she was answering questions when her aides suddenly cut off all questions and MacLeod was given the look of someone who was hiding from the media. She would also be criticized, quite unfairly, for standing on a small platform when she spoke behind the microphone at events. This platform was called Mount MacLeod. One Toronto radio DJ would state, quote, "I just don't think you can elect somebody who needs a booster seat." End quote.
Where does Lynn MacLeod really stand? MacLeod supported billions in higher taxes. Now she opposes income tax cuts. MacLeod talks about fair hiring. But MacLeod opposes repealing the quota law. She talks about fixing welfare. But MacLeod opposes requiring work for welfare. Politician Lynn MacLeod. Who knows where she's going? Mike Harris. Work for welfare. Repeal the quota law. Tax cuts for jobs. Harris. Leadership for a change.
Liberal candidates often had issues with voters as well, including one candidate who made a crude comment to a woman over a dispute related to lawn signs. Sharon McWhitter would state that the Liberal candidate, James Brown, said, quote, "If I want lip from you, I'll rattle my zipper." End quote. Throughout the campaign, Ray was also met with angry voters, including in areas that were considered NDP safe zones. At one point, visiting Peterborough, he stepped off the bus and was greeted by a heckler who yelled, quote, "I want to hear what more lies are going to be told." End quote. Ray walked up the block shaking hands and looked at crafts and displays past windows with "Stop Ray" posters on full display. At one medical clinic, a doctor had written in red ink on a piece of paper, quote, "If the new Democratic Party is re-elected in Ontario, the clinic will be closed permanently." End quote. This was displayed prominently in the window, and as Ray stopped to do a news conference, a man drove by and yelled, quote, "Bob Ray, so full of blank, his eyes are brown." End quote. Ray would say of the unpopularity he was facing, quote, "People were calling for my head in 1985 and 1987. I never believed things were as good as people said, or as bad as they said. Triumph or disaster are imposters." End quote. Harris would campaign on the promise to balance the budget, slash income tax rates by 30%, and reform welfare after costs went from $1.3 billion in 1985 to $6.8 billion in 1995. He also promised to eliminate subsidized housing and welfare payments for 16 and 17-year-olds who left home. The party would release a 21-page document called the Common Sense Revolution, which pledged to save a family of 4 with an income of $50,000 a total of $4,000 in taxes over the next 3 years.
Paid for by the Mike Harris Committee. High taxes and spending are killing Ontario jobs.
Had enough? I have. I'm Mike Harris. Call this number and join our Common Sense Revolution. We're going to bring jobs back to Ontario. We'll cut provincial income taxes 30% over 3 years and cut government spending by 20% on everything except health care. Help make Ontario great again. Join the Common Sense Revolution.
Harris would say, quote, "The average Ontario family is poorer today than it was 10 years ago." Harris also pledged to end hiring targets for visible minorities, the Indigenous, disabled people, and women. He would state, quote, "I want an Ontario where people are judged by their qualifications, not legislated equality." End quote. MacLeod would criticize Harris's promises, stating that they were making wild, simplistic promises that can't be kept. Ray would call the Progressive Conservatives' plan irresponsible. Former Progressive Conservative Premier Frank Miller also campaigned for Harris, visiting his hometown to drum up the vote. Miller would state, quote, "I think we have a real fighting chance. Mike is doing a good job. There's a little more upbeat mood among the Conservatives." End quote. During the televised debate, MacLeod would severely hurt her party's chances of being elected due to her performance. Many saw her as overly aggressive in the debate due to severe clashing with Ray and waving her party's platform before the camera on several occasions. Ray was mostly left alone by the other two parties, as his party's numbers were continuing to slip and he was no longer seen as a front-runner. After the debate, many voters who were leaning towards the Liberals shifted support to the Progressive Conservatives. With the Liberals faltering, Ray turned his attention to Harris and attacked him every day leading up to the election. He would say, quote, "We are talking about defending our way of life in the province in the face of this radical right-wing agenda," end quote. As poll numbers continued to slide for Ray, he would state, quote, "I'm in the business of turning heads. I'm not in the business of counting heads. We have 5 days to go to convince people that the Harris-McLeod agenda doesn't make sense," end quote. McLeod would begin to say the same as her poll numbers began to tank. She would state, quote, "You go through a campaign with a very clear strategy, and that's to work hard and get your message out. Let's wait and see what the electors say on June 8th, end quote. In the June 8, 1995 election, the Progressive Conservatives under Mike Harris surged ahead with a 62-seat gain to finish with 82 and a majority government, the party's first since the 1981 election. The party's 62-seat gain was the most the party had in one election in its entire history. It was also the most seats the party had won since the 1981 election. Harris would tell his supporters on election night, quote, "Some may call us victorious. In truth, we are fortunate to have been honored with your trust. You have voted for major change. Your mandate is a direct action to fix government that isn't working for you anymore," end quote.
Good evening. Ontario voters have decided who will lead the province for the next 4 years. And the province has taken a decidedly right turn away from Bob Rae's NDP in favor of Mike Harris's Conservatives. So who is Mike Harris? Not a household name across the country. In fact, many people in Ontario didn't know much about the man before this election campaign. In a few minutes, we'll look at what his victory means for Ontario and its impact on the rest of the country.
The NDP completely collapsed, losing 57 seats to fall to 17, going from the ruling party to the third party in the legislature. The 17 seats won by the party was its worst showing since the party had 7 seats in the 1963 election. It would not be until 2014 that the party would gain more than 17 seats in an election again. Ray would say, quote, "Life is too short to be bitter. The people have spoken and their view is final and it's worthy of our respect. I believe in what is going on around here. I'm not just going to pack my bags. I've got some things I want to do and say," end quote. The Liberals did not benefit from the fall of the NDP as much as the party had hoped. The party had only increased its seat count by 5, and would become the official opposition with little power in the legislature, dominated by the Progressive Conservatives. McLeod would tell her supporters regarding her future, quote, "Let's see what happens when we get into a session of the legislature," end quote. After the election, both Bob Rae and Lynn McLeod announced their resignations as leaders of the party, as Progressive Conservatives hoped to begin a new dynasty 10 years after the last one ended. 1999. The Conservatives had come back into power after 10 years on the outside looking in. The Liberals had regained the official opposition, and the NDP had seen a complete collapse from their height to 1990. By the end of the decade, 2 of the 3 main parties would be led by new men, and Mike Harris would be vying for a second majority government after his election win in 1995. In 1996, the Liberals had moved on from Lynn McLeod as their leader and elected a new man they hoped would take them back into power, Dalton McGuinty. McGuinty had won the leadership that year even though he was not the front runner going into it. A total of 7 candidates vied for leadership, with McGuinty finishing 4th on the first ballot. He would remain in the running, but again finished 4th on the second ballot. On the third ballot, he was able to move into a tie for second behind front-runner Gerard Kennedy. On the 4th ballot, McGuinty took control of second place, but still trailed Kennedy by almost 300 votes. But everything changed on the 5th ballot when Joseph Cordiano pulled out of the running and put his support behind McGuinty. On the 5th and final ballot at 4:25 a.m., McGuinty won the leadership of the party, and in return for his delegates, Cordiano was named the deputy leader of the party. McGuinty was seen as a young leader who could lead the party back to power. His father, Dalton McGuinty Sr., had served as an MPP for the party, and McGuinty was seen as more conservative, with critics calling him Harris Light. For many, they felt that McGuinty would get the party elected to power because he was more to the right than the left. The Conservatives immediately jumped on the fact McGuinty was new to the leadership position and not ready for the job of leading the province. The NDP were now led by Howard Hampton, who has also taken over the leadership of the party in 1996 from Bob Rae, who had retired following the election loss. Hampton had been in the legislature since 1987 and had served as the Attorney General under the government of Bob Rae. Despite having a cabinet post, Hampton did not get along with Rae, who did not like that he retreated from his election pledge to introduce public automobile insurance to the province. On June 22, 1996, he would win the leadership of the party on the third ballot over Bob Rae ally Francis Lankin. As for Harris, in his first term as premier, he had immediately brought in many changes to the province. He cut social assistance rates by 21.6% and argued that too many people were taking advantage of the program. He also introduced Ontario Works, which was a program that required able-bodied welfare recipients to participate in training or job placement programs. Provincial income tax rates were cut by 30%, and the Fair Share Health Levy was created to charge high-income earners to help pay for healthcare costs. His government also laid off hundreds of nurses to cut costs and close several hospitals. He would say of the nurses losing their jobs and hospital closures, quote, "Just as hula hoops went out and those workers had to have a factory and company that would manufacture something else that's in, it's the same with the government. And you know, governments have to put off these decisions for so many years that restructuring sometimes is painful." End quote. One of the biggest changes his government brought in was the splitting of Ontario Hydro into 5 companies, with the plans of selling them off. But the government postponed those plans due to public opposition. The number of MPPs was also reduced from 130 to 103, the lowest number since the 1950s. Due to this, several incumbent MPPs would be directly facing each other for new seats, including competing for their own party's nomination. The government would also eliminate the 5th year of high school in Ontario, mandate a standardized curriculum, and require high school students to complete 40 hours of volunteering and community service in order to graduate. One of the most contentious issues of his first term was the Ipperwash crisis in 1995. When protesters were fighting over land claims at a provincial park west of Toronto, the Ontario Provincial Police Acting Sergeant, Kenneth Dean, fired on Indigenous demonstrators in the park, killing Dudley George. The George family called for an inquiry, but this would not happen until 2003. It would be testified at the inquiry that Harris had said he, quote, "wanted the blanking Indians out of the park," end quote. When the campaign began, the Liberals had a lead over the Progressive Conservatives in the poll, but the parties, even the Liberals, cast doubt on its accuracy. Subsequent polls showed the Progressive Conservatives with a large lead over the Liberals. The Progressive Conservatives would bring in American experts from the Republican Party to help the campaign, which continued to target McGuinty as not being ready for the job as leader.
It's about the toughest job in the province, making the difficult decisions, doing what he said he would do to bring Ontario back. Mike Harris, he's cut taxes and turned our economy around. From a recession to 540,000 new jobs. Work for welfare, higher standards for schools, strong leadership to keep our economy moving. For the best Ontario, the best Premier, Mike Harris. Paid for by the Ontario PC Party.
Throughout the campaign, protesters would appear at Harris campaign events, often yelling, "Bye bye Mike." On May 10th, 4 students were arrested for blocking his campaign bus. On May 13th, there were allegations that underage teens were drinking on a Conservative campaign bus after they were lured by organizers to cut classes and attend a Harris rally. At another campaign stop, a protester dressed up as Darth Vader and held up a sign that said, quote, "Mike works for me," end quote. Another campaign stop saw protesters swarm towards Harris, and one man was arrested and charged with assaulting police. One officer suffered a gash under his eye. At one election stop in Newmarket, where he was in the backyard of Lindsay Mason, where he had launched his plan to cut Ontario taxes by 30% 4 years previous, residents of the area were angry that his campaign team had not contacted them as they suddenly found police cruisers and media vehicles all over the streets. Guido DeWeen would say, quote, "At first I thought it was a murder," end quote. Of course, DeWeen would also state that Harris had his vote. He said, quote, "He pushed through a lot of the things that have been lying around for years," end quote. In the campaign, Harris would campaign on a 20% reduction in the provincial portion of property tax, a $3.8 billion increase in healthcare spending, and $10 billion in an infrastructure program over the next 5 years. He would also have a campaign prop that was widely mocked called the Spendometer, which he used to show what he claimed would be the fiscal dangers of opposition promises. The Liberals would pledge not to raise taxes, but wouldn't cut any until the deficit was eliminated. The party ran pre-election ads showing Harris proudly announcing tax cuts, with images of lineups at the hospital emergency wards. McGuinty would state, quote, "We can be a proud province, or we can follow New Jersey. We can choose dignity for our sick, or put them on stretchers in emergency room hallways." End quote. After 62-year-old Barry Dunn of Thunder Bay died in Minnesota after a bed could not be found for him in Ontario, McGuinty used this on his campaign, stating, quote, "Mike Harris couldn't afford a hospital bed for Barry Dunn, but he could afford a $100 million advertising campaign telling Barry Dunn and the rest of us that when it comes to healthcare in our province, things are just fine." End quote. At one point, McGuinty would call Harris a thug as the election campaign began to heat up. The NDP would promise to reverse several of the Harris cuts and to charge those who earned more than $80,000 a year to pay for new spending. Howard Hampton would also compare McGuinty to Norman Bates from Psycho. He would later apologize for this, stating, quote, "The characterization used by the media should not have been repeated by myself. I will make sure nothing like this happens again." End quote. McGuinty would respond, quote, "I accept his apology, but Howard Hampton owes an apology to patients and students who will suffer if Mike Harris is re-elected." End quote. During the leaders' debate, McGuinty would have a poor performance and was unable to explain the platform of the party clearly. Both Hampton and Harris would target McGuinty heavily in the debate. Many would consider Hampton the winner of the debate. Tom Long, chairman of the Harris campaign, would say, quote, "I think Howard certainly managed to get his points across. I give Mr. Hampton credit for being passionate. He's clearly somebody who believes in what he's saying." End quote. When reporters asked McGuinty about appearing wooden and stiff in the debate, he responded with, quote, "Have you been talking to my wife?" End quote. The joke did not go over well.
McGuinty hammered away at the issues polls say mean the most to Ontarians.
You have compromised our ability to sustain quality health care and quality education. First, we fix health care and education. When it comes to your health care and to your education, I'll make sure that those two things are there for you.
With his strategist making notes in the media room, McGuinty made several attempts to get the details of his platform out.
I will put our hospitals before another tax cut. It's time to hire back all of those nurses that Mike Harris fired. We're going to bring 2,000 new computers every month into Ontario classrooms. Mine is the only party that is committed specifically to a benefit for children.
But McGuinty would find himself attacked on all sides.
As the new Liberal leader, one of your first acts was to try and put your brother on the Queen's Park payroll. In the course of this election campaign, you have offered Ontarians an ambiguous plan with only vague promises about how to pay for it. Do you think you've demonstrated to Ontarians that you have the right stuff to be Premier of this province?
Thank you for your question, Robert. I want to make it perfectly clear that I made...
And neither of you is going to have the money, because money will continue to be taken out of our schools, $4.1 billion a day, to finance your income tax cuts.
And quite frankly, Howard is quite right. That means either you can't deliver, or you've got to run up the deficit, or you've got to hike taxes.
I have no intention whatsoever of raising taxes, and once I've eliminated your deficit, I won't be running any more deficits.
As the debate drew to a close, the party's spin doctors started talking with the media, trying to reinforce their take on the debate.
Mike Harris was on the offensive of health care and education, and Dalton McGuinty gave the voters of Ontario lots of good reasons to vote for him tonight.
I think he showed the inconsistency in Dalton's message that, Dalton will say, I whine about the Harris tax cut. I don't like the Harris tax cut because it's caused cuts to hospitals, but I'm not going to do anything about it.
I thought Mr. McGuinty was extremely wooden and very practiced. I mean, the one thing that he did establish this evening is that he can memorize.
Seemed to me they were both picking on me pretty good, but, that's what debate is about.
Did you notice how Mr. Harris very often said, "Mr. Hampton, you're right. Mr. Hampton, you're right. Mr. Hampton, I agree with you on that." Did you notice how often he said that?
Well, I put the question to Mr. Harris, and he would say, "That's the right question." And then he would say, "But my emphasis is on tax cuts." And Mr. McGuinty would try to weave and bob.
I don't think that there's... I don't think there's any doubt that there's a bit of a conspiracy hunt going here now between Mike Harris and Howard Hampton.
Despite the messages each leader brought into the evening, the attacks on Dalton McGuinty dominated the media coverage.
McGuinty would also deal with protesters for the first time. At a stop on May 26, 4 whistleblowing protesters began to blow their whistles while wearing blow the whistle. They demanded that McGuinty say where he would get the money to put back into education and healthcare. He would say to the protesters, quote, Mike Harris wants to spend $2.5 billion on tax cuts and advertising. I will take the same money and spend it elsewhere. End quote. The election saw the first major use of attack ads as well, something that was relatively unknown to politics for the time. McGuinty would state, quote, Mike Harris has launched new attack ads against me. I want to make it perfectly clear. They are nothing less than a pack of lies. End quote. Harris would respond, quote, The Liberals are always whining and complaining. They're quite a negative party I've found in the last 4 years. End quote. The new Democratic Party, most of the election, distanced itself from the memory of Bob Rae. Hampton would reach out to labor groups, but the unions had decided to abandon the NDP for the Liberals in an effort to defeat the Progressive Conservatives through strategic voting. The election was also pushed to the back burner by many residents in Ontario, as the Toronto Maple Leafs were in the playoffs at the same time. Earl Say would say, quote, Who cares about politics right now? I'd much rather see the Leafs win the Stanley Cup than the party of my choice win this stupid election. Politicians all say what they're going to say. They do what they're going to do, but they don't bring home the cup. End quote. Harris would wear a Leafs hat and jersey on the campaign trail in order to bring in some support for his election campaign from Leafs fans. Hampton, who had a hockey scholarship to attend an American university, would also play a pickup game the morning of the televised debate.
So you caught the game last night, Mr. Hampton.
I enjoyed it.
How was it?
It was a good game, but the Leafs have to play more disciplined if they want to win the series.
Speaking, we can maybe look at this election campaign as a hockey game. Mr. Harris as a netminder, protecting his turf. Mr. McGuinty playing center, trying to score, obviously, on Mr. Harris. Where does that leave you?
It leaves me taking over the rest of the ice. And I think that's what our campaign has done since the first week. We've gradually taken more and more of the ice. The Conservatives are coming down in the polls, Liberals are coming down in the polls, and only Howard Hampton and the NDP have some upward mobility.
Are you suggesting you could be premier?
I'm suggesting that people in Ontario don't make up their minds, and they understand that the NDP is the only party that will do something about that, and I think we can do very well.
Obviously, you're battling Mr. Harris and his party platform. What if the NDP popular vote increases at the expense of the Liberals, and Mr. Harris manages to steal that puck and score again, another majority? What will you have accomplished?
Well, I think we will have accomplished a true alternative to the Harris government. I think what's happened over the last 2 weeks is the Dalton McGuinty and the Liberals have been exposed as being Mike Harris warmed over. Mike Harris is committed to a tax cut for the well-off that takes money out of our schools and hospitals. Dalton McGuinty is also committed to that. Mr. Harris is committed to more anti-worker legislation. Dalton McGuinty is committed to that. Mike Harris likes punishing the unemployed through workfare. Dalton McGuinty agrees with Mr. Harris.
6 days before the election, the Conservatives polled at 42%, while the Liberals were at 41% and the NDP at 16%. In the June 3, 1999 election, the Progressive Conservatives lost 23 seats to fall to 59, which was still good enough to hold on to power with a majority government. The 59 seats for a majority government was the lowest the province had seen since 1948. This was also the first time a Conservative premier had won back-to-back majorities since John Robarts in 1967. Harris would tell his supporters, quote, Tonight, for the first time in 30 years, a majority Progressive Conservative government has been succeeded by a majority Progressive Conservative government. Regardless of how you voted, my commitment is that we will all move forward together. End quote. The Liberals would gain 5 seats, rising to 35 seats and staying on as the official opposition. McGuinty would say, quote, We have fought a good fight for all the right reasons. I'm very proud tonight to say that close to 2 million Ontarians voted Liberal today. We will continue to fight for all those things that the majority of this province believe in, and it is my honor and privilege to lead that fight. End quote. The NDP would lose 8 seats, falling to 9 seats in the legislature. The 9 seats won by the NDP was its worst showing since the party won 7 seats in the 1963 election. Hampton would say, quote, I wish the results had been different. They will be next time. End quote. For Harris, this would be his last election. In 2002, he would resign as premier and join a Toronto law firm. And the following year, it would once again be time for a change in Ontario politics. 2003. As Ontario moved towards its first election in its third century, many residents appeared ready for a change. Mike Harris had resigned as leader and was now replaced by Ernie Eves, who became the 23rd Premier of Ontario as a result. He had first been elected to the legislature in 1981 by only 6 votes, but would hold the seat until 2001 when he resigned due to personal issues. When Harris resigned the following year, Eves would win the party leadership and regain a seat in the legislature. While he only served 16 months as Premier before the election was called, his government dealt with many issues, including the coroner's inquest into the death of Kimberly Rogers, who committed suicide while under house arrest for a disputed welfare fraud conviction. One of his cabinet ministers was also forced to resign when it was alleged he spent $100,000 on meals and alcohol in expensive restaurants and hotels in Toronto. After the budget came out, Energy Minister Chris Stockwell was forced to resign after it was found that he let a company he regulated pay for a family trip to Europe. Even with these problems, though, his government won praise for negotiating a deal with the striking government workers, cancelling an IPO of Hydro One, and deferring tax breaks for corporations and private schools. This pushed the Conservatives up in the polls, but Eves would not call an election to take advantage of this. He would instead wait, likely because he remembered the Liberals calling a snap election in 1990 that was highly criticized and helped sink the party. By this point, the Conservative government was being criticized for its response to the SARS epidemic that hit Toronto and the 2003 North American blackout that happened in August. The late response to the crisis was criticized, although Eves did hold several daily press briefings after the blackout and would be praised for being cool under pressure. The Liberals were still led by Dalton McGuinty, and by all accounts he began to find his role as the opposition leader in the legislature. He would hire more skilled advisors to work with him, and he would bring in former Liberal Cabinet Minister Greg Zobarra as the party president. He would also launch the Ontario Liberal Fund to rebuild the party's finances. With the election approaching, McGuinty worked to improve his debating skills through training by Scott Reid, who had trained John McCain in debate. He would also have his party adopt a platform that emphasized lowering class sizes, hiring more nurses, increasing environmental protections, and holding the line when it came to taxes. Howard Hampton also continued to lead the NDP, and he made a name for himself when he became an advocate for public ownership of Ontario Hydro after the government unveiled plans to privatize the utility. Partly due to his opposition work, the plan to privatize was abandoned by Eves. The election campaign would begin poorly for Eves, with Tom Long, the former chairman of the Harris election campaign, refusing to work with him, with most speculating it was because Long saw him as wishy-washy. The party would campaign on the slogan of "Experience You Can Trust," which focused on the 2 decades of experience in provincial politics by Eves.
My dad worked at a factory in Windsor. My mom grew up on a farm. I worked hard to put myself through school. My experiences shaped me. They affect how I consider different points of view and balance competing priorities. My experiences also influence my decisions, because when you're premier, you affect people's lives. So the more experience you can bring to the job, the better.
The Progressive Conservatives would promise tax reductions for mortgage payments, rebates for seniors, tax credits for parents sending their children to private schools, banning teacher strikes, and a made-in-Ontario immigration system. Through the campaign, Eves settled into a pattern of highlighting something from the party platform, then attacking McGuinty for opposing it. Eves would also state that McGuinty supported the federal immigration plan, which Eves said would allow terrorists into the country. Attack ads were once again a focus of the Progressive Conservatives, nearly all of which focused on McGuinty, stating he wanted to raise taxes, and McGuinty sided with unions and would allow teacher strikes. McGuinty would not take the positive and negative message approach of Eves, instead having his caucus members criticize the Eves government while he focused on promoting a positive plan for change. As well, the Liberals ran only positive ads during the campaign, rather than meeting negative ads with negative ads. Most of the ads featured McGuinty in a natural environment, speaking directly to the camera about his plans for Ontario if he were elected.
I love this election because it's about something. They want to give huge corporations a huge tax break, and some of you, a small one. I won't raise your taxes, but I won't cut them either. Our schools and hospitals need that money desperately. That's our priority. That's our focus. That's the choice you need to make. Choose the high road. Choose change.
McGuinty would say of his approach, quote, "We are taking the high road. I've known Mr. Eves for 13 years, and that is not Ernie Eves that I've come to know. It's just not. He must be very tired." End quote. The NDP, who had lost their official party status in the last election, focused on making themselves unique from the Liberals on the issue of public ownership of public services. They would have the slogan of public power.
For most of us, selling off our hydro was the last straw. When I traveled the province, I met a lot of people fed up with outrageous hydro bills, which were a direct result of conservative deregulation. The blackout makes it obvious. Privatization costs more and isn't reliable. That's what this election is all about. Protecting and properly funding our essential public services. That's what public power means.
A message from the Ontario New Democratic Party.
Each campaign stop was built around a visual thematic. This was seen in the first week of the campaign when Hampton attacked the Liberals' energy platform by saying it was full of holes, and then holding up a copy of the Liberal platform with holes in it. Hampton would also criticize the tax breaks for the rich by the Eves government by appearing in the front of the home of millionaire Peter Monk. They would also make several pledges on the social platform, including creating 20,000 new daycare spaces for parents at a cost of only $10 per day. The issue that would dominate the campaign would be the Walkerton water tragedy that left several people dead because of E. coli contamination in the town's water, which also sickened half the population. Other issues would include the SARS outbreak, funding for education and tax cuts, with all parties promising various levels of tax cuts in one form or another. In the first week of the campaign, it was a tight race with the Liberals only leading by 2%. This would begin to change as time went on, and the Liberals would slowly carve out a solid lead as the election campaign went on. Protesters would often greet Eves at various campaign stops, but he would often make the effort to speak with them rather than staying away. Bob McDermott, a political science professor, would say, quote, "Some people see him in some ways as a better manager than Harris because he listens to people." End quote. In the midway point in the election campaign, a raid of a meat packing plant showed several health code violations. It was then found through leaked documents that the government had not implemented recommendations to improve meat safety. Agriculture Minister Helen Johns made matters worse by not speaking to the media and having to be tracked down in her own riding. Without a doubt, the most lasting controversy of the election campaign came on September 12, 2003, when the Eves campaign released a news statement that called McGuinty, quote, "an evil, reptilian, kitten eater from another planet." End quote. Eves would state that it was a joke, with some saying it was a reference to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, a show that McGuinty stated he enjoyed. Eves would state, quote, "I know it was an attempt at humor, but it was an ill-advised attempt of humor. I'm not apologizing, but I am acknowledging that it certainly went over the top." End quote. McGuinty would state that he would not be sidetracked by the issue. He said, quote, "This is not just a lot of noise. I'm going to stay focused on what people want me to talk about during the campaign. I love kittens and I like puppies too. I have eaten calf, I'll admit to that." End quote. A white kitten was released at a Liberal event with some blaming the Conservatives. Instead of shooing it away, McGuinty held up the kitten as media took photos, creating a defining moment of the campaign. The Liberal Party leaned into the issue, making shirts that said, quote, "Call me an evil reptilian kitten eater, but I want change." End quote. By this point, the Conservatives were on the defensive and dropping in the polls. In an effort to reduce the slide, Eves appeared at a campaign event with barbed wire and a get-out-of-jail-free card to accuse the Liberals of being soft on crime. The media didn't focus on the message, but Eves' first use of props during the election. In the leader debate, McGuinty rebounded from his terrible debate performance in 1999 by playing off the low expectations many had of him. Eves would do well in the debate as well, with some pundits saying he won. The Ottawa Citizen would state, quote, "Premier Eves, who initially appeared stiff and uncertain, grew confident in the debate as the evening went on. His campaign has been confused, and he had to deliver a coherent message about where he'll take the province. Again, he succeeded." End quote. Eves would try to get his message across to voters who were quickly turning away from his party. He would state, quote, "I'm trying to get this message through to people that if they go down this road, I just want you to understand what exactly it is you'll be voting for." End quote. As the final week of the election approached, Eves would call McGuinty a pointy head, for which he later apologized, stating, quote, "The remark I made about Mr. McGuinty was quite frankly inappropriate. It was probably out of frustration," end quote. McGuinty used this the next day when joking with radio hosts when he said he had to be careful so he, quote, "won't spear you with my sharp pointy head," end quote. Eves would also deny that his tactics in the election had been below the belt. He would state, quote, "I have tried not to be personal about anything to do with Mr. McGuinty. I have tried to set out what our platform is and compare it to what they stand for," end quote. The Conservatives would eventually start to pull the negative ads against McGuinty and state that they were moving on with the next phase for the campaign. In the October 2, 2003 election, the Progressive Conservatives lost 35 seats to fall to 24, becoming the official opposition. This was the party's lowest seat count in 13 years, and the party's worst drop in seats since 1987. Eves told reporters and supporters regarding McGuinty, quote, "We have some fundamental differences, but we both share a desire to make life better for the people of Ontario," end quote. The NDP would also lose seats, falling to 7, their worst showing since 1963 when they had 7. Hampton had predicted his party would be the official opposition, which didn't pan out. He would say on election night, quote, "When we started this campaign, I said we were going to fight for things that matter to the average person in Ontario. I thought we ran a good campaign. We did run a good campaign, but that's the way it goes," end quote. The Liberals would surge ahead by gaining 37 seats, finishing with 72 seats in the legislature. This was only the second time in the party's history that it had received more than 70 seats in an election. It was also the party's second best showing ever after the 95 seats won by the Liberals in 1987. McGuinty, the new premier, would state, quote, "The people of Ontario have voted strongly for change, but they have chosen something more profound than a change of government. They've rejected a negative message and chosen a positive one. They've rejected the politics of division and chosen, instead, to work together," end quote. 2007. As the 2007 election approached, the Liberal Party had one goal: do something the party had not accomplished in 70 years, win a second consecutive election. After winning 9 consecutive elections from 1871 to 1902, the Liberal Party had only won 3 elections, in 1934, 1937, and 1987. In Premier Dalton McKenty's first term in office, his government immediately brought in auto insurance reforms, rolled back corporate and personal tax cuts that were scheduled for 2004, and passed legislation that made publicly funded health care provincial law. In the wake of the drinking water scandal from the Harris years, the Liberals hired more meat and water inspectors. The first budget for the Liberals would also have a strong focus on health care, with money going to hospitals to shorten wait times, bringing in free immunizations for children, and creating 150 new family health teams to improve access to physicians. In order to pay for all this, including $200 million into public health care, a health premium was created that cost between $300 and $900, which was highly controversial. The budget also had a $5 billion deficit, which caused the party to drop in the polls. Other changes brought in by the Liberal government was the banning of junk food in schools, outlawing smoking in public places, banning pit bulls in the province, making the move to legalize same-sex marriage in the province, and expanding Ontario's Drive Clean emissions program. But one of the biggest scandals came in the wake of revelations that Mike Coley, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, had mishandled government funds. He had given out $32 million in government grants to cultural and immigrant groups without official applications or statements of purpose. In one of the worst examples, the Ontario Cricket Association received $1 million when it only asked for $150,000. The party had also brought in legislation that made election dates fixed by a formula to be every 4 years unless the government fell in a vote of no confidence. Heading into the election, the party also pledged $14.7 billion in new spending, including $3.1 billion for public education and $100 million for hospitals. The Progressive Conservatives were now led by John Tory, who had served as the campaign co-manager of the Kim Campbell election campaign in 1993, where he authorized the infamous face ads during the federal election. He'd run for the mayor of Toronto in 2003 but lost to David Miller. When Ernie Eves announced his resignation as leader of the Conservatives, Tory put his name forward to lead the party. Only 2 other candidates ran against him, Jim Flaherty and Frank Cleese. On the first ballot, Tory took 45% of the vote, and then won with 54% on the vote on the second ballot. On March 17, 2005, Tory was elected to the legislature. The Conservatives campaigned on the platform of a plan for a better Ontario, which would eliminate the healthcare tax, address the doctor shortage, fast-track the building of nuclear power plants, and invest in a gas tax for public roads. The NDP were still led by Howard Hampton, who had led the party since 1996 and had seen the party go from 17 seats to 7. There would be a lot of pressure on Hampton to reverse the downward slide of the party that had begun after the NDP led the province from 1990 to 1995. The main issue of the election would be public funding to faith-based schools in the province. This was a proposal put forward by Tory. At the time, Catholic schools were fully funded in the same way that public schools were. Jewish, Muslim, and evangelical Christian schools were not funded by the province. This was cited as discriminatory by the Supreme Court of Canada and the United Nations Human Rights Committee. The issue was highly controversial in the province, and many Ontario residents opposed it, as did some of the Conservatives who openly criticized it. The Conservatives would continue to use attack ads and visual aids to combat the Liberals in the election. The I Need the Money machine was one such effort, which was a phone booth-sized enclosure where a man with a Pinocchio nose tried to stuff money into his pockets as air jets forced the money into the air around him. A recording of McGuinty saying, "I need that money," would also play over and over. The Pinocchio character would often go to events held by McGuinty and heckle him. Attack ads began to air closer to the election, citing Ontario residents' complaints on how McGuinty handled crime, healthcare, and the economy. The ads would also not mention the faith-based funding promised by Tory. One of the most unique moments came when all three leaders went against each other to make the perfect furrow in the international ploughing competition in Crosby, which Hampton was able to win. At the event, McGuinty spent 7 minutes meeting people with federal leader Stéphane Dion. He would cite this as an example of him meeting regular citizens after both the NDP and Conservatives criticized him for being afraid to meet Ontario residents. McGuinty would state, quote, "Maybe you weren't there when I met Mr. Brady and Main Streeted in an Ottawa hospital. I've had a great opportunity to meet with Ontarians, and I got a sense of where they're at and where they want to go." End quote. Mike Brady was a cancer patient at the Ottawa hospital who would be responsible for a Conservative gaffe as well. Tory would repeatedly use the name of Brady incorrectly, calling him Mike Bradley. Tory would apologize after stating, quote, "I apologize. I wrote my own speech. It was handwritten." End quote. McGuinty and Tory would agree on one issue in the campaign, and that was over street racing, with both wanting to see new laws that would make the roads of Ontario safer in the midst of a rise in street racing. In a poll done on September 26, 26% said they did not care about the funding issue, 13% said they were in support of it, and 43% were against it. Tory would state the stalling of his party's numbers was not an indication of the party's potential to win. He would say, quote, "If you look at a horse race and they're on the backstretch, halfway through, it's not the time to be predicting who's going to win. I'm very confident we're doing just fine." End quote. The issue of the funding for religious schools would dominate all other issues in the campaign. The NDP and Liberals both opposed the plan, while the Green Party proposed eliminating funding to Catholic schools. The Liberals would also make several announcements, including refusing to follow Alberta and Quebec in privatizing liquor stores. McGuinty would state, quote, "I think we have a pretty good system in place right now to provide access to beer and wine and liquor. It is accessible and safe." End quote. The NDP ran on a plan to support working families, which included eliminating the health tax, spending $125 million to protect auto industry jobs, and to raise the minimum wage to $10 an hour. The leaders' debate was seen as something where there was no clear winner. Tory did not take the time to explain the main issue over the faith-based school funding, focusing instead on attacking McGuinty. Hampton did reasonably well, but McGuinty was described as weak and whey-faced. As the election continued, Tory and the Conservatives tried to tone down the talk of the faith-based school issue, but did not abandon the promise. Tory would say, quote, "I will not be backing off and saying it is the wrong thing to do because I believe it is the right thing to do." End quote. In an effort to explain the proposal further, ads were created by the Conservatives only days before the election, where Tory stated he would hold a free vote on the issue. Hampton would show irritation on the fixation on the faith-based school issue, feeling that it was taking away from other issues. He would tell reporters, quote, "I am frustrated because there are problems, many questions in Ontario, and when I look at the media, there is only one question." End quote.
The talk over Turkey this holiday weekend probably focused on politics in two provinces. People in Ontario and Newfoundland and Labrador are heading to the polls this coming week. And in Ontario, the big story of the campaign has been how one single issue came to dominate the entire debate. We have reports now on both provincial elections, beginning with Aaron Saltzman in Ontario.
How fitting that on the last Sunday before the Ontario election, Conservative leader John Tory went to church. It was, after all, a faith-based issue that became the defining issue in the Ontario election campaign. The opposition Conservatives started the campaign with popular support similar to the governing Liberals, and loaded with such ammunition as this broken Liberal promise.
I won't raise your taxes.
Then, John Tory spelled out his promise to extend public funding to religious schools.
Leading, some people think, to segregating our society rather than to integrating it.
Suddenly, faith-based funding was all anyone was talking about.
Anything else that we can talk to you about? It's your opportunity. A lot of controversy over the faith-based school funding.
You should have addressed the full funding. This is what everybody wants to know.
Well, I told him that. We just talked about it.
But he should have set it up there. If you want people to vote for you, you have to know, they have to know what your plans are.
Overshadowed by the controversy over faith-based funding, the NDP campaign. Leader Howard Hampton blamed the media.
You want to talk about faith-based schools. There are real issues out there. We've become the child poverty capital of Canada. Don't any of you people care? Don't you care about that?
McGuinty had his own troubles at a hospital in his hometown, snubbed by a cancer patient.
How are you, sir? Don't let them knock you down there.
I've got cancer and you're not helping any.
No, that's not true.
But the only issue with any traction, it seemed, was faith-based funding. And eventually, John Tory backed off.
It turned out to be more divisive than I thought. The depth of feelings was very strong. And so I listened to the people.
But have the people listened to him? Or will a single issue effectively determine the outcome of the Ontario election campaign? Aaron Saltzman, CBC News, Toronto.
In the October 10, 2007 election, the Liberals achieved their goal, winning 2 elections in a row for the first time since Mitchell Hepburn's days of the 1930s. The party picked up 71 seats in the election to maintain their majority. McGuinty said in a 14-minute victory speech, quote, "Ontarians are telling us we will judge a government by its record, warts and all, but we value progress above all." End quote. The Conservatives were only able to win 1 extra seat, finishing with 26, and once again serving as the official opposition. This was the first time since the 1930s that the Conservatives served as the official opposition for 2 elections in a row. Tory would win his seat in Toronto, at a risk of losing his seat by not running in a safe riding, and he would say to his supporters, quote, "I took a significant political risk so I could make a statement about rebuilding our party within Toronto, and so I could really show how committed I am to building a strong Toronto within a strong Ontario." End quote. The NDP were able to maintain 10 seats in the legislature, which was a small rise for the party after several years of losing seats in elections. The Green Party would pick up 8% of the vote, but did not win any seats. 2011. The Liberals were on a roll. After winning 2 elections in a row for the first time in 7 decades, Liberal leader Dalton McGuinty was hoping to do something that had not been done by a Liberal leader since Oliver Mowat won 3 elections in a row. The second term of McGuinty was not as smooth as the first. The government was forced to admit not doing the minimum wage increase to $10.25 in 2010 was a mistake. In addition, the harmonized sales tax that was implemented in 2010 proved to be quite unpopular with residents of Ontario, hurting the Liberals in the polls. The biggest setback for the party during the second term would come when it was found that eHealth Ontario CEO Sarah Kramer had approved $4.8 million in no-bid contracts during the first 4 months of the agency's operation. Originally called Smart Systems for Health Agency, it spent 15% of its $225 million budget on consultants, despite having 166 people making more than $100,000 in their employ. McGuinty would be forced to admit the hiring of Kramer was a mistake. The Progressive Conservatives were now led by a new man after John Tory resigned as leader on March 6, 2009. 3 months later, on June 27, 2009, Tim Hudak would become the leader of the party. Having sat in the legislature since 1995, he was considered to be the front-runner in the contest and had the backing of the majority of the Conservative caucus. He would lead on each ballot and took the vote for good on the third ballot with 54.25% of the vote. As leader, he would make it his goal to make inroads in the major cities, and he would state he would begin with, quote, "Reaching out to new Canadian communities, I want to make sure that the next wave of new Canadians, whether it's from the Czech Republic or India or China, will see the Ontario PC Party as home," end quote. Hudak would start campaigning in the election far before the election began. In the fall of 2009, he would launch one of the major platforms of the party, the PC Caucus Small Business Jobs Plan, which he said would be essential to the economic recovery of Ontario. Throughout his time as a leader of the official opposition at this time, he would oppose the harmonized sales tax and the government's approach to the Ontario nuclear industry. Hudak would say, quote, "Reducing Northern Ontario's high energy costs is key to making industries there more profitable and preventing future mill closures," end quote. In regards to the harmonized sales tax, he would say, quote, "McGuinty will do what he does best, raising taxes on hard-working families. People will feel it at first at the pumps at midnight. Next, they will get hit with it on their utility bills," end quote. The NDP's leader for 13 years, Howard Hampton, had resigned from the leadership of the party. It was time for someone else to take over, and that person would be Andrea Horwath. She had been elected to the Ontario legislature in 2004, and in 2008 launched her campaign to become the party leader. In the voting, she led through every ballot, eventually claiming the leadership of the party on the third ballot with 60.4% of the vote. After her win, she became the first woman to lead the Ontario New Democratic Party and the second woman to lead a major party in Ontario politics after Lynn MacLeod. Heading into the election, the Progressive Conservatives actually led the public opinion polls, but that lead would slowly begin to shrink as the Liberals began to make gains throughout the election campaign. This election would also be notable as it was the first where social media began to play a role, especially on Facebook and Twitter. Throughout the campaign, keywords used on Twitter were lies, tax, family, health, hospital, and environment. The Liberals would have a team of online party workers that spent the campaign attacking opponents of the Liberals. Horwath would see the biggest increase in tweets using the word leader, while the name of the recently passed Jack Layton was also used in a lot of tweets concerning Horwath. There was no dominant issue in this campaign, and most of the parties campaigned on dealing with job creation. The Liberals would promise to bring in new clean energy jobs, including a proposal to create 50,000 jobs in the sector by the end of 2012. The Progressive Conservatives would campaign to certify more apprentices that would help young people get jobs, but their main strategy for job creation was the lowering of tax rates. Hudak would say, quote, "Dalton McGuinty won't help people get an apprenticeship position, and Dalton McGuinty will give companies $10,000 to hire anybody but young workers," end quote. The NDP would announce a job creation tax credit of $5,000 per worker, made available to anyone who added a new job staff position. They stated this would help create 80,000 jobs and cost $400 million. Horwath would also be forced to deal with the revelation that an NDP candidate had a podcast that skewed religion. She would stand by the candidate and said, quote, "There's nothing more than an attempt to smear him," end quote. The campaign would get nasty at times, something Horwath would comment on, saying, quote, "I think the worst was the tendency of the campaign to get a little nasty from time to time. There was really no call for that kind of tone," end quote. McGuinty would be attacked heavily by the Conservatives over his failed promise to hold the line on taxes. The Conservatives also accused McGuinty of having a plan to bring in a carbon tax. Hudak would say, quote, "It is not a hard thing to raise taxes. It is the easy route," end quote. Hudak would be criticized for being anti-LGBTQ after a flyer was circulated by the Progressive Conservatives that was critical of the Toronto District School Board's educational campaign against homophobia. The flyer called for people to vote against the McGuinty agenda. The Progressive Conservatives were then forced to put out a statement saying that the real issue was that teachers were specifically told not to consult about the issue with parents. Due to the fact that the Liberals and the Conservatives were neck and neck in the polls, the televised debate would take an added importance to sway undecided voters. John Wright, a polling firm vice president, would say, quote, "This debate may be crucial because of how close the APCs and the Liberals are and how the balance of power could end up in the hands of the NDP," end quote. In the debate, all three leaders came out attacking the other leaders in the hopes of turning the tide of the election. The Ottawa Citizen would write, quote, Hudak certainly exceeded expectations and should be pleased with his performance. Horwath did fine and was able to get the important points of her platform across to the televised audience. As for McGuinty, he struggled but held his own. The Premier has been involved in many leaders' debates, so he avoided some possible pitfalls. End quote. The debate would actually result in Horwath moving within striking distance of the Liberals and the Conservatives. Before the debate, the Liberals and the Conservatives were tied at 35%, while the NDP were at 25%. After the debate, the Conservatives sat at 34%, while the Liberals were at 32%, and the NDP were at 29%. As the NDP rose, Hudak would begin attacking Horwath in front of the media. He would lump the NDP in with the Liberals and state, quote, The other parties are high-tax parties. The NDP wants to increase taxes on job creators and kill jobs in our province. That's wrong. End quote. In the October 6, 2011 election, the Liberals would retain the leadership of the province, but it would not be a good election for the party. The Liberals would lose 17 seats, falling to 53. This was one less than what was needed to have a majority government. Even with the loss of seats, though, this was still the third straight election win for the party. The last time that happened was when the party won the 1871, 1875, and 1879 elections under Edward Blake and Sir Oliver Mowat. McGuinty was also the first Ontario Premier to win 3 consecutive elections since Bill Davis. The election also saw the defeat of several Liberal cabinet ministers, especially in southwest Ontario. McGuinty would say, quote, The Ontario way is about believing in, trusting in, and investing in our people so that together we can take on the world and win. End quote.
Every Ontarian who voted today, for any candidate of any political stripe, I say, thank you. We live in a world where some people are struggling, even giving up their lives for the kind of freedoms we enjoy here in Canada. So when you cast a ballot, you do more than choose a local candidate to represent your interests. You validate the sacrifices being made the world over in the name of democracy. To my mother, thanks, Mom, for keeping all us kids on track, except for me. I know, and this is true, you wanted me to be a doctor. Thanks for settling for a premier. We will do whatever it takes to build a bright future for our children and grandchildren, because we are Ontario. And Ontarians never stop moving forward, and neither, my friends, will we.
The Progressive Conservatives would have success under Hudak, who helped the party regain 12 seats to finish with 37. The party would then regain its official opposition status, and Hudak would say in his speech, quote, A few minutes ago I spoke with Dalton McGuinty, and I congratulated him and his team on his victory in today's election. It is very clear that the people have sent a strong message that they want change and direction. End quote. As for the NDP, they too saw their seat count grow under the new leader. The party under Horwath would pick up 7 seats to finish with 17. The last time the party had that number of seats was in 1995, after the collapse of the NDP government in the 1995 election. The party's 20% of the popular vote was also the highest it had seen since the same year. Horwath said, quote, Well, friends, thousands of you voted for change. You voted to send more New Democrats to fight for you at Queen's Park. Instead of voting out of fear, you voted for hope. Instead of voting for the same old solutions, you voted for change. End quote. The voter turnout for this election was also the worst in the history of the province, and worse than any federal election. Only 48.2% of the eligible voters came out to vote. As well, after staying in power for 120 days after the election, McGuinty became the longest-serving Liberal Premier since Sir Oliver Mowat, officially passing Mitchell Hepburn. This would also be the last election for McGuinty, though, and it would be another 3 years before the parties would go head-to-head again. 2014. We've now reached the 2 most recent elections in Ontario's history. This episode has been the longest I have ever made, and at this point, my script for the entire 5-part series is pushing 50,000 words. Since these are the 2 most recent elections, I'm going to slightly gloss over them a bit, but we will still have plenty of information about each. After the Liberals were able to secure their 3rd election win in a row, albeit with a decreased amount of seats, Dalton McGuinty announced his resignation as leader of the party on October 15, 2012. 2 weeks later, a woman named Kathleen Wynne resigned her cabinet post and announced her bid for the leadership of the Liberal Party. Going up against 6 other candidates, Wynne was seen as the front-runner and was also the only candidate to have supporters in all 107 ridings in the province. On January 26, 2013, Wynne gave her speech at the convention, where she spoke of working with the opposition parties, teachers, and that she would attack her main rival, Sandra Papatello, who did not have a seat in the legislature, by saying she was ready to take leadership immediately in the legislature. As a lesbian, she would also address her sexuality, stating, quote, "When I ran in 2003, I was told that the people of North Toronto were not ready to elect a gay woman. Well, apparently they were. I don't believe the people of Ontario judge their leaders on the basis of race, color, or sexual orientation. I don't believe they hold prejudice in their hearts." End quote. On the first ballot, Wynne trailed Papatello, but thanks to endorsements, on the third ballot, Wynne was able to win the leadership election and became Premier of Ontario. With her win, she became not only the first female Premier of Ontario, but also the first openly gay Premier in the history of Canada. Almost as soon as she was sworn in as Premier, Wynne had to deal with the Ontario power plant scandal, which had developed under the administration of McGuinty. Wynne was accused of having a role in the costly cancellation of the construction of gas plants in 2011. Wynne denied she was involved in the decision, and she would ask the Auditor General to investigate the cost of cancelling. The report found that the cancellation cost taxpayers $1.1 billion. Wynne would apologize and vow not to let it happen again. She would introduce the Public Sector and MPP Accountability and Transparency Act, which implemented measures to increase the accountability of the government. In her first budget, Wynne introduced auto insurance rate reductions, $295 million into youth jobs, $5 million for Indigenous education, $45 million to help Ontario musicians, and she increased the Ontario Child Benefit. Wynne would also negotiate a new bargaining agreement with teacher unions, restoring their bargaining rights, right to strike, while also keeping the wage freeze on teachers. Her government also increased the minimum wage of the province. The Progressive Conservatives were still led by Hudak, who hoped to increase the seat count of his party and possibly win the election after pushing the Liberals to a minority government in the previous election. Andrea Horwath continued to lead the NDP, but within the party she was receiving criticism for running a populist campaign, which was described as right-wing by some. With the minority government, Wynne had to have the support of the opposition parties to stay in power. In 2014, she put out a budget that was described as NDP-friendly, but the NDP chose not to support the budget this time. The day after the budget was read, the province was going into an election. At the start of the election, the Progressive Conservatives and Liberals were in a dead heat. Some polls showed that the Conservatives were ahead of the Liberals. The main issues of the election were the economy and transit, and since 2002 the manufacturing sector of the province had shrunk by 30%, losing 300,000 jobs. The Progressive Conservatives would also campaign on a million jobs plan, while the Liberals pledged to invest in infrastructure to create jobs. The NDP would target tax credits and incentives to bring in new jobs. In regards to transit, traffic congestion was a major problem, which was costing the economy of Toronto $7.5 billion to $11 billion per year alone. The Liberals would also continue to promise to invest $29 billion into infrastructure, including $15 billion going towards new transit lines. The Progressive Conservatives would pledge to cancel all planned lines except for the Ellington Crosstown and expanding the GO service. The NDP would promise what the Liberals did, but also include an extra $1 billion to get some projects done quicker. After the debate, which Wynne was criticized by pundits for her performance as she was seen as defensive due to past Liberal scandals. While things may have seemed bad at first for Wynne, two things would change her fortunes. First, the NDP got off to a slow start, and many criticized them for causing the election to happen due to not supporting the budget. The second was the Progressive Conservative pledge to cut 100,000 jobs in the province. The Conservative platform actually promised to create 1 million jobs, but to reduce the public service by 100,000 jobs through attrition. What people would focus on was the loss of jobs, which severely hurt the party in the election. Many Conservative MPPs did not know about this million-job plan either, and they would criticize Hudak for not consulting with the caucus about the platform. Only the Toronto Star endorsed the Liberals, and the Globe and Mail endorsed the Conservatives, and there was a great deal of controversy in the Sun newspapers that published an editorial cartoon that featured broken glasses, presumed to be those of Wynne, with blood around them. Many felt this was projecting an image of abusing women, and it was almost universally condemned. By the time the election came around, the Liberals were ahead in the polls. In the June 12th election, the Liberals were able to surge back under their new leader and won a majority government. The party picked up an extra 10 seats to finish with 58. The 4 election wins in a row was the first time a party had accomplished this since Bill Davis did the same from 1971 to 1981. It was also the first time the Liberals won 4 elections in a row since Edward Blake and Sir Oliver Mowat, who won 4 straight elections from 1871 to 1883. With her win, Wynne also became the first woman in Ontario's history to win an election for her party. The gain for the Liberals came at the expense of the Progressive Conservatives, who lost 9 seats to finish with 28. For Hudak, this would result in the end of his time as the leader of the party, and he would resign soon after, but remained in the legislature. The NDP, despite stumbling in the election, remained with 21 seats to finish 3rd in the province, although they did increase their percentage of the vote by 1%.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. The people of Canada's most populous province have sent a clear message. They've returned the ruling Liberals to power, this time with a majority. The win is a coup for Premier Kathleen Wynne, who overcame her party's spending scandals, and a rebuke of the Conservatives, who promised deep cuts to the public service. The results are rippling all the way to Parliament Hill. We begin with Jennifer Tryon.
As unpredictable as pollsters thought the Ontario race for Premier would be, Wynne's big win had most, even Liberals, jaw-dropped.
I was shocked. I started yelling at my wife that there was a majority, which was a real surprise.
It's a wonderful feeling. I'm very proud of Ontario, proud of my team this morning.
Unbelievable! Thank you.
In the aftermath, Liberal backs are being patted and egos stroked for a strong campaign run. But the reality is, despite achieving a majority, the Ontario Liberals gained just 1 point over the last election.
I think this election was more about Hudak and the Conservatives turning people off.
To reduce the size of government by 100,000 positions or 10%.
Tim Hudak couldn't escape his promise to chop 100,000 public sector jobs in Ontario.
It's very scary. Who wants to think about that?
Confidence quashed, 10 seats lost. Hudak stepped aside as leader.
I am proud of what our team has accomplished, and I am optimistic about our party's future. But I will not be leading the Ontario PC Party into the next election campaign.
The Conservatives ran on a platform that reminded voters Wynne was part of the massive gas plant blunder, blowing billions in tax dollars for Ontarians.
The fact that nobody cares about the power plant and everything is just bizarre.
It's like negative reinforcement, I suppose, but I don't know. I just think that it happened before she came along, and, we have to get over it.
It's the better of two evils, I guess.
Ontario's deficit will remain unchanged for at least another year, as Wynne plans to tackle pension reform, expanding the CPP. And within 20 days, she's promising to table and pass the same budget that brought on this election. Jennifer Tryon, Global News, Toronto.
2018. After last election, and with a majority government, Kathleen Wynne would privatize Hydro One and reform the Liquor License Act to allow for the sale of 6-packs of beer at grocery stores. In her first budget after the election, transit was the main priority, with the government paying the entire cost of construction of the Huron-Ontario main LRT line to connect Mississauga with Brampton. Her government will also fund the cost of building an LRT system in Hamilton, with $1 billion going towards the project. In the next budget, a climate change plan was unveiled that included a cap-and-trade plan. Education also received further funding to provide free college and university tuition for families that made less than $50,000. Unfortunately, her approval rating began to suffer, reaching a low of 18% at one point. Wynne was also dealing with negativity on Twitter and Facebook, where many of the posts made sexist or homophobic slurs against her. In May 2016, after appearing as a guest at the Alberta Legislature, Wildrose Party MLA Derek Fildebrandt attacked her economic policies. On his Facebook page, one of his constituents then made a homophobic comment, and Fildebrandt responded that he was, quote, proud of constituents like you, end quote. Fildebrandt was expelled from the caucus, but later readmitted after he apologized, saying that his support of the comment was an honest mistake. as the 2018 election approached, Wynn's government spent $800,000 in rebates for electronic vehicles. The minimum wage also jumped heavily to $14 from $11.60, with a promise to jump it to $15 the following year. On June 1, 2018, all prescription drugs were made free for people aged 24 and under. The election also saw the redistribution of seats from 107 to 122. The new districts were criticized as undemocratic, as they had only a population of 30,000 compared to 120,000 in other areas of the province. The National Post would even suggest that the population sizes in the ridings violated the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Progressive Conservatives are now led by a person with major name recognition in Ontario, Doug Ford, who is the brother of former Toronto Mayor Rob Ford. Ford had even served on council while his brother was mayor. Patrick Brown had taken over as a leader of the Progressive Conservatives in 2015, but in 2018, allegations came against him from two women regarding sexual misconduct dating back to when he was in Parliament. He would resign from the leadership soon after and was expelled from the caucus. In the subsequent leadership race, Ford was the first candidate to put his name forward to lead the party. Ford would portray himself as a candidate for the little guy in Ontario, calling his opponents insiders and political elites. One of his opponents was also someone with major name recognition. It was Caroline Mulroney, the daughter of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. In the leadership election, Ford finished second on the first ballot, first on the second ballot, and then won on the third ballot with 50.62% of the vote over Christine Elliott. The NDP were still led by Horwath, who ran on a campaign of creating Canada's first universal pharmacare plan, while also giving universal dental care. She also promised a childcare plan that ensured 70% of Ontario's parents would have free childcare or pay $12 a day for it. She would also pledge to return Hydro One to public ownership and that she would close the Pickering nuclear generating station. In her pre-election budget, Wynne tabled a budget that brought in billions in free childcare spending and expanded dental care, but the budget also ran with a $6.7 billion deficit. Ford called the budget a spending spree. Heading into the election, Ford promised to revive manufacturing in Ontario by cutting taxes, easing registrations, and ensuring competitive electricity rates. Throughout the campaign, Ford was often compared to President Donald Trump, and Ford would reject the comparison, but he did praise some of Trump's policies. One of the most famous promises that came to define the election in many ways was the promise by Ford to create Buck a Beer. He pledged to lower liquor prices in the province, reducing the price of beer from $1.25 to $1. According to Google Trends data, Buck a Beer was the second most searched for term relating to Doug Ford ahead of polling day. On June 2nd, seeing that the Liberals would not win another election, she urged voters to vote for Liberal candidates to ensure an NDP or Conservative minority government. The June 7th, 2018 election would be an absolute disaster for the Liberal Party. The party would lose 48 seats in the election, falling to just 7 seats in the legislature. This would put the party to third-party status. This was also the worst result for the party since Confederation, and with only 7 seats, the party lost its official party status for the first time. The next lowest seat total for the party was 8 seats in 1951. This was also the worst result for any incumbent governing party in Ontario's history. The NDP would surge ahead to gain 19 seats to finish with 40 and become the official opposition. The 40 seats won by the party was its most since the 1990 election when they won 74 seats. Outside that election, the 40 seats was the most the party had ever won in an election. The Progressive Conservatives won the election, their first election win since 1999, finishing with 76 seats. This seat count was the third highest for the party since 1967, behind only the 78 seats in 1971 and the 82 seats in 1995. With that, Doug Ford was the new Premier of Ontario. And that brings us to the end of the series. 5 parts, over 50,000 words and hours of content. I do apologize that the last 2 elections were a bit glossed over somewhat, but with them being so recent, I just felt they were still more fresh in the minds of you listeners. Nonetheless, I really hope you enjoyed this series, and now I begin work on the Quebec elections history, with episodes starting in September. If you like, you can email me at craig@canadaehx.com. You can find me on Twitter. My handle is Craig Baird, CraigBaird, and I'm on Instagram at Bairdo37. As well, again, if you want to support the podcast, you can for as little as $3 a month. Just go to patreon.com/CanadaEHX. And you can donate to the podcast by going to CanadaEHX.com and clicking Donate. I'd also like to thank all of my wonderful patrons, and I apologize if I get any names incorrect. Keelan Prignitz, Michael Matthews, Joanna Parker, Jeff Dahl, Vobs, Robert Page, Richard D., Colin Johnson, Jeff Hershey, Kyle Murray, Steve Pakin, Matthew Gartho, Lionel Romaine, Dr. Bob Turner, an anonymous patron that I truly do appreciate, Randy Hayden, Doug Campbell, Reg W., Deborah Carlson, Francis Helbling, Nick Zinri, Shannon Marshall, Clinton Martinez, Dimitri Chauve, Aaron O'Hara Myers, Robert Dunseith, Todd Casey, Catherine Roy, Luke S., JP Bear, Jason Hall, Phil Maynard, and Iris Gray. Information from Canadian Encyclopedia, Ottawa Daily Citizen, Wikipedia, Ontario Legislative Assembly, Elections Ontario, Maclean's, Montreal Star, Montreal Gazette, Kingston Whig Standard, Hamilton Spectator, Winnipeg Free Press, Winnipeg Tribune, Owen Sound Times, St. Catharines Standard, and the Windsor Star. Thanks, and we'll see you guys again next time.